The blogger screamed into the camera in panic about a giant beetle in the bushes. Suddenly, something creepy burst out of the shadows and abruptly interrupted the stream. Students in the classroom lazily argued about the fake nature of the insectoid video. The guy in the hat dreamed of becoming a cool mutant with insect wings. Someone's hand suddenly snatched the phone right in the middle of a heated argument. Handsome Suchan appeared in front of his friends with the most imperturbable face. The student dismissed the idea of insect wings as a complete abomination. Suchan suggested to his friends to hang out with the girls again that evening. The boys instantly changed their anger to mercy and bowed to their idol. Suchan was well aware of the power of his wild popularity among his peers. He imagined himself as a king at the top of the student food chain. Suchan believed that ordinary students should not even talk about domination. The guy compared human society to colonies of ants or prides of lions. In any society, he saw only a rigid hierarchy, like an anthill. In college, Suchan enjoyed his role as the chosen leader, adored by everyone. He vowed to enjoy his podium and not miss this chance. The friend asked Suchan doubtfully if he really wanted to go for a walk. The friend slyly advised Suchan to look back and look in that direction. Suddenly, Mi-hee called out to him, jumping joyfully in the distance. The beautiful Mi-hee, with a beaming smile, invited Suchan to have lunch together. Friends teased Suchan, calling Mi-hee his fiancée and being wildly jealous. The girl instantly perked up when she learned about Suchan's participation in the evening drinking party. She jumped up and down happily, and Suchan suddenly felt extremely lousy. Suddenly, his back was burned by the touch of someone's invisible and hot hands. The guy jumped back sharply, frightening Mi-hee with his strange behavior. The heat became unbearable, and Suchan, throwing out an apology, rushed off somewhere. The friends just watched in silence, not understanding the reason for this wild behavior. Mi-hee was at a loss, remembering his ridiculous stories about folk wrestling. But Suchan had already disappeared from sight, leaving the company guessing about what had happened. He trudged down the street, trying to recover from the painful attack. Suchan was angry at his stupid excuses about struggle and lack of imagination. In fact, he was keeping a secret that was dangerous to reveal to anyone. And then he realized that he was no better than that unsociable guy. Meanwhile, that poor guy was previously considered the life of the party and the local ringleader. The complexes that suddenly came to light in front of everyone were to blame for everything. A severe allergy to alcohol made him a laughingstock, forcing him to flee in disgrace. The guy had completely withdrawn, and Suchan wasn't surprised at all. He knew very well that absolutely everyone has something to hide from others. After all, any revealed secret instantly becomes your weakest point. Once home, Suchan wondered why celebrities would even talk about such things. Suchan resolutely pulled off his t-shirt, revealing a tight bandage on his back. And then dragonfly wings burst out of his back with a crunch. He made bitter irony about his past aversion to insects. Looking in the mirror, Suchan only became more convinced of his own disgust. He clearly remembered how it all started with that ill-fated dragonfly. He once turned an insect into a cloud of poisonous dust. He accidentally inhaled the particles and his body immediately rebelled. Meanwhile, having come to his senses, he discovered a terrible gift from nature. The frightened child hid, afraid of becoming a test subject for scientists. Wild horror forced him to hide his secret from the world for years. He kept everyone at a distance, terrified of his secret being exposed. Meanwhile, the life of a hermit over time became simply unbearable for him. Suchan locked himself in a cocoon of loneliness, while his soul literally languished. Before the school year, he stopped by the barber shop for a bold new style. And then he finally decided to radically change his appearance. It turned out that elastic bandages were excellent at turning the huge wings into flat origami. With his new image, he finally became what he always dreamed of being. Someone suddenly grabbed the confident, handsome man by the sleeve of his coat. Suchan was no longer lonely because girls were now pursuing him. But he remembered that one glance at the wings would ruin the idol. Suchan cursed his wings, which started to hurt right at the moment of their date. The unbearable pain in his back finally forced him to give them freedom. He hid like a coward, just so that Mi-hee wouldn't see this abomination. Suddenly, the girl burst into the room and saw him half naked. She hysterically asked why he was showing off his pants in front of her. Suchan's heart was pounding wildly because the secret was hanging by a thread. Mi-hee stammered that she had come through the open door on a tip from her friends. The guy, in a rage, promised to kill his friends for such a wild setup. The girl waited modestly in the corridor while he tried to come to his senses. She became seriously worried that something really bad had happened to him. Meanwhile, Mi-hee reproached her friend for his constant running away. She asked directly about the secrets, causing poor Suchan to flinch. The boy with wings desperately denied the truth, standing in the shadow of the bathroom. Suchang looked depressed, trying to keep his terrible secret. The girl lowered her eyes sadly, feeling a cold wall between them. Suddenly, she threw the bag on the floor and called out to him loudly. Mi-hee resolutely demanded that they leave this stuffy apartment immediately. Suchang froze in complete bewilderment from such a sharp onslaught. The friend sat down on the floor, promising not to move until she went to the cinema. And then she snapped that she could clearly see his impudent lie. Mi-hee saw through his lies and confronted him about his secrets. She felt unbearably hurt by his constant secrecy. A memory came to mind of how he had so abruptly saved her from a bully. The guy looked ridiculous then, trying to act like a hero in front of her. But in fact, his intervention pleased her, and now she sincerely wanted to get into his life. The girl hoped that he would allow her to share his heavy burden. In silence, he silently thanked Mi-hee for her warmth. Suddenly, the creaking of the door made her flinch and interrupted her thoughts. He suggested a movie, vowing never to reveal his secret. He sincerely hoped that this decision would turn out to be the right one. The pursuer stood frozen in the shadow of the gateway, not taking his eyes off them. The dangerous predator had already sensed easy prey and was ready. A normal walk was interrupted by the insinuating voice of unknown people on the street. The suspicious students immediately took the naive Mi-hee into their custody. The guy was touched, looking at her sweet inability to refuse people. The girl happily showed off her heart-shaped lollipop, beaming with happiness. This sight made his heart beat faster, traitorously. Before entering the cinema, he suddenly thought about the future. Amidst the screams of horror on screen, he dreamed of starting to date. Mi-hee spilled a drink on herself and ran off to wash it off. He realized that one day he would have to tell her about the wings. But there was a glimmer of hope that her attitude towards him would not change. The thought of being known as a monster scared him more than any horror movie. The hero thought it was better to leave everything as it was. Suddenly, the show was interrupted and the hall was plunged into darkness. Viewers were outraged by the film's ending at the most interesting point. An employee appeared at the door and announced an urgent evacuation. He shouted that a dangerous armed man had entered the building. It wasn't a prank. The employee's panic was transmitted to everyone. The employee ran away in horror, trying to get away from there as quickly as possible. The sharp blade instantly pierced the poor fellow, painting the floor crimson. The remaining spectators cried out for salvation, shuddering at the horror they saw. Panic broke out in the hall. People screamed about the imminent death of everyone. His whole body was shaking, trying in vain to wake up from this nightmare. The sight of dripping blood confirmed that this murder was all too real. The guy wanted to save himself, but he couldn't leave Mi-hee here. The terrifying monster bared its fangs, finally spotting its long-awaited prey. The winged creature swooped down, catching up with the stunned hero in the darkness. And then he realized that now the real fight for life would begin. The powerful blow shattered the chairs into pieces, narrowly missing the fugitive. The guy was simply speechless when he saw sickles instead of normal hands. A creepy praying mantis stood before him, mockingly asking about other mutants. The creature reminded him of the very same spray that the hero had once used. The name Jungle Juice immediately made the poor guy break out in a cold sweat. He immediately remembered how he had foolishly sprayed this infection at home. And the mutant continued to enjoy himself, boasting about his greatly enhanced sense of smell. The predator smelled the scent of his prey, which completely blew his mind. The monster jumped from above, anticipating the taste of blood, which would be sweeter than honey. But at the last moment, the hero punched him right in the face. Mi-hee screamed in horror as she saw Suchan being thrown back by the powerful blow. The guy was taken aback when he noticed that his girlfriend was still there. The girl explained in confusion that she had lost it during the panic that had begun. The creepy mantis cursed furiously, enraged by the appearance of an uninvited witness. The mutant bared his teeth, declaring that no one dared interfere with his bloody meal. Suchan desperately shouted at Mi-hee to save herself immediately. The predator threw a stone at the girl while the guy begged her to run. Meanwhile, at the entrance, police held back the crowd, cordoning off the dangerous building. A lively girl in a cap demanded to be led inside to save people. Suddenly, there was a crash of glass from above and a man flew out of the window. The monster cold-bloodedly threw Mi-hee out the window, mocking her. Suchang was frantically wondering if he would be able to fly for the first time. The girl fell to the ground like a stone, accompanied by the frightened gasps of onlookers. Onlookers below immediately began filming the horrific scene on their smartphones. The boy realized that flying in front of the crowd would be his undoing. He imagined himself becoming an outcast and a monster for people forever. Suchang clenched his teeth until they hurt, fighting his own fear. Mi-hee flew down, realizing that these were her last seconds. Tears of despair froze in her eyes before the inevitable end. The hero resolutely prepared to jump, finally casting aside any doubts. The crowd below froze in horror, pointing at the girl falling down. Soo-chang dove into the abyss like a swallow, desperately stretching his hand forward. The praying mantis was simply taken aback by such audacity of his unusual opponent. And then he grabbed her, finally interrupting this deadly flight. The monster laughed maliciously, considering the guy an idiot for falling from a height. He was sure that the hero had decided to commit suicide along with his girlfriend. Soo-chang understood that now absolutely everyone would see his secret. But Mi-hee's warm words gave him strength at that crucial moment. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound behind me, and my clothes literally burst. His powerful wings flared out, cutting through the air and blinding the crowd with a flash. The boy floated in the sky with Mi-hee in his arms under the gaze of onlookers. And then the mantis monster was completely taken aback by the incredible sight. The crowd below was panicking, as everyone had their own shameful secrets. The mysterious stranger smiled maliciously as she filmed the revelation of his secret on her phone. Suddenly, he realized that the whole world now knew his weakness. The story begins about a student who became a victim of the merciless concrete jungle. In his eyes, one could see only rage and a thirst for a desperate fight. The girl in the cap was amazed that he spread his wings in front of everyone. Meanwhile, she asked for instructions on whether she should seize the boy. And then she replied mysteriously that she had a better idea. A mysterious girl with a mustache decided to take the hero to her university. Below, the crowd was stunned, filming the winged savior with their phones. The evil praying mantis fell into a stupor because the guy cleverly hid his wings. Soo-chan was horrified to see blood on the head of the unconscious Mi-hee. But in fact, he soared confidently, as if he had been flying all his life. The enemy shouted furiously after them, ordering them to stop immediately. And then he realized that only a dragonfly could perform such maneuvers. The hero rushed to find a hospital while the monster realized his true power. The killer was overcome by terrible withdrawal symptoms. He longed to taste fresh dragonfly meat. Suddenly, the same stranger swooped down on the crazy predator from above. She sighed heavily over the defeated monster that had wreaked havoc in the city. The fanged madman has flooded the internet with videos of his bloody walks around the city. The girl adjusted her cap, thinking that people shouldn't know the truth. After all, their secret existence must remain hidden from everyone forever. Meanwhile, the students were noisily celebrating the end of a difficult first semester. Behind his back, his classmates whispered about his frightening resemblance to that hero. Soo-chan was seriously afraid of an imminent police visit due to rumors. The media called the incident a publicity stunt, but people didn't believe the stories. His memory took him back 12 years to the birthday cake. Then the friends happily celebrated little Jung-woo's birthday. Little Soo-chang stood in the middle of the celebration with an extremely lost look. The teacher invited him to sing too, but the children flatly refused. The boys whispered that he was poor and never gave gifts. It turned out that the boy had no parents, only a ringing emptiness. At that time, he just desperately wanted to play with the others. But in reality, the children only cruelly mocked the orphan. As an adult, Soo-chan dreamed of becoming ordinary, hiding his true nature. Suddenly, someone's hand roughly grabbed the guy right in the corridor. He jerked sharply, ordering the insolent ones to immediately remove their hands. Meanwhile, the student mockingly asked the guy about the wings on his back. A crowd of vultures immediately burned him, causing Soo-chang to curse angrily. Meanwhile, his former friends stared at him as if he were a strange beast. Left alone, the guy dreamed of being arrested just to hide from sight. On the empty bus, he finally decided to check the latest news online. But in reality, he was desperately clinging only to the image of Mi-hee. The news of his friend's awakening made him smile sincerely for the first time in a month. The girl always promised to share with him any, even the heaviest burden. Soo-chang doesn't need the world's recognition as long as she is on his side. Suddenly, Mi-hee screamed shrilly, ordering him not to come any closer. And then the guy froze, crushed by her wild fear of him. The nurses roughly pushed him out while his friend was hysterical on the bed. Soo-chang refused to believe that their friendship had come to such a cruel end. He remembered that in the whole world she was the only one who accepted him. But in fact, in his memories, Mi-hee was always an angel. But now she only trembled, begging him never to come again. The brand of the monster finally broke his heart right there in the hospital corridor. At home, Soo-chang threw his clothes onto the cold floor in complete helplessness. And then he looked with hatred at his damned insect wings. Clutching a rag in his teeth, the boy pressed sharp scissors to his flesh. His gaze showed a mad desire to finally become a normal person. He raised the blade, ordering himself to finally end this nightmare. But at the last moment, the scissors flew with a clang onto the tiled floor. Su Chang fell to his knees, choking on his own powerless crying. Even now, the guy was terrified of experiencing ordinary physical pain. A month later, the city continued to live its usual noisy life. Su Chang wandered through the crowd, hiding his face under a deep hood. People around were bustling about, trying to stick together and not notice those who were alone. In the animal world, outcasts have always faced only complete alienation. Such unfortunate people have always suffered the same fate. Suddenly, he resolutely raised his leg over the edge of the bottomless abyss. Death beckoned to him as he stood frozen on the very edge of the high-rise building. Su Chan sincerely believed that death would solve all problems at once. A second later, he stepped into the void towards the concrete floor. In his fall, he only dreamed of quickly freeing himself from endless suffering. But suddenly the damned wings opened up on their own, fluttering wildly in the air. And then the bummer. His survival instincts didn't allow him to calmly finish everything. He cursed his wings in rage for his thwarted attempt to escape. Meanwhile, the stranger in the cap watched this flight with undisguised delight. The girl sincerely envied his strength, dreaming of the same powerful wings. Su Chang, taken aback, wondered who she was and how long she had been standing there. The stranger ironically praised him for his ridiculous suicide attempt with wings. Then suddenly she asked if he really hated himself that much. Meanwhile, the girl promised a way to become an ordinary person again. And then Su Chang was taken aback, not believing in the reality of such a miracle. The guy noticed her strange antennae and obediently followed her. He abruptly blocked her path, wanting to get all the answers immediately. Su Chang literally pinned her against the wall, demanding that she return to normal life. It turned out that the guy only needed to fulfill one important condition to be saved. First, he will have to undergo a serious interview with a mysterious university professor. Su Chan was stunned, not understanding the purpose of this test. The Nest University bus was already standing outside, waiting for its new passenger. Su Chang hesitated while the stranger sarcastically advised him to jump down again. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy, forcing the guy to finally listen. And then she firmly promised to put an end to his eternal loneliness forever. The guy hesitated painfully, trying to discern a grain of truth in this adventure. Finally, he stepped decisively inside, choosing this illusory chance. Meanwhile, the huge bus took off, quickly diving into the tunnel. Soon, the girl took out the fatal can of insect spray from her bag. Su Chang was stunned by the sight of the bottle that had turned his life into a nightmare. The interviewee explained that jungle juice insidiously mixes human and insect DNA. This spray used to be wildly popular because it killed any insect instantly. But the victim's DNA was incorporated into the body of the nearest person, creating a terrifying hybrid. Su Chang was horrified, wondering who had created such a monstrous remedy. The creators' names are hidden, and the distribution company went bankrupt long ago without a trace. The guy frantically searched the internet for clues, but found nothing. The girl explained that their organization had thoroughly cleaned up all traces of the incidents. Suddenly, the bus stopped and their companion announced the end of their long journey. Su Chang looked outside in confusion, not understanding where they were. It turned out that they were standing right in the middle of a dark and completely silent tunnel. His companion asked him mysteriously if he knew where tunnels were usually built. Suddenly, a light flashed ahead, cutting through the thick darkness of the old tunnel. The secret passage opened, because the insects didn't want to show themselves unnecessarily. The girl casually explained that they were used to living in complete isolation. Nest opened up before them, a vast hive city in the heart of the mountains. The stunned guy wondered how they managed to hide such a huge thing like that. He froze with his mouth open, unable to comprehend the scale of what he saw. The sky above the city was bustling with hundreds of hovering insectoids. And then he realized that his chance for normality was real. The whole campus looked like a futuristic paradise for people like him. The local big guys immediately started to attack him, calling the guy some kind of pathetic jerk. It turned out that in the nest, the unfortunate offenders were cruelly punished, chained to their beds forever. One of the prisoners just laughed madly, calling the guest his sweet dragonfly. And then he ominously promised that they would definitely see each other again soon. But in fact, outside, the free life of the winged students was in full swing. Su Chang was taken aback when he saw hundreds of the same mutants on the busy streets. The companion confirmed that jungle juice had once fatefully transformed them all. Meanwhile, the huge campus looked like the most ordinary and cozy town. Huge guards of order vigilantly watched over the security of this secret refuge of outcasts. And then the guy realized that he would never be alone again. The girl told the newcomer to get comfortable while she quickly checked in at the local reception area. The guy crossed the threshold of Nest, squinting from the bright sun and the bustle. The location was more reminiscent of a fantasy world than the familiar modern Korea. Insectoids scurried around, not even hiding their strange features. The hero became noticeably nervous, feeling the growing pressure of this place. Suddenly, a large beetle flew brazenly right in front of his eyes. The path was blocked by a muscular old man meditating surrounded by insects. The big guy fed his charges honey so he could later eat them for protein. The old man swallowed the beetle with relish, considering it a normal cycle of life. The guy was stunned by what he saw, remembering the crazy survivalist TV presenters. In the end, he hastened to leave, resigned to the local wild quirks. The old man unceremoniously tore off the cloak, revealing the boy's powerful dragonfly wings. He immediately got the idea and began to interrogate him about his insectoid nature. The young man flew back in panic, not expecting such a daring attack. The bearded man admired the health of his wings, which were so conveniently hidden under his jacket. The grandfather sincerely couldn't understand why the hell the guy was hiding this gift. The hero only glared darkly, clearly harboring a grudge against the whole world. He coldly remarked that life without wings was much more pleasant. The muscular old man only chuckled as he left, calling him a stuffed blockhead. Meanwhile, the university's gigantic glass skyscraper emerged from behind the treetops. Professor Ma Do-hyun politely extended his hand, greeting the new guest. The professor thanked Hee-jin and admitted that he had heard about the hero. The guy looked anxiously at the man on whom his fate depended. In the office, the conversation turned to the cherished method of returning to human form. The scientist dropped the unnecessary words and immediately pressed the button on the remote control. Ma Do-hyun promised healing and launched a video recording on the monitor. Soo-chang was stunned to see footage of his own graduation ceremony. An old video captured the moment of a farewell speech to a crowd of invisible students. Soon, the best students were invited on stage for the mysterious Cinderella ritual. The strange name of the fairy tale ceremony caused genuine shock in the guy. The screen showed a creepy sight of a girl with the head of a fly drinking wine. The furry paw greedily sucked up every drop of the strange glowing liquid. The creature staggered, and the empty glass shattered into pieces with a clang. The stunned guy couldn't believe his eyes as he watched what he saw. The clawed limb trembled, quickly transforming into a normal human hand. Through the bright radiance appeared the image of a completely transformed young girl. The guy demanded an explanation, and the scientist called the formula an accidental discovery. He demonstrated Cinderella, a means of returning monsters to their human form. The hero froze, because he finally found a way to become normal again. The small bottle seemed to the guy to be the only salvation in this chaos. He desperately asked for a dose of medicine, but received only a curt refusal. The scientist explained that producing the elixir is a complex undertaking, and resources are running out. Unfortunately, it is not possible to save every mutant you meet in this world. Suddenly, the professor suggested that the boy gnaw on the granite of science for the sake of healing. It turns out that the scarce Cinderella is only taken by the cream of the crop of graduates. The hero quickly realized, if you want to become a man, march for the textbooks. The guy decided that he had to get into this university at any cost. His companion ironically reminded him that the choice was his, but there would be no freebies. He checked his stash and was glad. At least the training wouldn't eat up the budget. The guy dramatically adjusted his glasses and demanded to be immediately enrolled in the university. A couple of hours later, the futuristic walls of an academic building appeared before the hero. The insect students were noisily discussing the registration and Professor Ma's treacherous exams. Chang Soo-chang has officially become a freshman in the Department of Applied Entomology. The companion acted with lightning speed while the guy was panicking and choosing a direction. She handed him a brochure and told him to choose one of the special courses. Soo-chang was lost in thought, turning the pages in search of the right path. He remembered Professor Ma and considered him to be a quite decent person. The decision was made. The hero chose the course of the mysterious Ma Do-hyun. The scale of the campus was astonishing, leaving the boy wondering about the meaning of a personal visit. Usually everyone registered at the internet cafe, but here they brought everyone in person. Soo-chang jokingly suggested that the local internet was simply flying. Right before the hero's eyes, the scorpion girl brutally slammed the guy into the ground. Soo-chang froze in shock, clutching his booklet with a death grip. He sincerely didn't understand why the hell a fight had suddenly broken out here. Hai Song furiously ordered her opponent to never come near her again. Du Hwa only snapped back in response, calling his attacker a completely crazy psychopath. The hero was horrified by the local customs. wondering whether scorpions were insects at all. The companion, with icy calm, assured the newcomer that he would quickly get used to it. And then, with one sharp movement, she grabbed both fighters by the scruff of their necks. The poor guy cried out in horror, not understanding why this had happened to him. With one powerful swing, the girl sent both troublemakers flying. Su-chang was taken aback when he noticed the girl had real, live antennae. The feisty girl landed on her butt with a thud after being thrown. The defeated Du Hua hissed that He Jin's appearance was a harbinger of trouble. The headman asked if the boys really had so much extra energy for fighting. It turned out that Park He Jin is the stern head of the practical entomology department. Su-chang was completely stunned by the coolness of this long-haired and powerful person. The hero realized that his future classmates were all abnormal monsters. 10 minutes later, Su-chang was already sitting in his office in front of his laptop. Having noticed sparks between the neighbors, the guy immediately said goodbye to normal life. Su-chang focused on the screen to quickly complete the important registration. An unexpected and powerful guest burst into Professor Ma's office without knocking. Ma turned around, immediately guessing who exactly had decided to honor him with a visit. The muscular Chi-jun with a thick beard immediately asked about the new student. Chi-jun asked his colleague if he was disappointed with this skinny newcomer. The professor doubted whether Su-chang could withstand the mad rush for places. A predatory grin, anticipating chaos and blood, spread across the gray-haired giant's face. The hero suddenly realized that he had little chance in this battle. The guy stared at the monitor in a cold sweat, waiting for the recording to start. Suddenly, the audience exploded. The crowd madly rushed to storm the servers. A dumbfounded Su-chang jumped up, looking after his competitors who had flown away at supersonic speed. Su-chang froze, suddenly realizing the terrifying truth about this place. Chi-jun confirmed that this is how they enroll in courses at the university. The giant added that only the best will survive in this wild race. The dumbfounded guy pressed himself against the window, watching the madness begin. Mutants of all stripes rushed toward the target, proving their superiority. The hero started to scream, not understanding the reason for such a rush. He was completely shocked by the brutal cruelty of his classmates he witnessed. Meanwhile, the system has officially opened access to registration. Su-chang was outraged by the unfolding surreal situation when He Jin called out to him. The girl immediately realized that the newbie was completely out of touch with the rules. A small student with antennae offered to explain the crazy registration rules to the hero. Su-chang was stunned when he learned about the need to catch the professors in the forest. As it turns out, nest teachers deliberately hide in wild places. The boy reproached himself for being slow while the little boy was inquiring about his plans. The choice was obvious. The hero set his sights on the coolest professor's special course. But his new acquaintance dreamed of topping the ratings of the entire department. The interlocutor only smiled, envious of such steely determination of the inexperienced newcomer. The boy quickly disappeared, leaving Su-chan alone with his problems. Meanwhile, time was inexorably flowing away, and the forest seemed infinitely vast. He was looking for a high point to survey the surrounding area and find the professor. The green-eyed boy froze warily, sensing something was wrong in the silence of the forest thicket. With a sharp movement, he threw off his jacket, preparing for a swift jump into the sky. Suddenly, transparent wings opened behind his back, lifting the hero into the air. From above, the view became perfect, and he instantly calculated the positions of all the enemies. In the distance, flags flashed among the greenery, indicating the correct direction for the further journey. And then he realized that Professor Ma was waiting for him right there. Meanwhile, below, a crushing crunch was heard from a sudden and powerful blow. The hero was amazed at how fiercely and angrily the students beat each other. It turned out that the guys were ready to do anything for Professor Ma's special course. He only noted ironically that these psychos were clearly going too far for the sake of studying. Su-chang realized that there was no time, and the flags were placed there for a reason. He frantically thought about which one to fly to for the professor. And then the guy suddenly froze, having felt the right direction with his intuition. With a decisive jerk, he rushed downwards, choosing the only true target. The treasured spot turned out to be Point A in the shade of a huge old tree. The respectable man with the mustache and the book winced from the sudden crash behind him. Su-chang miscalculated his maneuver and crashed face first into the ground in an epic fashion. After the hard landing, he admitted that flying at speed is difficult. But in reality, crowds of students flocked here as if they were covered in honey. The boy understood that these madmen were ready to step over heads for the sake of the teacher. Professor Ma noted the logic and successful use of the dragonfly's skills. The teacher handed Su-chang the treasured flash drive to sign up for the special course. It turned out that the guy was incredibly lucky to snag the very last copy. The professor told me to take care of the gadget and run to class quickly. Finally, the goal became closer, and the hero rejoiced at his success. Ma announced the end of the distribution, and Su-chang dreamed of becoming normal. Meanwhile, the professor finished his business and checked his electronic tablet. Suddenly, the hero's smartphone vibrated, notifying him of the arrival of a strange message. What he saw on the screen made the guy literally freeze in complete shock. The system suddenly identified him as some kind of mysterious applicant. The gray-bearded athlete in the hammock was amazed that the newcomer had actually obtained a flash drive. The old man anticipated that the boy would soon understand the seriousness of the local mess. The beauty in the cap was taken aback when she learned of the success of this daring newcomer. The spider-like creature ominously stated that the big game had only just begun. One friend asked another to stop chewing clothes and look at the newsletter. A sullen guy in a hoodie silently read the text of the new newsletter. Su-chang was stunned when he saw dozens of eerie red eyes on the trees. Suddenly, a deafening thud was heard, shaking the ground beneath the hero's feet. The stunned guy looked in horror at the source of this terrible noise. And then a powerful blow from the red-haired enemy fell upon him from above. A roar shook the forest as the enemy unleashed all his might on the boy. The longhorn beetle grinned furiously, ready to turn the hero into dust with one blow. Su-chang realized with horror that he had gotten himself into a deadly mess. The pursuer emerged from the shadows, demanding that the flash drive he had obtained be immediately handed over. The many-armed Fran ominously suggested that the guy give up the thing voluntarily and in a good way. The hero panicked, not believing that a real hunt had begun because of the flash drive. He ran away, cursing the overly strict registration rules for this special course. Suddenly, a cry came from the forest thicket, addressed personally to the dragonfly. A small ally waved his hand from a tree, pointing the way to salvation. Su-chang was amazed by the appearance of the little fellow who was hurrying him with all his might. A crowd of angry students rushed in pursuit, eager to take away the coveted flash drive. Su-chang and the boy hid in the shadows, finally catching their breath. The guy sincerely thanked his new acquaintance for this unexpected rescue. He only smiled modestly, skillfully playing the role of an innocent, good-natured man. Suddenly, the treacherous boy poked the hero in the forehead, committing a vile betrayal. The viscous bee venom instantly paralyzed all the guy's nerve endings. Su-chang realized in horror that his body had completely failed. The traitor deftly snatched the accumulator from the numb fingers of the defeated hero. The mutant bee sarcastically admitted that the paralysis would last for quite some time. The kid gleefully mocked Su-chang's naivety in believing in kindness. The kid sarcastically reminded that in this race, it's every man for himself. He explained to the trembling hero the cruel nature of this selection of the strongest. Finally, the traitor advised Su-chang not to make a mistake next year. The vile beetle flew away, and the guy was left alone with his shame. Suddenly, Su-chang realized that without a flash drive, he would not be the best. The thought of his impossible dream made his body shudder with rage. And then he rushed forward, ignoring paralysis for the sake of a normal life. Meanwhile, the boy was amazed by the frantic persistence of his victim. The bee only chuckled, warning that the poison would spread faster from the strain. But in fact, the hero was ready to do anything to catch the thief. Su-chang's eyes flashed green with fury, awakening the instincts of a true predator. Now he saw every movement of the fugitive in advance, anticipating his jerks. Dragonflies, it turns out, are nature's most efficient and deadly killers. The secret of their total success lay in the unique structure of their eyes. Thousands of facets provided a 360-degree view, capturing the slightest vibrations. Supervision allowed the dragonfly to instantly calculate the trajectory of its prey. At that moment, Su-chang saw the traitor as ordinary prey. The shocked boy realized that he could no longer escape the dragonfly's gaze. With a sharp blow, the guy knocked down the bee, returning the stolen flash drive to himself. He finally plugged the drive into the laptop, managing to complete the registration. The girl in the cap finished her business and wondered what to do next. The red-haired guy asked the headman whether this newcomer would be able to cope in the end. He understood that the flash drive would bring the full force of the academy down on the boy. The beauty only silently sympathized with the poor fellow, anticipating a bad ending for him. Meanwhile, Su-chang was determined to become the best in the class. A call to fight for the coveted flash drive to the end popped into my head. Suddenly, the drive slipped out of my hands and quickly flew into the abyss. The boy rushed down in panic, seeing his hope slipping away. He desperately reached out his hand, trying to intercept the gadget in a long jump. However, the cunning little fellow managed to grab the prey first, getting ahead of the hero. Suddenly, a black-haired girl deftly intercepted the flash drive falling into the abyss. She mockingly shouted that now this valuable prey belonged only to her. Su-chang furiously rushed in pursuit, not wanting to miss his last chance. Meanwhile, he noticed how the boy he had beaten with a stone was falling down. The guy became worried, because for some reason the treacherous traitor did not spread his wings at all. It turned out that after the recent skirmish, the bee thief had completely lost consciousness. The hero realized that without his help, this boy would inevitably fall to his death. But in reality, Su-chang could not abandon even such an enemy. The boy was flying rapidly towards the ground, completely at the mercy of the insidious gravity. At the decisive moment, the hero rushed down and firmly grabbed the falling poor fellow. The guy firmly decided that he would not let his comrade die just like that. He shot up, painfully questioning his humanity. Meanwhile, another poor fellow hung helplessly on a branch in front of the raven. The flyer realized his unfortunate mistake, because the thief had completely disappeared from sight. Exhausted, he wondered whether it was worth flying for the flash drive. Suddenly his wings failed him and the boy fell head over heels. The poison completely paralyzed the body, making it impossible to move even a finger. He thought with horror about death and the absurdity of such registration. Consciousness almost faded, but he forbade himself to close his eyes. And then an old man appeared in front of him, ordering the boy to get up immediately. The guy woke up and asked, confused, how long he had been unconscious. He suddenly recognized the big guy as the same strange guy from the forest. And the old man only grumbled that the boy had chosen an extremely unfortunate time. And then it dawned on the hero. He had shamefully slept through the entire important registration. The powerful old man finished me off with the news that there were no flash drives and it was time to go home. But the guy went berserk, shouting that the bees and the thief were pure fraud. The interlocutor only chuckled dismissively, not wanting to listen to the whining of yet another weakling. Meanwhile, the old man rudely called him a blockhead who did not deserve any praise. He asked sarcastically if this special guy was really waiting for a second chance. Finally, the giant ordered him to gnaw his way to the goal himself and disappeared. It turned out that everyone was being watched by hidden cameras for their own safety. Jungle juice turns people into dangerous weapons with claws and poison. The old man sarcastically asked if he had come here to pore over books. The professor told him to go to nest and live like a normal insectoid. And then he threw a piece of paper at the guy, ordering him to throw it away on the way. Finally, the giant ordered us to take care of the planet and not forget to sort our waste. Meanwhile, the guy was left alone on the trail, crushed by his complete failure. He stared hopelessly into space, wondering if this was really the end. So much effort was wasted. He never signed up. And it's all because of an attempt to save the bee instead of chasing that flash drive. The guy, in complete despair, wondered how this Earth could even support him. In a wild rage, he raised his hand, wanting to send everything to hell. But then the old man's strange request to sort his trash popped into my head. He grumbled that he had stooped to digging in the waste of his crazy grandfather. Suddenly his gaze froze in wild, completely unreal amazement. At the very bottom of the bag, among the junk, the treasured red flash drive was shining brightly. The hero immediately remembered the professor's brazen lie about the lack of free storage devices. There were 5 minutes left until the end of registration, and time was running out. Meanwhile, a colleague approached Chi and teased him about his sudden changeability. The stranger noticed that recently the old man had an extremely low opinion of the little one. A colleague asked if something had happened that made the stern Chi change his mind. The professor maintained a mysterious silence, gazing at the sunset fading over the forest. He believed that any worthwhile task should be done exclusively by oneself. The old man decided to personally knock the stupidity out of the boy and take charge of his education. And the hero realized in a panic that the time for registration was almost up. The breakneck speed threatened to burn out the eyes and disrupt the landing, confusing the cards. But then he braked sharply, feeling something hard in the garbage bag. It was a jackpot. He ended up with a pair of excellent protective glasses in his hands. Now dust and headwind will no longer hinder his final dash. His gaze flashed predatorily from under the lenses. It was time to show off his class. With cool glasses, the hero finally decided to squeeze the maximum out of his wings. Meanwhile, a gang of insectoids lay in wait for easy prey right outside the campus. One of the ambushers shouted joyfully when he saw a lone flying target in the sky. The mutant with the creepy jaw was looking forward to the victim flying into his clutches. But the guy rushed past them at such a speed that the air rang. The stunned thugs only watched the bright glare rapidly disappear into the distance. They were outraged by the upstart's agility and decided to intercept him in the computer lab. The red-haired giant sullenly agreed that the girl had proposed a perfectly reasonable plan. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind from the flyer literally scattered the entire gang. The antenna-horned guy fell shamefully into the mud, angrily shouting out impudent curses after him. The airflow from the flyer almost knocked the impudent hooligan off his feet. The blue-haired student pinned the insolent man to the ground, reminding him of the strict prohibition on fighting. Eyewitnesses wondered what it was about Su Chang that so captivated the principled Professor Chi. But in reality, the guy flew like a bullet through an open window on campus. Before him appeared an empty computer room where his fate was being decided. He deftly inserted the treasured red flash drive into the slot of the nearest laptop. The guy furiously pounded the keys, trying to beat the last seconds of the timer. And then he pressed the enter key with a decisive stroke of his finger. A notification popped up on the screen indicating that registration time had officially ended. The hero exhaled exhaustedly, glad that he had at least managed to sign up somewhere. The guy was encouraged, hoping to get to the top of the rankings after such a race. Suddenly his gaze froze as a strange notification popped up on the screen. Su Chang looked at the monitor with confusion, noticing something strange in the system. Just as he finished registering, a siren suddenly started blaring throughout the campus. It looks like the holiday has been canceled as Nest University has gone into alert mode. Suddenly, the guards roughly grabbed the guy by the arms, depriving him of his will. They declared the passage closed, ignoring his timid excuses. The attendants demanded a student ID, which the poor fellow simply did not have. But suddenly someone's hand extended the coveted plastic card to the guards. That same thief returned the guy's new document with a smile. Meanwhile, the heroes discovered that they had ended up on the same course. The girl noted the difficulty of the program, doubting the strength of her companion. But the guy just straightened his collar, firmly promising not to give up. And then he caught her gaze, full of hidden curiosity. The brunette only chuckled ironically, acknowledging the extreme stubbornness of her new acquaintance. Finally, they reached the right auditorium, behind the door of which there was noise. As soon as they entered, a real commotion immediately arose in the room. Classmates instantly recognized the hero as the very star from the news. The poor guy was horrified to realize that his exploits had been seen by the entire internet. Suddenly, someone's heavy fist fell on the table with a bang, interrupting the hubbub. One bully jumped up, furiously reproaching the newcomer for his reckless use of wings. The guy listened to accusations that it was because of him that they had to tie up loose ends. It turned out that the mysterious companion personally deleted all incriminating traces on the internet. Su Chang flinched, realizing why the fuss around him had died down so suddenly. The girl slapped the bully on the back of the head, defending the newcomer from his empty attacks. She winked at the hero, justifying his sincere desire to save that poor thing. The other students smiled sweetly, fully sharing her noble position. The beauty confidently stated that in his place she would have done exactly the same. Su Chang froze, deeply touched by such unexpected and warm support. After saying goodbye, she fluttered off to do some business, leaving the guy completely delighted. The guy with combed hair casually threw his feet up on the desk. Suddenly his face was distorted by a sinister, anticipatory smile. Meanwhile, the blonde grumbled discontentedly about someone else's attention. And then he turned around abruptly, clearly not expecting a trick. A brutal blow crunched and the blonde's face was smashed into the tabletop. The one-eyed boy froze in shock from such a sudden acquaintance. The impudent man stretched lazily, glad that the entire audience had finally gathered. Having knocked out the poor guy, he casually voiced his bold request to the crowd. At that very moment, an armed gang burst into the classroom. Grinning, the bully brazenly demanded that the title of best student be given to him. A couple of students looked at each other in confusion, flatly refusing to give up their seats. But then the big guy loomed over them menacingly, demanding a small favor. The big guy unceremoniously snatched the girl's badge, brazenly confiscating someone else's passes. The indignant one-eyed boy screamed desperately, demanding that the stolen goods be returned immediately. Blinded by rage, the young man rushed forward, amazed at the impudence of this lawlessness. He bravely jumped on the enemy, defending his student card. And the hooligan just grinned predatorily, preparing to hit back this live serve. A vile swing of the bat with a deafening crunch interrupted the brave man's flight. And suddenly the poor fellow woke up in bed with a heavy groan. His head throbbed with wild pain under the bloody bandage. Suddenly he woke up in an unfamiliar infirmary next to a pink-haired girl. The headmistress explained that she had dragged them here from the blood-soaked auditorium. And then the guy realized in a panic that his pass had been stolen. But the girl simply calmly suggested that they simply request new documents. Realizing the stupidity of his fears, he awkwardly watched her go. Leaving to get new tickets, the caring savior told him to have a good rest. The young man sincerely admired her composure in such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, the kind image of Mi-hee surfaced in his memory. Suddenly, a beaten blonde man on the next bed spoke up. The bandaged neighbor sullenly demanded to know about all the madness that had happened. The guy was in complete shock when he realized that the big guy had cleaned out the entire auditorium. But then he mentioned the headman's promise to quickly get new tickets. The beaten blonde only grinned angrily, calling the naive young man a complete idiot. He reasonably explained that it is advantageous for the enemy to eliminate only strong competitors. Suddenly it dawned on the guy, the documents couldn't be restored in 24 hours. Seized with panic, he realized with chilling horror the plan of the departed girl. Meanwhile, the headman was already cold-bloodedly assessing the leader's vile tactics. With a firm step, she confidently stepped onto the night shore of the lake. The girl single-handedly went against a whole gang of armed thugs. Grinning cheekily, she realized that she would have to take the passes back by force. The big guy grinned and mocked her naivety, waving a stack of stolen passes. As it turned out, he didn't care about the tickets. It was a clever trap. The hooligans needed to lure the best student into an ambush at any cost. But the girl suddenly responded with a powerful blow, throwing the impudent insectoid away. The enraged henchman immediately swung the bat at her, cursing. However, the elder gracefully soared into the air, completely shocking the clumsy bandits. The leader didn't even have time to squeak as he received a series of stinging blows. And then the enraged big guy swung his arm, threatening to throw all the passes into the lake. In a panic, the girl desperately rushed forward, trying to intercept the flying documents. The bully only laughed maliciously because the headman fell for the dirty trick. The enemy turned into a giant water bug and brutally threw the girl away. A powerful splash swallowed the elder in a dark, cold abyss. She emerged, gasping for air, covered in disgusting, sticky mucus. And from above, a mutated monster was already rapidly diving down on her. The bastard gleefully admitted that he had long dreamed of quietly eliminating his competitor. But in the eyes of the drowning girl, there burned an uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, an invisible grip mercilessly squeezed her throat. Looming over his victim, the maniac anticipated the perfect, stealthy murder. Meanwhile, the beaten sixes on the shore bloodthirstily thirsted for her torment. Having appreciated the idea, the sadist decided to cruelly play with the prey before death. Suddenly, a blinding flash of a powerful blow shook the night shore. The dumbfounded bandit screamed in panic, completely unable to understand what was happening. At that moment, the rescued headman burst to the surface with a loud gasp. Spitting, she furiously reproached the mutant for his complete lack of human morality. And then a winged youth fell from the sky, harshly crushing the bastard. The sixes' mouths dropped open in shock at the sight of their sudden savior. It turned out that it was that same one-eyed guy who had dived headlong into the lake. However, the tenacious leader only grinned insolently, mocking the weakness of the blow. Flashing a creepy look, the flyer gloomily promised to quickly correct this oversight, but the cunning monster immediately dealt him a brutal uppercut to the jaw. And then the guy activated his faceted vision, easily reading the enemy's movements. The mutant turned out to be too slow, and the flyer playfully dodged the blow. Suddenly, the frightened headman screamed desperately, begging them to retreat immediately. But the monster only grinned predatorily, anticipating his bloody massacre. A lightning-fast blow from a clawed paw treacherously caught the self-confident hero from behind. The powerful impact sent the poor fellow tumbling head over heels straight into the dark water. The girl angrily scolded her savior for his stupid show-offs in a mortal battle. It turns out that this giant bug is practically invincible in its native water element. Having realized this, the guy decided to use cunning to lure the monster onto dry shore, and the creature mockingly waved the passes, harshly stopping any attempts to escape. The big guy brandished the stolen passes, brazenly chasing away the cowardly weaklings. The winged guy was outraged by the impudence of the crowd, driving them into the water. The shocked headman coldly ordered the savior to leave immediately. She explained that the bandits were only hunting for the best student. The girl stubbornly decided to sort out the mess she had made herself. But the pilot flatly refused to run away, reminding them of their acquaintance. The young man smiled warmly, remembering the promise to rid him of loneliness. The headwoman froze, amazed by such sincere and courageous devotion. Standing next to her, the guy confidently declared that he wouldn't leave her either. And then, behind the bandits' backs, a beaten blonde man appeared menacingly. The winged youth suddenly came back to life and with a powerful blow sent the six and the bat away. And then he slammed his sneaker right into the dumbfounded thug's face. The enraged mutant grasshopper harshly demanded the immediate return of his stolen student ID. The leader was amazed at the boy's vitality, but planned to finish him off after the elder. The enraged water monster's eye blazed ominously with a wild thirst for blood. The big guy tried to catch the flyer, but he slipped past with lightning speed. The mutant furiously swung his scythe mandibles, wanting to cut the insolent fellow into pieces. However, the young man only grinned cheekily, playfully dodging the deadly attack. He began to run madly around the stupid brute, mockingly calling for him to catch up. The bug was furious. In open spaces, this jumper was elusive. The big guy was amazed at how this winged kid managed to dodge so easily. The guy with dragonfly wings dashed away at lightning speed just above the water. But the enemy did not fall for the trick and furiously went on the attack. He combined his speed with his strength, slamming the flyer down with a crushing force. And then the green-eyed man became furious, spitting at the enormous size of his opponent. In response, the big guy received such a powerful blow that he coughed up blood. The big guy fell into the water with a scream which softened the damage he had received. Wiping away the bloody mess, he irritably suggested that everyone cool down a bit. Looking at the glowing girl in the distance, the thug wanted to peacefully settle matters. Meanwhile, the beaten guys on the shore were discussing eliminating their competitors for Cinderella's sake. The pink-haired stranger confidently began to voice her plan of action, and then the green-haired guy sneakily grabbed her from behind. But the girl suddenly slammed her elbow right into the impudent man's face. The red-haired brute declared with glee that she had nowhere else to run. Suddenly, a flyer fell from the sky like a hawk onto the big guy. The brute was taken aback, realizing that the path to the saving water was cut off. The winged one boldly soared upward, dragging the enemy into his territory. And then he slammed the big guy's head into the ground with all his might. The defeated enemy screamed shrilly, spitting blood from his broken mouth. The winner took the other players' badges, advising them to change their approach to Cinderella. The winged guy was breathing heavily, doubting that he would return to his previous appearance. And then he soared into the night sky, leaving the girl behind. The pink-haired girl remained in the water, happy to have her student cards back. Meanwhile, the introductory lesson at the academy had already come to an end. The robbed girls were very surprised to suddenly find their passes in the locker room. Heijin blamed herself terribly, begging her friends to keep everything a secret. The guy scratched the back of his head comically, resigned to the fact that he was left without a drop of glory. But the flyer finally moved into a spacious room at the local dorm. As he unpacked boxes of stylish merch, he looked forward to the exciting student life. Suddenly, someone's impudent hand fell heavily on the newcomer's shoulder. The blonde neighbor enthusiastically pounced on the guy, praising his fight on the lake. The flyer mentally howled, realizing that he would have to drink with this clingy creature. Suddenly, the lock clicked, and the chatty neighbor joyfully announced the arrival of guests. Some familiar girls appeared on the threshold with drinks, sincerely admiring the size of the dorm. The pink-haired girl apologized sheepishly, admitting that they had been betrayed by the talkativeness of their new entomologist neighbor. Leaning towards the stunned guy, the beauty sweetly invited him to join the party. Whether it's because of the strange translation or because of my long sobriety, and then, for the first time, he calmly spread his wings, enjoying the noisy company of his classmates. Sipping the drink from the glass, the flyer caught himself thinking that he was having fun. Meanwhile, in the dark forests near the university, an ominous atmosphere was gathering. The unknown woman mocked the beaten brute, whose task was merely to distract. An ant girl sat on a tree, reminding the loser of the cruel law of hunting. In a panic, the thug begged for mercy, promising to bring the mysterious Cinderella. But the cruel huntress coldly said that she didn't need the girl. And then she quickly swooped down from the branch onto the frightened guy. Having finished off the big guy in cold blood, the killer contemptuously ridiculed his pathetic weakness. Wiping away the fresh blood, she grinned and praised the victim for his service to his master. Meanwhile, the guards at the detention center confirmed the successful capture of the desired target. The next day, the entomology classroom was filled with the usual student noise. The winged newcomer swallowed nervously, dreading the first battle pair. The new friend poked him with her finger encouragingly, seeing the newcomer's strong excitement. The pink-haired girl reassured him, saying that on the first day there would only be an easy test. The girl smiled sweetly, promising her help, which relaxed the guy a little. Suddenly, a stern teacher entered the classroom, barking about a strict lice test. He started up a scary chainsaw, warning that the test would affect the final grade. A gray-haired, chainsaw-wielding giant ominously advised them to keep their ears open to survive. The flyer swallowed nervously, not believing his ears. Soon, the entire group found themselves in the vast, open-nest training ground. The guy looked around in horror, frantically trying to comprehend the nightmare that was unfolding. A crowd of students screamed and rushed away from an enraged teacher waving a roaring chainsaw. The boys ran in terror from the crazy old man with a roaring chainsaw. The blonde man, running, stunned the flyer by telling him that this maniac was their professor. A friend reminded me that the combat course teaches how to use insect abilities. And then the guy shuddered as he remembered the creepy praying mantis from the movie theater. It turned out that the professor was taking revenge for his brazen skipping of yesterday's introductory lecture. The old man barked that they had to be able to fight to protect the insectoids. Breathing heavily, the newcomer learned the main thing: only the strongest survive here. Suddenly, the professor slyly suggested playing a cruel game of tag. The weaklings who were caught were automatically eliminated, losing their chance to become the best. And then the old man with a chainsaw bloodthirstily rushed to chop down the students. Barely dodging the roaring saw, the boy cursed the old man's madness. He bitterly remembered how pathetically he had run away from the creepy praying mantis. Meanwhile, the grandfather attacked the other students with incredible speed. The blonde froze in panic, seeing the deadly blade in front of his face. But the winged one swooped down like lightning, snatching his comrade from under the saw. The stern professor chuckled in surprise, noticing the strange changes in the guy. It turned out that the flyer had activated his facet vision, accurately calculating the chainsaw's trajectory. The old man ironically noted how skillfully the newcomer used the hated wings. Now in battle, he moved exactly like a real dragonfly. And then the hero painfully remembered the offensive stigma of the monster. Suddenly, the creepy old man grabbed the gaping flyer, ominously announcing his capture. But the cunning girl deftly knocked her friend down, dodging the blow. Having pinned the boy to the ground, the savior sternly ordered him to finally pull himself together. Then the roaring blade rushed towards the blonde, but he managed to dodge. Jumping back a little further, the impudent fellow boldly asked if the old teacher was out of breath. In response, the enraged old man raised a thick cloud of earth with a powerful blow. Waving the saw in the dust, he angrily ordered the puppy to watch his tongue. But in reality, the cunning one simply created an excellent smokescreen. The trio ran away as fast as they could, quietly arguing as they ran. Meanwhile, the killer ant confidently walked over the bodies in the underground detention center. The prisoner came to, tightly bound in heavy chains. The brunette looked up in confusion when he heard the sudden sympathetic voice. An ant-woman stood behind the bars, mock-lamenting the cruelty of the jailers. She noted with a sigh that the student ID card wouldn't open the camera, but the cunning huntress immediately calmed the prisoner by taking out the necessary card. It turned out that the trusting shorty happily brought her the pass he had stolen from the professor. The villainess hugged the guy affectionately, generously praising her little assistant. Suddenly, the stupefied student tried to comprehend what was happening with horror. Because of the fresh bite on his neck, he didn't recognize the stranger at all. But the cunning ant just waved her hand, calmly opening the heavy door of the isolation cell. The electronic lock beeped ominously, letting the guests into the dark corridor. The door creaked, and a creepy guy with blades appeared on the threshold. The madman grinned, declaring that the smell was simply driving him crazy. The purple mask hugged the guy, calling the monster a real predator. She unceremoniously pushed the poor fellow forward, presenting him like a bloody gift. The creature hung over him as the boy begged for mercy in horror. A nasty crunching sound was heard in the darkness, and the girl only watched silently. She grinned contentedly, unable to tear her eyes away from the horrific sight. Meanwhile, the crows soared into the sky above the city, sensing fresh blood. But in reality, the guy was simply exhausted from running for so long. He cursed this stupid test in rage, barely catching his breath. Meanwhile, a huge man with a chainsaw was dragging another victim into the thicket. Professor Chi was clearly not joking when he failed one student after another. The guy realized in a rage that this teacher was a real crazy psycho. His companion only sadly advised him to hold out for at least another hour. He sincerely did not understand why the professor needed such a wild teaching method. Suddenly, the red-haired guy told everyone to shut up because the enemy was close. Meanwhile, the girls in the forest fell to the ground with a crash. Hyun-ah cried out in pain. It seemed like she had seriously sprained her ankle. But the pursuer had no intention of stopping, continuing his terrifying hunt. The companion screamed in horror that her friend had a seriously sprained leg. The professor coldly stated that this was reality, either run or die. The giant swung his roaring chainsaw, ordering the students to prepare for certain death. Suddenly, the guy rushed to intercept, blocking the mad teacher's blow with his own body. The professor froze in amazement, not understanding what the upstart was doing. The hero growled in rage that this was clearly too much. The girl behind the bushes was scared. because today was only their first day of classes. The torturer chuckled, reminding them that in a real fight they would have already died. He acknowledged the boys' courage because he did not fail the test straight away. "Okay, you win, but there's still an hour left until the end of this bloody couple." The bearded man issued an ultimatum, one blow, and the friends would be left alone. Otherwise, the guys in the bushes would have faced shameful expulsion from the university. The guy started sweating from this statement, barely containing his wild jitters. The teacher harshly reprimanded the newcomer, ordering him to think only about his own strength. He absolutely had to tame his new abilities as soon as possible. Meanwhile, some guy was greedily sniffing out the trail of the treasured prey. His companion urged him on, because their boss couldn't stand any delays. The monster began to salivate, smelling a painfully familiar and delicious scent nearby. And then the psycho realized that his target, nicknamed Dragonfly, was close. But the sentence was already hanging over the guy himself. He definitely had no chance of surviving. "Hit the professor once and the test is passed, otherwise it's the end for all three of us." Su Chang was sure that hitting the old man would be easy. The guy only needed to land one precise blow on target. But he missed, as if he were using his fists for the first time in his life. The bearded man mocked that with such sluggish movements you couldn't even catch a fly. The professor demanded a change of tactics. Otherwise, expulsion from the university was guaranteed. The friends became nervous, because the teacher had no intention of giving in to the newcomer. And then a dangerous green light flashed in Su Chang's eyes. The teacher immediately realized that the boy's faceted vision had finally awakened. Now the guy saw his formidable opponent as only defenseless prey. Fat and Su Chang brazenly grabbed his formidable mentor by the hair. The boy roared victoriously, deciding that he had finally caught this old fox. But the teacher instantly slammed the insolent fellow into the ground with one powerful throw. Witnesses in the bushes screamed hysterically as they watched this brutal attack. The girls were completely stunned by the frightening and abrupt change in dominance. The old man added ironically that prey never gives up without a fight. The hero, spread out on the ground, realized that the old man was no match for him. Su Chang tried to figure out what kind of insect ability the teacher had activated. Suddenly, the professor revealed that he doesn't use insectoid magic at all. It turned out that due to his age, jungle juice only rewarded him with side effects. The professor played with a chainsaw, calling it his little toothpick, and then he threw his instrument with a crash straight to the ground. The old man explained. The newcomer lost the bet because of his hot blood. And then the teacher suddenly threw some small object at the guy. A tiny and extremely realistic dragonfly landed on the guy's chest. The poor thing screamed hysterically, even though it was just an ordinary toy. The teacher cut him off. His aversion to insects prevents the hero from controlling his power. He explained the principle of compound vision and the vulnerability of dragonfly wings. The friends listened as the professor advised them to first explore the capabilities of their body. In the end, the old man told the boy to accept the fact that he was now an insectoid. Su Chang was struggling to decide whether he was ready to accept the truth about himself. But before, he considered any bug to be simply a disgusting abomination. And then he realized that he himself had turned into a frightening monster. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound. Someone was clearly watching this epic brawl. The mysterious guest theatrically admired how the professor taught the brat a lesson. The lady in the strange mask appreciated Professor Chi's unique method of education. The bearded man immediately darkened, sensing something was wrong with this person's sudden visit. The beauty made fun of how effectively the teacher intimidated the poor students. Meanwhile, Su Chan's friends were completely taken aback. In the end, the guys decided to leave as soon as possible before they got into trouble for the company. The guest in the fly mask scattered the girls, considering them pathetic and disgusting. Blood splashed onto his face, and Su Chang was stunned by such suddenness. Hai Sung rushed into the attack, showering the impudent stranger with choice curses. The stranger playfully stabbed Hai Sung, calling him a helpless baby. The guy was overcome. He realized that a paralyzing poison was flowing through his veins. Hai Sung collapsed, and the girls froze in horror before the enemy's power. She mockingly reassured the victim, promising a complete loss of any pain. The psychopath called the guy a snack while Su Chan was trying to comprehend this trash. The villain admitted that one student had already become food for her monster. Su Chang was extremely stressed when he heard the chilling truth about the feeding. Professor Chi was treacherously pierced through, and blood splattered directly onto Su Chang. The mentor collapsed, leaving the boy alone with a wild, paralyzing horror. The toothy mantis bared his teeth, recognizing the trembling boy as his old acquaintance. The monster loomed over its victim, once again calling the frightened hero its dragonfly. Suchang was again overcome by that same feeling of sticky and numbing fear. The companion fell into a stupor, not understanding how this monster left the isolation ward. The predator was quite cheerful after feeding, but his partner ordered him to leave. The kidnappers grabbed the unconscious Hae-sung and leisurely disappeared into the thick of the forest. The wounded teacher coughed up blood, and the enemies bid them farewell by telling them to survive. Finally, the beauty removed her fly mask, throwing a short farewell towards the mentor. An angry girl in a black suit demanded that everyone stop immediately. Suddenly, someone's bloody hand grabbed her wrist in a death grip. The wounded giant kept talking about the ban on fighting and campus safety. However, she exploded, shouting that now was not the time for rules. And then the heroine looked with horror at the silent Hae-sung. The stern old man snapped that the girl was powerless before the rules of the system. But then Suchang soared into the sky with huge wings. He boldly reminded the old man of the lost bet and his imminent expulsion. The guy happily admitted that he no longer obeyed these stupid laws. While he was hiding in the clouds, his friend called out to him in despair. Suchang flew, remembering his paralyzing fear of Hae-sung's kidnappers. He remembered how the rude Hae-sung still tried to become a friend. The boy realized that the tragedy happened only because of his own cowardice. Now he is obliged to return his comrade, regardless of any mortal danger. The old man was angry at the fool who had forgotten the important lesson of saving escape. After all, in this world, even the strongest predators can suddenly become prey. The mentor instilled in me, if you can't defeat the enemy, run as fast as you can. According to the laws of nature, cunning praying mantises have always eaten dragonflies with gusto. The mad enemy only bared his teeth, noticing the attempt at a surprise attack from behind. The predator had long ago sensed the hero, declaring that he was too tough for the dragonfly. Suchang barely dodged, ordering himself to immediately gather himself and focus. The guy maneuvered, realizing that it was much safer in the air now. He feverishly waited for the perfect moment to strike one crushing blow, and then he hit the enemy with all his might, putting fury into it. But the enemy only mockingly compared this attack to a mosquito bite. Suchang was thrown back. He didn't understand why the enemy was unharmed. The hero realized in horror that the monster's skin was as strong as steel. Just one collision made it clear that there was almost no chance of victory. The guy's eyes reflected a true monster that could not be defeated. The horrific vision of his friend's reprisal finally paralyzed his will. Suchang, in despair, realized that his end had come. The mysterious accomplice ordered the monster to end the game quickly. She ordered that the victim be finished off quickly before the police arrived. Immersed in darkness, Hae-sung wondered if he was dreaming or not. In his hallucinations, old acquaintances demanded that he leave them alone. The shadows of the past mockingly reproached him for his eternal helplessness. The sudden call to wake up made his heart beat faster. Suchang rushed to the attack, screaming hysterically for his friend to come to his senses. A trembling Hae-sung came to his senses, completely confused about what was happening. The masher was surprised that the poison had stopped working on such a strong guy. The masher decided to deal with the loot herself, not fearing to kill Hae-sung. The poison paralyzed the boy, preventing him from moving even the tip of his finger. Suddenly, Suchang interrupted the vicious predator's attack with a powerful blow. The hero ordered his friend to flee immediately while he held back the enemies. And then Hae-sung stared in amazement at this strange translator. He remembered how the boy always rushed headlong to save others. The enemies were curious how he managed to do it all the time. One day, Hae-sung jokingly asked him if he had a crush on the class president. He didn't understand why they had to pull ungrateful people back from the brink of death. Suchang only drank silently, partly agreeing with his comrade's bitter words. Suchang remembered that he saved people without even receiving gratitude. Pinned to the ground by the monster, he still didn't regret anything. Hae-sung realized that saving his friend was his best decision. Suddenly, the redhead grabbed his comrade tightly, preparing for a mad dash. With wild speed, Hae-sung literally soared upward, saving both of them. The stunned villains couldn't understand where the guy got such agility from. With each new jump, the fugitives found themselves further and further from their pursuers. Forget the tales of lazy grasshoppers. Life is much cooler. Nature has endowed these predators with long and incredibly powerful hind legs. Thanks to them, grasshoppers hunt and move instantly over huge distances. The grasshopper's jump was tens of times longer than its own body. Suchang admitted defeat, recalling how he had been humiliatingly beaten. Hae-sung sarcastically called his friend a weakling. The partner tried to persuade the predator to give up the chase and take revenge later. But the mad mantis flatly refused to let go of its prey. The enemy sensed the fugitives nearby and was eager to continue the banquet. Suchang suddenly realized that they hadn't gone very far. Hai-sung asked in shock if his friend had hurt his head. He reminded his beaten comrade that when you feel weak, you need to run. The hero understood that any hesitation in the battle would be his last. Hai-sung firmly stated that they had to pin down the monster themselves. After all, if you let the predator escape, other random people will die. Suchang confirmed that the villain could not be allowed to roam free. The friends agreed to detain the enemy until the university specialists arrived. And then Suchang grinned slyly, suggesting that they act according to his plan. Meanwhile, the girl in the forest tried to save the beaten professor. She was torn with anxiety for the boys, not daring to abandon the wounded man. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in the bushes, frightening the heroine to the point of trembling. The beauty strained her ears, trying to understand who was hiding in the dense foliage, and the crippled mentor clung to consciousness with his last strength. The villains were kicking themselves because the trail of their prey suddenly ended. Suddenly, the mantis froze, smelling the subtle scent of the target in the air. Suddenly, Suchang appeared from behind, entangling the mask maker with vines. The girl didn't even have time to gasp before she fell into the trap. The predator was taken aback by such a daring and lightning-fast attack. Suchang, wearing cool glasses, pinned the enemy securely to a tree. The green-haired psycho was seething, not understanding the reason for such agility. And then the hero dealt the monster a juicy and powerful blow. But he only grinned nastily, brazenly ignoring the damage. The guy grimaced. Hitting a steel exoskeleton was a hopeless task. The enraged mantis tried unsuccessfully to break through Suchang's defense with its blades. He boasted of his superiority, believing that the winged bugs could not defeat him. Suchang, wearing glasses, planned a clever maneuver, deciding to hover in the air. The guy told Hai-sung to quickly run back for one important thing. While the hero was circling above, his daring plan began to rapidly come to fruition. The girl courted the professor, wondering what exactly had been stolen from him. The mentor admitted defeat because the impudent guys even stole his favorite toothpick. Suddenly, Suchang soared into the sky, deftly armed with that very instrument. Hai-sung ran towards his friend as fast as he could, screaming his name at the top of his lungs. The silence of the forest was broken by the furious and deafening roar of a chainsaw. The bespectacled man with the chainsaw furiously rushed into the attack, promising to cut the bastard down to the roots. In nature, a praying mantis would have eaten a dragonfly, but here the rules dictated otherwise. The hero cheekily reminded them that they were not ordinary insects at all. And then he deftly chopped off the monster's hand, proving the power of human ingenuity. The enemy, driven mad by pain, screamed, not believing he had lost a limb. Suddenly, the battle turned into a mad whirlwind of bloody attacks. The partner was surprised by such agility, admitting that the guy was not to be trifled with. But in fact, the monster only became more enraged when he called them larvae. The predator decided to remind everyone of his status by nearly destroying the hero's chainsaw. A wild screeching noise began as the enemy launched a fierce counterattack. The creature landed with a resounding thud, preparing for another deadly charge. A powerful blow threw the bespectacled man back, causing him to literally choke in pain. The chainsaw fragments flew in all directions as the boy fell to the ground. The predator sneered, ordering the weakling to run away without his useless toy. The hero fell into despair, realizing that without a weapon, he was no longer a fighter. But the red-haired partner intervened, refusing to shamefully lose to some disabled person. A determination to finish off this natural enemy flashed in his eyes. Nature has always created selection mechanisms to control the numbers of the weak. The monster's next attack promised death because it was impossible to compete with him. The bespectacled man furiously demanded that Hai-sung be released and rushed into a counterattack. The monster intercepted the bespectacled man with lightning speed, depriving him of the slightest chance of escape. The creature anticipated a bloody feast, imagining itself a true reaper of death. The predator hadn't enjoyed hunting this much in a long time, his red eyes flashing wildly. The guy tried in vain to escape, realizing that his time was almost up. Death was breathing in his face, and the guy desperately did not want such an ending. Suddenly, a powerful blow shook the air, interrupting the monster's grisly meal. The monster flew backwards, unable to withstand the pressure of this sudden intervention. Meanwhile, the savior ironically asked if the enemy had lost his bravado. The old man who appeared looked indestructible, calling the stunned predator simply pathetic. The hero recognized the professor, fearing that his grandfather's serious wound would reopen. The professor told him to calm down because help had arrived and quickly patched him up. Among their ranks was a medical genius who could instantly heal any wound. The old man admitted that the boys had given this impudent mantis a good beating. The professor was genuinely amazed at how the first-year student managed to stand up to the predator. The grandfather decided to teach a lesson, ignoring the self-confident barking of the enraged monster. The maddened insectoid rushed forward, screaming about the beginning of its bloody feast. The professor recalled the disrupted lecture as his fist began to smoke ominously. The old man promised to make the creature pay in full for every vile blow. The bespectacled man froze, not understanding why his mentor's hands suddenly began to smoke. In fact, the professor hid within himself the power of a bombardier beetle. This beetle produced a chemical mixture and shot it directly from its abdomen. And then there was such a bang that the professor's fist turned into a bomb. It turned out that this was a defense mechanism that the old man effectively used against the praying mantis. A huge pillar of fire shot up, finally putting an end to the battle. The bespectacled man was simply stunned by the mentor's unreal power. Meanwhile, the dust settled, revealing to the world a shamefully defeated forest predator. The professor explained that it was an insecta complex, generated by the power of jungle juice. The old man emphasized that it was in this complex that their true power was hidden. The boy was puzzled, trying to digest the information about the hidden abilities of insectoids. All that was left of the cool predator after such a powerful explosion was cinders. The professor admitted that his superior abilities came at a high price. It suddenly became clear that the mentor's hands were shaking wildly from the force. The old man gloomily asked the boy if he really hoped to avoid such a fate. He himself had previously used the complex thoughtlessly, and now he had paid dearly. And then he ordered the hero to quickly tame his wild power. Soon, the exhausted heroes finally returned safely to their home campus. Chan and Hae-sung lay on their beds, counting their numerous fractures. The boys were glad that they survived, and the praying mantis was put behind bars again. However, Chan was unnerved by the fact that the mysterious woman who released the monster had brazenly fled. The bespectacled man honestly admitted that he definitely couldn't have handled it alone. That same night, cold moonlight eerily flooded the empty room. The bespectacled man slept peacefully, unaware that the neighboring bed was already empty. Meanwhile, the bandaged Hae-sung left the bed like a sleepwalker. A strange mark suddenly flared on his neck, pulsing with a poisonous light. And then, in the depths of the forest, heavy, measured steps were heard. The partner wandered into the thicket, completely losing control of his body. Suddenly, a mysterious lady in high heels blocked his way. This ampulicidal wasp injected a neurotoxin, calling everyone around her complete idiots. She explained to the little boy in a soothing tone that the academy was just a cage, after which the predator roughly grabbed him by the throat, mocking the local security. A sudden flash shook the earth, throwing the wily wasp woman into the depths of the forest. The professor admitted that he immediately noticed a poisonous sting in the student's neck. The old man's fist began to smoke ominously, accumulating power for a fatal blow. The mentor resolutely shielded Chan, forbidding the enemy to even come close. Shingan only smiled mysteriously, not hiding her impudent superiority. The old man suggested to his former acquaintance that they finally have a heart-to-heart talk at night. Chan remembered rushing into the darkness after his comrade. The professor bent over the fallen boy, trying to assess the severity of his condition. The old man's stern gaze revealed that he had waited too long for the meeting. 5 years ago, she left them, and Chan was numb from the truth. The bespectacled man was stunned to learn that this fatal lady had also once studied here. The beauty only grinned venomously, cutting off any attempts to start empty small talk. Meanwhile, she boldly suggested getting straight to the essence of her insidious plan. The professor scratched the back of his head, pretending to be simply curious about the fate of his former wayward student. But since she insisted, the old man was happy to unleash his fiery fist. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered as their forces clashed in the night forest. The mentor promised to first give her a good beating and then drag her away. Suddenly, the villainess coquettishly asked to be more kind, ignoring all the threats. The enraged old man reminded her of the murdered students whose lives were on her conscience. And then he dealt a crushing blow, demanding that the true motives be finally revealed. Another explosion scattered the trees as the old man put all his anger into the blow. Gan only laughed cheekily, promising that it would be much more painful from now on. The predator attacked from above with lightning speed, almost piercing the mentor with her tail. The air literally boiled with the force of their collision in the silence of the night. And then she gracefully retreated, continuing to flirt with her victim. Suddenly, an imperious order to stop the fight made everyone instantly freeze. Professor Ma emerged from the smoke, his authority simply undeniable. The man greeted his grandfather politely, although his gaze did not bode well. He told Guyen to wrap it up, as campus security was already breathing down her neck. The old man gloomily noted that the girl was clearly submitting to the will of the secret boss. The man decided to let her go under surveillance, since there were already enough losses. Hell was blazing all around, and the lady ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Suddenly she turned around, ominously promising to show no mercy in the future. Having cast a glance at the nest, the fighters began to hastily leave the burning forest. While requesting reinforcements, the mercenaries monitored the fire spreading to the northwest. The professor reproached the wounded bearded man for taking a risk for the sake of his former student. Meanwhile, the agents kept an eye on the target, planning to return to campus as quickly as possible. And then the leader realized that he needed to deal with someone else first. He insisted that the two finally have a heart-to-heart talk. The battered Su Chang silently dragged his wounded comrade through the night thickets. The comrades trudged through the darkness, discussing their wounded friend's chances of a speedy recovery. An awkward silence hung between them, broken only by the measured crunch of branches. The professor insistently asked the young man not to tell anyone about the incident that night. And then he confessed that that dangerous woman was his student. It seems she is seriously determined to destroy the nest and all its inhabitants. The old man was afraid that the students would panic, but Su Chang suddenly asked for payment. The guy promised to keep the secret, taking a decisive step towards his destiny. He demanded to be taught the very same techniques that had crushed the terrible mantis. The boy finally accepted his insectoid nature, casting aside all previous disgust. What gnawed at him most was the feeling of helplessness in the face of imminent death. Su Chang furiously demanded training, dreaming of becoming much stronger. The professor asked ironically whether this boy was planning to blackmail him. The boy's determination impressed the old man, and he told him to get ready. A few days passed, and the peaceful sky shone over the campus again. The nest's dining hall was bustling with activity, with students enjoying breakfast to the fullest. Su Chang's friend fervently convinced his friends of the truth of his words. He complained loudly about his strange awakening in the medical center among the leaves. Meanwhile, Du Hua listened attentively to her friend's nonsense, suspecting something. And then someone in the crowd inquired about the identity of the newly arrived student. The daring Scorpio with a real sting was considered a special case at the academy. The students discussed the theory of transformation and the complex genetic tests of the nest scientists. It suddenly turned out that Scorpio was being let out of class for laboratory research. Su Chang admitted that without the antennae he would never have recognized the insectoid. Du Hua only narrowed her eyes mysteriously, preparing to reveal her main secret. And then she declared that her DNA was related to that very praying mantis. The guy immediately understood the secret of her truly frightening physical strength. Suddenly, Scorpio burst into the dining room, announcing her noisy return. She sat down leisurely on the table, announcing the start of new group projects. Meanwhile, the friends began to discuss the tasks, hoping that they would be easy. In reality, students were often bombarded with problematic mutant insectoids. Su Chang gloomily calculated that they could not avoid harsh clashes now. It was not for nothing that he trained his wings at night, dreaming of showing results. Meanwhile, He Jin reminded that the groups were being shuffled personally by the stern professor. The stunning Cheon Do Hua has officially joined their motley crew of freshmen. She was accompanied by that same hot-tempered grumbler, Cha Hai Sung. And then Su Chan saw his name on the group's final list. Headmistress He Jin stated with satisfaction that their quartet was finally assembled. The guy was jubilant, because with powerful allies he became closer to his goal. With partners like these, he definitely felt like everything was going smoothly. A couple of days later, a powerful downpour and thunderstorm hit the campus. Professor Chi sweated on the exercise equipment to the rhythmic roar of the rain outside the window. A sharp knock on the door made the leader of the nest turn around warily. Suddenly, the assistant burst in with a report about an emergency. She reported that Group A had run into trouble on their way to their destination. And then came the shocking news of the murder of one of the students. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the professor announced the start of group projects. He ordered the students to search off campus for canisters of jungle juice. Su Chang froze when he heard the name of the poison that caused their mutations. The professor confirmed that it was this dichlorvos that turned them into insectoids. An old advertisement on the screen promised insects a quick death from one spray. The distributor was based in Gangwon-do, so local residents suffered the most. Su Chang was amazed by the secrecy of the anomaly, considering it a nationwide problem. The nest was in dire need of jungle juice for the secret production of a special Cinderella. The professor promised top marks for any poison spray found. The students started whining because they would have to hunt hard for the scarce goods. The guy estimated the difficulty of the task, anticipating a truly tough and dangerous week. Finally, the old man ordered everyone to disperse into groups and get to work. In reality, the team split up, hoping for the effectiveness of paired searches. Su-chang hid his wings under his jacket, uncharacteristically, wondering where they should go. He soon realized the futility of the undertaking, since everything valuable had been collected long ago. Su-chang was jubilant, anticipating an easy top 5 and getting closer to his cherished goal. And then he grabbed Do-hwa, confidently promising to find the treasured cylinder. The boy admitted that he had hidden the same poison at home since school. A happy Su-chang burst into the apartment, anticipating a quick victory in the project. Suddenly he froze, seeing complete destruction and chaos in the rooms. The shocked young man realized that someone had brazenly entered his home. He rummaged through all the drawers in a panic, desperately searching for the treasured aerosol. And then came the terrible realization. The valuable trophy had disappeared without a trace. Su-chang burst into tears of grief, lamenting his assessment and the missed opportunity. Meanwhile, he hopefully suggested checking his partner's apartment. Do-hwa cut him off, saying that there was no point in going to her now. She suggested looking in the city, and Su-chang dejectedly agreed. The guy became nervous, wondering if he had said something unnecessary to his partner. Meanwhile, the guys unsuccessfully scoured the internet in search of the coveted information. They walked around the hardware stores, but the salespeople just threw up their hands in surprise. And then Du-hwa stopped the guy's attempt to cheat with the bottle. Despair grew as the search in the city yielded absolutely nothing. The exhausted friends sat down, deciding to continue the dangerous mission tomorrow. Su-chang cursed the thief who had stolen his only chance of salvation. Suddenly, the girl asked why he was so eager to get rid of his wings. Su-chang was drinking coffee when he suddenly blushed deeply from the question. Hee-jin sarcastically reminded him of the rescue of that friend at the cinema. The guy choked and began frantically denying his tender feelings. A bright image of Mi-hee from a past life surfaced in my memory. A bitter longing for a human form momentarily distorted his face. And then he admitted that he dreamed of becoming an ordinary student again. Su-chang understood the fear of his friend, who almost died from the mantis. His companion only smiled, sincerely amazed by his kindness and gentleness. The young man warmly thanked Hee-jin for her timely help in the forest. But in fact, he doubted whether there was a way back. The guy realized that it was this meeting that gave him a purpose in life. Sitting on the bench, he was wildly embarrassed and wanted to sink into the ground. The girl just chuckled, remembering how long it took to persuade him. Hee-jin playfully asked if he was happy with his choice of path. The hero sincerely confirmed that he never regretted his decision. And then he remembered that she used to be a cool class leader. He decided that Hee-jin was dreaming of returning to the old days as soon as possible. But she suddenly snapped that she didn't need her past life at all. The deep conversation was interrupted by a ringing bell, causing the guy to be instantly distracted. The line was happily shouting about a discovered warehouse filled with valuable loot. The guy was overjoyed at the news about a pile of serum and a top score. He hastened to share his joy with Hee-jin, but she clearly tensed up. The girl suspected something was wrong while the hero continued to enthusiastically chatter about the find. Suddenly, the guy said that the point had already been reset and they were expected, but the attempt to get through failed. The subscriber was unavailable. The anxiety only grew. Hee-jin remembered that even Nest hadn't found these secret reserves. And then it dawned on the guy that such sudden luck was suspicious. The huge warehouse turned out to be the perfect place for a death trap at night. Hee-jin felt in her bones that going inside was a lousy idea. Despite the bad feeling, the heroes moved straight into the beast's mouth. The friends entered the dark warehouse, still expecting a trick. There was only age-old dust everywhere. The place seemed completely empty. Su-chang began to search the boxes, puzzled by such secrecy. And then he discovered the treasured stash of jungle juice. The guy called out to his friend enthusiastically, casting aside all his recent doubts. Suddenly, Hee-jin was pierced by someone's swift and deadly attack. Su-chang froze in horror as he watched his partner's blood flow out. Meanwhile, hot blood slowly flowed from the enemy's sting. A monster with a huge scorpion tail announced a successful hunt. The girl collapsed onto the concrete, bleeding in complete silence. Su-chang finally went crazy from unbearable rage and pain. Suddenly, he jumped up, turning into a shadow of bloody retribution. As a child, his grandmother taught him that losses are absolutely inevitable. But the death of the closest person cruelly destroyed all childhood illusions. It turned out that it was simply impossible to get used to the deafening emptiness inside. A flash of memory with Hee-jin's smile painfully burned the wounded heart. And then reality hit him with the sight of a lifeless body in a pool of blood. Suchang realized that one could never get used to eternal separation. He rushed forward, turning his anger into a crushing stream of emerald energy. The enemy only grinned mockingly, feigning sympathy for his sudden loss. The coastal earwig promised the boy the same fate as her friend. Suchang furiously sent the enemy to hell, activating his faceted vision. Suddenly he broke into a rage, turning into a streak of rage. The guy put all his pain into a crushing blow to the face. There was a terrible crunch as the fist finally reached its target. Suchang landed, confident of a clean hit on the jaw. The enemy's face was literally distorted with pain by the powerful collision. However, the monster stood up and ominously suggested ending things amicably. The boy was horrified to realize that the enemy's skin seemed absolutely impenetrable. It turned out that the reptile had a chitinous exoskeleton, exactly like a praying mantis. The enemy mockingly asked why the guy hadn't had lunch yet. Earwig asked if he really hadn't eaten anyone yet. This psycho believed that predators had the right to devour other insectoids. He grinned as he recalled the wild thrill of eating meat for the first time. Suddenly, in a fit of euphoria, one thing dawned on him. It turned out that devouring his own kind makes him many times stronger. He used to be the office loser who people walked all over, but now the shackles have fallen, and his power is rushing out madly. The bastard intended to crush the human hierarchy and rule over all the weak. He was promised a mountain of food in a fake warehouse and was not deceived. Suddenly, the psycho rushed to attack, promising to devour him to the last crumb. The deadly tail whistled past, narrowly missing the boy. The freak mockingly advised him to stop chatting and prepare for death. Suddenly, Suchang grabbed the stinger with his bare hands, mocking its power. He asked contemptuously if that was all this mutant was capable of. The guy was furious when he realized that He-Jin had died for such a worthless purpose. The next moment, a crushing blow completely destroyed the monster's vaunted defense. The enraged hero poured out all his hatred in one loud and rude cry. The fist struck the head of this self-confident non-entity with a deafening roar. A direct hit to the jaw caused the bastard to completely lose all control. Suddenly, an enemy boot hit the body with a loud thud, spraying blood. Suchang growled furiously, trying to ignore the searing pain from the impact. Meanwhile, the massive tail was knocking everything down, turning the room into chaos. The hero collapsed near the spray can, while the mutant mockingly called him an acrobat. He struggled to catch his breath, realizing the seriousness of his situation. The psycho raised his huge claw again, shouting that the guy was no match for him. And then a blow of crushing force turned the wooden boxes into splinters. Suchang, through the haze, recognized that the bastard had become frighteningly strong. The exchange of blows became so fast that it was impossible to follow. Suddenly, another attack hit its target, causing the hero to wince in pain. The guy realized that this monster would knock him out with just one blow. The image of He-Jin with her eternal teasing came before my eyes. Gathering his will, he let out a furious cry and rushed into the attack. The hero swore to finish off the bastard, no matter his insane power. There was a terrible crunch as he grabbed the enemy with a death grip. The psycho only grinned nastily, theatrically complaining about the sudden pain. The guy was horrified, because the monster had no problem with this attack. Another blow sent him flying, destroying everything in his path. Suddenly, he remembered his last ace up his sleeve. Professor Chi's secret lessons were finally about to bear fruit, and then he turned on the secret technique, squeezing the last bit of strength out of himself. But his body failed him, and the guy crashed into the floor. The wings treacherously failed, depriving him of any opportunity to continue the fight. The freak mockingly asked if the hero had really been baked so quickly. Suchang realized that using the complex had caused him side effects. The monster delivered a powerful blow, ordering its victim to get up immediately. The sharp sting froze at the throat, ready to put the final point. Suddenly, a bright flash threw the mutant's tail to the side. He-Jin appeared in front of the guy, alive and unharmed. Suchang stood frozen in complete stupor, not believing his eyes. He-Jin appeared suddenly, ignoring the fatal wound on her back. The enemy was taken aback and angrily asked why the girl was still alive. And then, in a rage, he threw forward his giant mutated limb. The girl calmly began to answer the long-standing question about her hidden complex. As the monstrous arm wrapped around her, He-Jin merely casually adjusted her cap. The guy stared at her in shock, completely unable to understand the madness that was happening. The heroine's eyes suddenly flashed with a frightening scarlet light, foreshadowing imminent reprisal. Suddenly, the entire space around was filled with a blinding flash of pure rage. A powerful explosion scattered everything around, colliding two incredible forces together. The villain screamed wildly as his own flesh began to literally tear apart. Heijin ordered them to watch carefully, promising to show them her true, terrifying self. She proudly declared that now he would find out what she was made of. Suddenly, memories transported her to an old alley bathed in soft evening light. The local bullies waited with grins for the appearance of the one they considered their prey. 17-year-old Hee Jin walked out the door to the sound of caustic laughter about cockroaches. The girls laughed maliciously when they learned the truth about her miserable basement home. Rumors spread quickly, turning her reputation into ruins in minutes. The heroine froze in confusion, while the crowd around her reveled in their false pity. Soon, sympathy gave way to disgust, and people began brazenly filming her on smartphones. They called her a dirty parasite, pouring streams of pure hatred onto the internet. The guy with the phone grinned nastily, getting ready to save that very video. But then a powerful kick to the jaw interrupted his rotten triumph. The defender apologized ironically, citing his habit of squashing nasty bugs. A stunned Hee Jin watched the hero go, not believing her salvation. It turned out that her older brother, Jung Jin, was a real exterminator in real life. Later, the girl returned home and cheerfully called her brother right from the doorway. Suddenly she froze, noticing the impudent red-haired guest on the floor. The little cockroach quickly scurried towards the exit, causing her wild horror. Her deafening scream made the sleepy Jung Jin almost turn gray. Brother flew out to help, and Hee Jin just pointed her finger in panic. Chung Jin grabbed the spray can, promising his sister to deal with the impudent insect. Suddenly, the remedy ran out, leaving Hee Jin trembling with horror. Chaos ensued in the basement as the cockroach cleverly hid under an old cabinet. After the battle, the exhausted heroes sat on the floor among hordes of beetles. The girl offered to buy jungle juice, dreaming of dropping out of school to go hunting. The brother only grumbled good-naturedly, hiding the hardships of life in a damp basement. Jung Jin truly believed in the future and promised to pay for his sister's college education. But suddenly hope was dashed when a mourning photo appeared in the house. The poor guy literally burned out at work trying to save his family from poverty. Cruel poverty simply trampled the life of the person dearest to her. Poverty finally extinguished the last ray of hope in the lonely girl's soul. Hee Jin cried bitterly, dreaming of waking up from this endless nightmare. Meanwhile, the evil classmates made their way unhindered to her basement window. One of them brought a box of insects to take revenge for the guy. Thousands of cockroaches rained down on poor Hee Jin, accompanied by the mocking laughter of her tormentors. The girl stared in a daze at the approaching wave of living, swarming horror. She screamed hysterically as the darkness of insects filled her cramped room. The classmates disappeared laughing, considering their revenge magnificent and deserved. The nightmarish horde surrounded her, depriving her of any hope of escaping the trap. Poverty finally crept into Hee Jin's life and completely consumed her. Hee Jin was drowning in pitch darkness, shuddering from her own piercing scream. But suddenly she noticed that same can of jungle juice on the floor. The girl instantly grabbed it, clinging to the metal as if it were her last hope. Through her tears, she gripped her weapon resolutely, preparing for a suicidal counterattack. Meanwhile, Hee Jin unleashed a blinding stream of scarlet energy on the enemy. An explosion thundered when the heroine rammed the mutated freak at high speed. The enemy's huge limb began to fall apart under the force. And then the villain cursed in shock, amazed by the incredible vitality of his victim. She harshly demanded that her friends be handed over while the enemy was drowning in his anger. A deafening bang brought the battle to an end before the dumbfounded boy's eyes. The guy was struck dumb by the girl's incredible power, afraid to even move nearby. Meanwhile, he remembered how much Hee Jin had been hurt recently. He was sure of her death, looking at her bloody fingers. Hee Jin stepped out of the shadows, dryly saying that she was going to live. And then her mutilated arm began to heal right before our eyes. The girl confirmed the presence of a special ability, flashing a heavy look in her scarlet eyes. Suddenly, an enemy swooped down from above like a hawk, shouting insults about a cockroach. The villain acknowledged their vitality, preparing a new crushing blow to the target. He mockingly asked if she had mutated in the gutter. The enemy venomously reminded me of the stinking basement, attacking with redoubled fury. Hee Jin delivered a crushing blow, leaving the boy watching her in fascination. The guy suddenly realized why she had hidden her true nature so carefully. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, angry at his completely disobedient body. The villain laughed wildly, mockingly shouting words about her slum origins. The mutant cursed in rage, not having time to touch the incredibly nimble opponent. He promised to finish off the girl, reminding her that even cockroaches don't live forever. Suddenly, A new, truly vile and insidious plan matured in the madman's head. The freak suddenly changed his target, bringing down a powerful blow on Hee-jin's wounded ally. The girl rushed to help, desperately trying to prevent the inevitable bloody tragedy. Hee-jin screamed in horror, realizing that she was too late to save her friend. The boy, terrified, mentally begged Hee-jin not to come closer anymore. Suddenly, a crushing blow pierced the heroine, literally knocking the life out of her. She collapsed, and thick scarlet blood instantly flooded the cold floor. The villain only grinned nastily, reveling in his triumph over the weak girl. The mutant croaked that this time nothing would save her. Meanwhile, the ending seemed obvious. After something like this, they definitely won't resurrect. The friend froze in complete stupor, unable to look away. The enemy venomously reminded her that only her insectoid nature prolonged her agony. The killer coldly concluded that there was no place for the poor in this cruel world. And then he turned around abruptly, feeling a strange fluctuation of energy behind him. Suddenly, the boy's eye flashed with a poisonous light, heralding the awakening of a hidden power. Huge, blindingly bright wings burst out of his back with a roar. And then the enemy became numb, unable to comprehend the power of this demon. It turned out that the hero held on to his most powerful trump card until the very end. Meanwhile, the villain decided that Hee-jin's death had finally brought him together. Suddenly, the mutant realized that he could devour others for the sake of power. He licked his lips in anticipation, eager to quickly taste the nutritious and rare sacrifice. The freak suddenly attacked with his paw, hoping to quickly feast on the new prey. But the guy dodged the blow at incredible speed by flapping his wings. The enemy only gasped in shock, feeling his advantage instantly evaporate. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful and bright burst of energy exploded in the air. A thunderous explosion shook everything around, leaving only chaos in its wake. The hero exhaled heavily, his body enveloped in a strange greenish light. Meanwhile, a powerful blow turned the enemy's defense into a bloody mess. And then he realized that he had finally put this bastard on his shoulder blades. But in fact, a monstrous rage suddenly awakened in the defeated enemy. The hero growled angrily that the enemy must be just making fun of him. Moreover, the power of jungle juice did not take away the mind of its owner. But only now something has irreversibly changed in him. There was only one cruel thought pulsating in my head. Kill or be killed. There was only one thought in my head, to devour the enemy or be devoured. There was nothing human left in his eyes, only a primal thirst for blood. The enemy trembled with horror, feeling the threat emanating from the guy with his skin. The speed was off the charts, turning everything around into blurred stripes of light. The monster's huge tail came crashing down from above, trying to crush the hero on the spot. But the guy managed to intercept the blow, tightly clinging to the monster's limb. A blinding flash marked the clash of two incredible and destructive forces. He knocked down the enemy, who, in impotent rage, only spewed out curses. A new attack struck from above, forcing the hero to look both ways. A furious cry tore from his chest as he literally tore into his attacker. Now he saw the world with faceted vision and felt the power of wings. The sharp jaws mercilessly sank into the flesh, tearing it apart with a crunch. The hero furiously tore out the enemy's mandibles, leaving him no chance. The bloodied enemy wondered in horror where the guy got such strength from. And then the enemy realized that this power exceeded all his expectations. Meanwhile, the teacher finished physical training and finally decided to move on to theory. The old man sternly reminded that the insect stance should only be adopted in times of danger. He suggested throwing balance to hell and letting instincts take over. It was in this chaos that the insectoid complex manifested itself with its most terrifying force. However, now the hero felt the full weight of this advice on his own skin. The old man warned that instincts would force the hero to completely forget about human prudence. And then the animal complex began to absorb the guy's consciousness entirely. The frightened enemy realized that this monster was not at all like the others. The villain has been accumulating power for years, hoping to strengthen his dark animal essence. Suddenly, the hunter himself turned into a pitiful and helpless prey. Meanwhile, their combat capabilities turned out to be simply beyond human comprehension. With a powerful blow, the guy literally annihilated his opponent's huge limb. The enemy tearfully begged for mercy, promising to end this nightmare immediately. But in response, there was only a furious roar filled with poisonous green energy. The final blow fell upon the enemy, completely grinding him into dust. The enraged guy literally tore his opponent into bloody pieces of meat. Suddenly, the silence of the warehouse was broken only by the sound of blood dripping from the beams. Meanwhile, the defeated enemy begged in agony for mercy and forgiveness. But merciless rage forced the hero to deal another crushing blow, and then he triumphantly raised the lifeless body like a hunting trophy. The brutal massacre ended, leaving behind only the mutilated remains of the villain. In fact, a stranger in a helmet was secretly observing the massacre. The mysterious guest decided to stop the madness by using his strange watery power. He noted ironically that prey was not supposed to devour the hunter's minions. After surveying the bloody chaos, the stranger decided to take the useless mutant for disposal. The mysterious guest looked with interest at the special boy lying unconscious. He roughly grabbed Nest's charge by the hair, checking his condition. With a crazy grin, the stranger whispered that he wanted the guy madly. Meanwhile, Nest's bloodhounds had already tracked the signal into the rainforest. The hero, half conscious, did not understand why the kidnapper was saying goodbye so suddenly. The kidnapper wished the boy one day to reveal his inner beast to the world. The cleanup team reached the site, discovering a suspicious natural life warehouse. The operatives were puzzled as to where this lair had come from and what was inside. Suddenly, from the darkness of the warehouse, someone's heavy and ominous steps were heard. The stern insectoid girl braced herself for the worst, peering into the frightening, impenetrable darkness. The boy desperately called for help, because Hee-jin was no longer breathing. Suddenly, the dark silhouette of Nest's main entrance appeared before them. Meanwhile, the old man anxiously awaited the return of his charges. The hero entered the base, carefully carrying his girlfriend's bloody body in his arms. And then there was a commotion in the hall. Someone was furiously demanding doctors. The shocked teacher demanded an immediate explanation of what exactly had happened in the warehouse. The guy admitted in a trembling voice that instead of juice, they found an insectoid. Medics bustled around him as he continued to stand motionless in the rain. The old man abruptly cut off his excuses, roughly grabbing the guy by the clothes. The teacher angrily reminded them that their task was only to find the aerosol. The teacher angrily reminded them that there was no mention of death in the assignment. Suddenly, a red-haired woman appeared and told the grumpy old man to calm down quickly. Her icy gaze did not bode well for anyone around her. Professor Yu scolded her colleagues with displeasure for the broken and completely useless gurney. Meanwhile, she ordered the onlookers to be dispersed, deciding to immediately attend to the dying woman. The woman then commanded the boy to lay his wounded companion down on the ground. She prepared her tools, concentrating her energy to perform the most complex manipulation. And then the professor's palm flashed a bright green light over Hee-jin's body. The shocked guy screamed, not understanding what exactly this strange lady was doing. In reality, Professor Yu was simply demonstrating her damn powerful strength. A colleague described Professor Yu's frightening manipulations as nothing more than a unique treatment method. Her complex combined a firefly and a parasitic fungus called cordyceps. Meanwhile, Chinese cordyceps has long been famous for its incredible healing properties. Therefore, her abilities were considered one of the most mysterious in all of Nest. Suddenly, a bright glow began to rapidly heal the fatal wounds on the body. And then the guy saw with amazement how the terrible wound literally disappeared. The boy exclaimed with hope, believing that now Hee-jin would definitely live. However, Professor Yu's stern response instantly destroyed all his timid hopes. She admitted that the girl's heart had stopped long ago, and magic only healed the flesh. The professor dryly apologized, adding that, unfortunately, she was not able to resurrect the dead. The lost boy stood in the rain, realizing the full scale of the horror. The old man turned away silently, not wanting to see the collapse of his students' hopes. Professor Yu took out a cigarette, habitually ignoring someone else's unbearable pain. Suddenly, she ordered the orderlies to carry the lifeless body inside. The guy fell to his knees, continuing to hug his dead girlfriend until the very end. The assistant touched his shoulder, trying to apologize and take Hee-jin away. He clung to her with a death grip, silently saying goodbye in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the memories, they were sitting together after a long chase. The girl complained about beetles and dreamed of fabulous wealth. And then he enthusiastically told her about the beautiful transformation of insects. The girl philosophically reasoned that even pathetic bugs one day become beautiful. Her brother, with a smile, supported her faith in a bright future. And then she jokingly kicked her cheerful brother. Having stood up, the guy advised her to give up her gloomy thoughts and believe. In the rays of light, he extended his hand, promising to protect his sister. The girl listened, enchanted, forgetting about their impoverished life. Meanwhile, the shining palm froze in the air like a saving beacon. Suddenly, the idol was cut short. In the pouring rain, he begged his bloodied sister to live. Bitter tears poured from his wide green eyes. But in fact, this desperate cry made the red-haired Jean turn around. Meanwhile, The gray-haired old man sternly watched the drama in the rain. Suddenly, the girl's body convulsively arched in the process of a terrible metamorphosis. Like a reborn butterfly, she shed her old human shell. The young man watched, his tears streaming down his face as she gained new strength. The powerful energy of triumphant life smoothly lifted her shining body upward. Her detached gaze suddenly flared with a frightening, unearthly light. A warm image of an ever-smiling little brother surfaced in my foggy mind. I remembered how this good man once mercilessly swatted a nasty bug, and then their hands intertwined tightly as if defying death. The green-eyed boy smiled warmly through his tears, asking her not to worry. Suddenly, the stunned girl with the ridiculous mustache looked around in confusion. The tearful brother immediately hugged her tightly in a saving embrace. A heavy stone of unbearable anxiety finally fell from his soul. Meanwhile, the comrades who had arrived breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them alive. Soon, this crazy drama moved to the quiet corridors of the hospital. The embarrassed and bandaged boy awkwardly tried to justify himself to his rescuers. The enraged visitors harshly scolded the fugitive from the doorway for his sudden disappearance. But in fact, these would-be detectives simply mixed up the buildings. And then a terrible roar was heard in the dark warehouse. The flimsy floor suddenly collapsed, dragging the screaming couple into a deep abyss. It turned out that the rescuers themselves had been stuck under the rubble for several long hours. Meanwhile, the rescued brunette tactfully remained silent about the terrible fate of the headman. Redhead was annoyed by the fake, because now he would have to start the search all over again. And then the guy was surprised how they even found this wilderness. It turned out that they had received the correct tip from a very strange passerby. An image of a young man with incredible iridescent white hair came to mind, and in his ear dangled a huge gothic spider earring. Suddenly, the joyful bark of a fluffy retriever cut through the silence of the bright laboratory. The dog ran as fast as he could to meet that very unusual guy. The scientist was amazed that this oddball had not yet drowned in the water sphere. Walking down the corridor, the weirdo in the sphere grumbled about the destroyed earwig. Suddenly, the water bubble on his head burst with a splash. The comrade immediately threw him a towel, catching the familiar predatory tone. Drying himself, the white-haired man only grinned slyly, confirming his guess about his goal. While the dog was happily lapping up a puddle, the breeder ordered to contact the spies. Meanwhile, it turned out that their crazy spy had already killed the target. But with the second agent, the situation turned out to be much more interesting. He cleverly infiltrated the academy under the guise of a green first-year student. And then the villain smiled carnivorously, anticipating a very fun game. A group of people stood in the pouring rain at the main entrance to Nest. A gray-haired, burly man with a thick beard peered gloomily into the shroud of rain. The young man carefully carried the bleeding girl in his arms, barely holding back his trembling. Panicked residents called for doctors as survivors approached the complex's gates. Shocked by what he saw, the bearded man asked the guy the reasons for the nightmare that had happened here. The young man admitted that instead of the necessary drug, they encountered a dangerous insectoid. The paramedics rushed to roll out a gurney, trying to save the victim who was dying in the rain. With a sharp movement, the big guy grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck, ordering him to stop his incoherent muttering. He angrily reminded them that the main task was to find the damn aerosol. The guy barely audibly objected that there had been no talk of possible deaths from the start. The striking red-haired lady sarcastically ordered the grumpy old man to finally shut up. The bearded man's eyes filled with rage at the unexpected guest's audacity. Professor Yu Huan-young was outraged that the broken gurney was interfering with her work. She snapped that she always comes when her patients call. Then she told the guy to carefully lay the bloody girl on the ground. With a graceful rustle, the woman prepared to carry out the frightening procedure. As soon as she touched the wound, a blinding emerald light flashed. The young man screamed in panic, not understanding what they were doing to the victim. A strange, shimmering organ, similar to an insect's antenna, hung in the air. The professor used cold-blooded force, causing those around her to shudder in shock. The assistant explained that Professor Yu's unique method was only a treatment. Cordyceps, a creepy parasitic fungus that grows directly from an insect, has been born. This rare Chinese mushroom has been prized in medicine for centuries for its healing powers. The girl under the umbrella added that this complex is the most mysterious in Nest. The boy watched in fascination as He-Jin's flesh was restored in an emerald glow. The light pierced the unfortunate woman's body, literally stitching up the fatal wound before her eyes. With bated breath, the young man asked whether his girlfriend would now live. But the professor's stern response about the irreparable delay instantly destroyed hope. He-Jin lay motionless, her heart having long since stopped despite the healing. The woman regretfully stated that she did not know how to revive the dead. The young man stood in the rain, completely crushed by the loss of a loved one. The stern giant turned away silently, hiding his thoughts from his approaching companion. Professor Yu calmly took a drag from her vape and ordered the orderlies to take away the dead body. Under a gray sky, paramedics began to carry the lifeless He-Jin inside. The guy, distraught with grief, grabbed his girlfriend's body with a death grip. The professor's assistant tried to pull him away, but the young man only grinned wider. He pressed her to himself, choking on his own helplessness and pain. But before, they were simply resting exhausted after hunting cockroaches. Back then, He-Jin only dreamed of wealth, hating life in the slums. The young man, with a smile, told stories about the miraculous metamorphosis of insects. The young man philosophized that even nasty insects become cute after metamorphosis. He encouraged people to find beauty, no matter how difficult their current life may seem. The sister just cheerfully kicked back, demanding that these old, bearded tales stop. The guy asked me not to get worked up and to hold on tighter to the grains of happiness. In a blinding radiance, he promised to catch all the bugs for the sake of her peace. The girl skeptically reminded her brother that they were as poor as church mice, and then a ghostly image of an outstretched hand from the past lit up his mind. Now he frantically squeezed her cold palm, begging his sister to just live. Tears of unbearable, heart-rending despair gushed from his burning green eyes. Professor Yu suddenly froze, noticing something frightening in the grief-stricken young man's behavior. The bearded man watched gloomily as reality around him began to rapidly change. The skin on He-Jin's neck split, heralding a terrifying metamorphosis into an imago. Nature demanded that the old exoskeleton be shed to open the way for true rebirth. The young man choked with a scream, seeing how a new and frightening force was born. The girl's body, illuminated by the flash, soared, revealing to everyone an eerie triumph of life. Her gaze cut through the darkness, and her eyes flared with an otherworldly and furious flame. A pure light tore through the heavens, promising deliverance from this lingering nightmare. In a vision from the past, her brother smiled tenderly, calling her sister again. She remembered the old kitchen and her childhood question about the killed beetle. The young man then squeezed her hand tightly, confirming that he had squashed the bug forever. The young man, through happy tears, asked his sister not to worry about anything anymore. He-Jin finally came to her senses and asked, puzzled, what was happening. At that very second, Su-Chang tightly hugged the revived girl. He cried with relief, feeling like a huge burden had been lifted from his soul. Everyone around watched, spellbound, as the friends reunited in the rain. Meanwhile, the action moved to the quiet and bright corridors of Nest Hospital. Later, a bandaged Su-Chang was already sitting in the ward and trying to explain. Suddenly, friends appeared on the threshold, running around looking for them. Duhua awkwardly explained that they had combed the neighboring building by mistake. But at that moment, the guys really did stumble upon something frightening. Suddenly, the floor shook and heavy shelves collapsed right on top of the boys. They sat under the rubble for a couple of hours, miraculously escaping with only bruises. Su-Chang decided not to tell his friends the truth about the horror the headman had experienced. The search will have to start from scratch, because they were sold a useless fake. Du Hua was surprised that they had even stumbled upon that distant warehouse. Su-Chang admitted that they were tipped off by an extremely suspicious stranger. That guy stood out with his shock of snow-white hair with unusual purple highlights. He also had a huge and creepy spider earring in his ear. A joyful dog greeted the company with a loud bark right at the threshold of the department. The employee in the robe casually asked if they had really returned so quickly. The merry fellow with a water sphere on his head ironically boasted about his strange helmet. The partners were outraged that the enemies had meanly taken all the tasty morsels for themselves. The boy burst the bubble with a loud pop, shaking the drops from his hair. Meanwhile, the unknown person grabbed the man forcefully, clearly aiming for a new victim. The mysterious breeder only smiled slyly, confirming his involvement in the intrigues. He ordered them to contact the decoy ducks while the dog licked the water. The interlocutor rudely called the girl a psycho for quickly killing a water bug. Meanwhile, Su-Chan and Do Hua were wondering where the second one was hiding. And the spy has already successfully disguised himself as an ordinary first-year student within the walls of Nest. The breeder grinned in anticipation, planning to have some serious fun with the unsuspecting heroes. The guys returned to the task, but the deadline was tight and there were no results. Su-Chang was furious that their group had not found a single canister. The bearded man announced that the first-year students had failed miserably at this important training camp. The crowd was outraged that the scarce aerosol had disappeared without a trace even from the internet. But the instructor just coldly snapped that he hadn't expected any other outcome. He clicked the remote control. Getting the drug had now become an almost impossible task. The graph on the screen clearly showed the critical resource shortage for the year. And then the big guys squinted ominously. Dark forces are hunting for prey. It turns out that a certain gang of insectoids is constantly putting spokes in the Academy's wheels. Very little is known about these freaks, just a couple of murky shots. Terrorists turned random passers-by into terrifying insectoids by forcibly injecting them with mutagens. Rare insects were secretly brought into the country to create new human hybrids. It turned out that some of the victims of those crazy experiments were sitting right here. Fate dealt these guys a cruel blow, forcing them to end up in an unnecessary place. The teacher clenched his fist angrily, remembering the gang that had been hiding in the deep shadows for so long. However, the enemy suddenly became insolent and lured the squad into a deadly night trap. The gray-haired giant sternly warned the students that this semester would be a living hell. During practical assignments, newcomers had to face the real threat of wild insectoids. He suggested that anyone who wanted to transfer should do so immediately before it was too late. The old man reminded us of the law of nature, where only the strongest fighter survives. The mentor recalled the tragedy of Group A, where the soldiers received terrible wounds. He mentioned those who died during the escape of the mantis, whose portraits are now framed. The green-eyed boy listened gloomily, remembering how he himself had recently almost died. The old man asked only those who were willing to risk their own lives to stay. A heavy silence fell over the auditorium as the students became immersed in their own difficult thoughts. The bespectacled man became nervous, and the girl with the mustache clenched her palms in fear. The red-haired student turned pale with horror, feeling her insides clench. Suddenly, one of the students jumped up straight from his seat. The mentor raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard someone ask such an impudent question. The guy was interested in whether such a mortal risk would affect the final grade. The whole class froze in anticipation of the teacher's reaction to the impudent question. The old man confirmed that he had received big points for working in deadly conditions. The neighbor in the cap was amazed that the guy valued grades more than life. The green-eyed man smiled excitedly, believing that such a dangerous game was worth the candle. The red-haired giant just chuckled contemptuously, ridiculing the naive dreams of his competitor. That terrible day when Khan passed away came back to me. The death of his comrades then greatly frightened him, reminding him of the cruelty of the jungle. But now he boldly sent all these rules of survival to hell. The blue-haired warrior eagerly anticipated the long-awaited massacre hitting the table. The girls decided not to give in to the upstart and show their character. The students decided that training was better than eternal life in the bodies of insects. Hei Jin reminded that newcomers are always warned at the beginning of the semester. However, previously it was only a question of injury and not of death at all. The stern mentor thought quite contentedly that this time the set was simply excellent. Not a single fighter gave up, and the master officially declared the lesson over. Training was scheduled for next week, giving the guys a couple of days to rest. The hero fell into a stupor, not understanding such a strange initiation into Nest. As the party got underway, the students drank heavily, just like they would at a regular university. But in fact, the guy didn't understand what he was doing there. Suddenly, he remembered a bright smile and someone's request not to worry anymore. The girl in the cap blushed noticeably, looking intently at Sucha. Drunk Du Hua suddenly jumped on her friend, demanding that he save her. She grabbed the poor guy with a death grip, ignoring his screams. Suddenly, the girl pushed him away in disgust, calling what was happening boring. Du Hua pounded the table furiously, demanding that more drinks be brought immediately. Friends were sincerely amazed at the endurance of the one who endured her every day. The redhead was even jokingly called a masochist for his boundless patience. But he just continued drinking, not wanting to leave his girlfriend alone. It turned out that Do Hua was simply showing genuine affection in her own way. And then the green-eyed guy finally realized the true nature of the situation. Someone decided to give Do Hua a chance and called out to her decisively. The tin lid opened the way to the drink with a loud click. Student Lee Jun-yoon invited her to go out and have a drink together. Those around wondered who this stranger was and whether he was from the laboratory. Du Hua was in complete shock at such sudden impudence. The girl instantly thawed and dragged the guy to teach him how to drink properly. She wagged her scorpion tail contentedly, leading her new acquaintance after her. Friends teased the guy because she had previously had a hard time making friends. The friend laughed sincerely, noticing that something could develop between them. But Lee Jun-hyun's gaze suddenly became frighteningly heavy and gloomy. Someone decided to give Do Hua a chance and called out to her decisively. The tin lid opened the way to the drink with a loud click. Student Lee Jun-hyun invited her to go out and have a drink together. Those around wondered who this stranger was and whether he was from the laboratory. Duhua was in complete shock at such sudden impudence. The girl instantly thawed and dragged the guy to teach him how to drink properly. She wagged her scorpion tail contentedly, leading her new acquaintance after her. Friends teased the guy because she had previously had a hard time making friends. The friend laughed sincerely, noticing that something could develop between them. But Lee Jun-hyun's gaze suddenly became frighteningly heavy and gloomy. The hero angrily grabbed the freak by the chest, demanding that he immediately answer the questions. The mysterious guy asked the breeder on the go about the purpose of the capture at Nest. He chuckled, admitting that winged fighters were always too much of a hassle. The breeder decided to leave the dragonfly for later, waiting until he grew up enough. However, the main goal of this sortie was the return of one very important object. In fact, he came for Do-hwa as his true creation. Meanwhile, below, the noisy celebration of mutants, unaware of the trouble, continued. The enraged guy on the hill demanded to know why the hell he tied up the girl. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out in his head from a sudden suspicion that arose in his head. The kidnapper only grinned maliciously in response, advising him not to talk nonsense. He threatened his enemy with criminal prosecution and desperately called for his sleeping girlfriend. But he only grabbed him roughly, calling him a little bug. Then he powerfully threw the guy away, ordering him to stay out of the way. The hero was taken aback when strange black feathers suddenly began to swirl around him. Suddenly, a sharp feather pierced painfully right into my wrist. Blood spurted and the boy stared at his wound in shock. A voice from the darkness told them to be on guard as feathers whistled around them. The kidnapper explained that these hairs were poisonous, like those of the bird eater. He said that he was taking the girl because she was not like that. The villain told her to say goodbye because she would not return to the academy. The guy realized that this was no ordinary academy student in front of him. Lee Jun-hyun only glared at him with a cold and deadly gaze. Suddenly, the enemy rushed forward, turning into a swift black shadow. A huge clawed paw almost touched the face of the hero, who was frozen with horror. He remembered how his past overconfidence had almost cost him his life. But now he wasn't going to make the same stupid mistake. The guy soared into the sky, promising to give his all in this battle. The hero decided to keep his distance in order to snatch Do-hwa and escape. The kidnapper watched silently as his target rose up. He ominously whispered that the daredevil should not have taken advantage of the chance to escape. The enemy below launched a powerful volley of dark energy into the sky. The enemy immediately assumed a crushing and terrifying tarantula stance. The guy froze in horror, not taking his eyes off the creature. A poisonous barrage began from above, literally piercing all living things around. He blocked the blows, wondering what this spider attack could do. The hero realized that it was simply impossible to dodge such a barrage. A powerful blow threw him back, tearing a hoarse groan from his chest. And then he decided it was time to go get help. Suddenly, someone intercepted him, not allowing him to disappear into the darkness. The gloomy pursuer imperiously invited him to take a walk with them. Su-chang disappeared, and the company wondered where he had gone. Hei-jin regretted that they were not destined to talk face to face. The girl pulled herself together when the red-haired man suddenly called out to the headman. He asked to call a friend, causing Hei-jin to flinch violently. Rizhi admitted that he had spent an entire hour searching unsuccessfully for his missing friend. The headman suddenly remembered one very important and suspicious detail. She reported that she left with that mysterious guy. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between two strong fighters was raging in the forest. One of them was thrown with furious force through the night thickets. The enemy moved too quickly, not even giving the hero a chance to breathe. He tried to break away from his pursuer, dreaming of quickly soaring higher. Suddenly, sharp, poisonous hairs pierced the air, cutting off all escape routes. The hero fell down helplessly, realizing that his wings no longer obeyed him. Meanwhile, the enemy coldly watched from above at his helpless victim. The guy desperately shook Do-hwa, trying to bring her to consciousness. The enemy only mockingly called him a stubborn dragonfly, not hiding his contempt. He jumped down, ordering the impudent savior to mind his own business. The kidnapper coldly explained that they needed Do-hwa to complete the mission. But the guy was determined that he would not let his peaceful life be destroyed. And then he made a powerful dash, throwing himself into his decisive battle. The enemy narrowed his eyes slyly, waiting for a chance to make a decisive attack. Su-chang rushed forward furiously, announcing the start of his hunt. He remembered the teachings that reason restrains instincts. But the guy threw the balance to hell by releasing the beast. In a powerful clinch of energies, the fighters finally came together at full strength. Suchang screamed frantically, completely surrendering to the excitement of the wild battle. The enemy abruptly grouped himself, preparing his insidious move for the hero. Everything swam before his eyes, and the boy realized in horror that he had failed. With a heavy thud, he fell into the mud at the enemy's feet. The enemy calmly said that there was no need to kill him now. The enemy was amazed, not understanding when the guy managed to deliver a daring blow. He looked at the scratch ironically, calling his opponent the bearer of a dangerous complex. The strongest enemy coldly cut him off, saying that the wounded youth was no match for him. Consciousness finally left the hero, plunging him into impenetrable, viscous darkness. The guy came to in bed, wondering where he was. There was pitch darkness all around, frightening the hero with its absolute emptiness. A suspicious rustling sound made him flinch and peer into the thick shadow. It turned out that his charming companion was sleeping next to him, gently clinging to his shoulder. Suchang was literally speechless with shock, drenched in cold sweat. Duhua looked at him languidly, making a quiet, questioning sound. The heroes froze in shock from the sudden closeness and the awkwardness that arose. The poor guy received a resounding slap in the face, although he swore that he had done nothing. It turned out that they were locked. The door wouldn't open, and the windows were boarded up tight. The feeling of hopelessness grew as he touched the rough boards of the window. While the guy was breaking windows, his companion was lamenting her poor academic performance due to skipping school. He turned around sharply and fervently assured that he had not intended anything of the sort. The girl crossed her arms angrily, doubting that Lee Jun-hyun would stoop so low. Suddenly the lock clicked, causing both partisans to jump in fright. In defense, they asked in chorus what the devil had brought the uninvited guest. A little girl at the door politely invited them to finally come and eat. The heroes stood frozen in complete shock in front of the crowd of children having lunch. The kids were actively banging their spoons, not noticing the presence of the uninvited guests. The guy frantically tried to figure out what strange place they had been dragged to, and then he realized they had arrived at the Holy Angel Shelter. Duhua watched thoughtfully as the children enjoyed their lunch. The girl recalled her own childhood, spent within these very walls. Sadness and longing for the past were reflected in her cold gaze. The old rural shelter looked peaceful, hiding its secrets from the world. The little girl froze in horror when she saw the scorpion's terrible sting in front of her. The young man panicked, because his partner's protruding tail could instantly burn them. Duhua lied to the kids about cosplay, and they readily believed her. The little ones were squeezing the living tail with all their might, amazed by its funny softness. Sensing something was wrong, the heroine quickly disappeared, avoiding the curious children. Suchan finally came to his senses and immediately fell under the care of the children. The kind director of the shelter asked the guest to make himself at home. In the fresh air, the boy found his uniform already washed and clean. The woman confirmed that it was their silent acquaintance who brought them both yesterday. Suchang realized that his strange ally was also a product of this place. It turned out that Jun-hyun had left them under supervision and immediately left. The boy wondered what kind of game their savior was playing when he suddenly disappeared into the night. The director asked about Do Hua, considering her to be very fragile. The story about his vulnerable childhood came as a complete surprise to the boy. The sudden appearance of a tail was a huge shock for the little orphan. She left the orphanage, dreaming of leaving all her childhood fears behind. The shadow of the past caught up with her, greeting her with a chillingly familiar voice. The man with the prison bracelet mockingly accused her of betrayal. A creepy man with a bottle announced that Daddy was finally back. The little girl was crying in the forest, trembling with horror before this monster. The monster swung the bottle, demanding that she obey him immediately. Duhua bit her lip in anger, reliving the old pain. Duhua sat alone, cursing the one who opened her old wounds. Meanwhile, the director promised to bring the guy his dry clothes. Suddenly, someone's small hand grabbed his cloak tightly. Little Ye Rim persistently invited Suchan to draw together. The woman apologized for the persistence of a girl who adores cute boys. The young man did not want to rush his partner, believing that she was happy. Soon, the little girl happily boasted that she had finally finished the drawing. The sheet depicted a cute girl with huge butterfly wings. Ye Rim enthusiastically praised the butterflies, despising the nasty caterpillars. She sincerely dreamed of wings that would make everyone around her envious. Suchang doubted it because few people like insects. Ye Rim showed her bites, complaining about the bloodthirsty mountain mosquitoes. The little girl liked dragonflies, so she enthusiastically drew them in her album. The girl called dragonflies superheroes, eating hundreds of harmful mosquitoes every day. Suddenly, the teacher called Ye Rim to get ready for tomorrow's departure. The little girl happily anticipated moving to a new home, promising not to be sad. As a parting gift, the girl gave the guy her album as a token of gratitude. They said goodbye warmly, promising each other to definitely meet again. Satisfied with his rest, Su-chan decided to find Do Hwa to return. In the gloomy corridor, the maid confirmed to her mistress that the girl was completely ready. The lady smiled ominously, announcing that their young guest was already waiting. Ye Rim lay unconscious while the woman congratulated her on her trip. The maid confirmed the success of the kidnapping and the effect of the strong anesthesia on the child. On the wall hung gruesome photos of their past successful genetic experiments. Scientists have prepared a nasty and huge African centipede for a new victim. The lab technician took the canister, trying not to drop the valuable and dangerous substance. People in hazmat suits were afraid of damaging the goods and losing their money. A sudden loud knock made the criminals flinch in great surprise. Su-chan peered inside cautiously, apologizing for his sudden appearance. The frightened security guard immediately slammed the heavy door right in front of the guy's nose. Su-chan pretended to be lost, justifying his appearance by saying he was looking for the restroom. The woman sternly reminded that guests were strictly prohibited from entering the basement. The guy continued to smile politely, closely watching his interlocutor's reaction. He calmly confirmed that he was well aware of the established procedures here. The next second, he kicked down the heavy door with a powerful kick. The shocked lady froze when the uninvited guest brazenly burst into the laboratory. It turns out that in the album, Su-chan saw a revealing drawing of little Ye Rim. By demonstrating the girl's artistic talent, he confidently declared the truthfulness of children's eyes. The woman remembered her old horror at Do Hwa's growing tail. Su-chan snapped that this lying person was not at all like children. He towered over the fallen old woman, smearing blood across her face. The guy angrily admitted that he didn't consider this hag a person. 10 minutes earlier, Su-chan had been studying a strange child's drawing in shock. He realized that the suspicious woman and the girl had disappeared behind the door. Someone's childish voice suddenly forbade the guy to enter the danger zone. The boy warned about the basement, finally intriguing Su-chan with this secret. The hero stepped decisively into the darkness, wondering about the secret basements of the shelter. He had a gut feeling that something truly terrifying was waiting for him below. The child looked after him with anxiety, fearing that the guest would soon be punished. Suddenly, a powerful and threatening figure in black appeared behind the boy. The villain was amazed that an ordinary child's drawing helped the hero find them. She noted how the guy had cleverly dispersed the security guards despite the measures. The old woman was angry at her accomplice, who had brought the curious, impudent fellow into the laboratory. The lab technician in hazmat suit attacked ferociously, hoping to quickly eliminate the interference. But Su-chan easily threw his opponent away, forcing him to crash into the wall. The lady was horrified to realize the true power of this guy. The hero asked gloomily how many children she had already managed to disfigure. He knew firsthand about the pain and eternal contempt of those around him. Su-chan rushed into the attack, not wanting to listen to the sadist's excuses. Suddenly, the old woman pulled out a thorn, preparing to deliver a vile counterattack. The guy listened to the taunts on the phone, not understanding the essence of the nonsense that was happening. The villainess smirked, stating that they were clearly beyond the boy's capabilities, and then he burst inside to the mocking comments of the enemy. He was surrounded by monsters, brazenly reminding him of their numerical superiority. The young man realized that the shelter was teeming with insectoids and was truly shocked. There was no room to turn around in the cramped space. He barely had time to dodge. A powerful pressure crushed him, preventing him from spreading his wings for takeoff. His eye widened in shock as the situation became even worse. Meanwhile, the kidnapper rushed away, brazenly ignoring the furious cries. In his helplessness, he shouted after the enemy, demanding that he stop immediately. The criminals decided to kidnap the girl and kill her in another place. The villain venomously remarked that Jun Hyun had hoped for their alliance in vain. At this time, the girl was alone, sadly hugging a plush bunny. The sharp click of the lock made her tense up and wait for the intruder. Jun Hyun entered the room, carrying a bag of clothes and small items. The guy awkwardly joked about the size of things under the prickly gaze of his companion. The blue-haired captive suddenly felt a frightening vibration coming straight from the basement. Her Scorpio nature helped her to notice the terrible changes in her home. It turned out that in the laboratory, children were forcibly turned into dangerous insectoids. Hearing about the inhumane experiments, she became truly furious. She grabbed his collar, demanding that he stop talking this nonsense. The guy asked gloomily if she remembered her past suffering. He made her remember her life before the fatal conversion. Little Do Hua shuddered as she met her personal tormentor again. The father was indignant that he was separated from his daughter in just a couple of blows. The drunken monster told her to tell everyone about his return. He asked with a grin if she would complain to the police again. Back then, she was a tiny and defenseless girl. Du Hua felt terribly weak in front of her father, who was swinging his arm. The baby just cried while her future ally watched over her. The beaten little Do Hua had no strength at all to defend herself. Jun Hyun watched the violence, desperate to finish off the bastard. But the guy understood that the death of the scum would not fundamentally change anything. She had to personally go through the hellish procedure of turning into a monster. Du Hua asked with a shudder if she had really become a monster because of him. Jun Hyun confirmed the guess, believing that such a price was completely justified. He reminded his stunned father that jungle juice had made her invincible. Du Hua squeezed the bastard's hand with an iron grip, expressing all her contempt for him. Having become an insectoid, she made the bones of this non-entity crunch disgustingly and loudly. Hot blood dripped down, marking the beginning of her long-awaited and harsh retribution. Du Hua finally ended her suffering, gaining the long-awaited and frightening freedom. He grimly reminded that all the children in the orphanage were simply abandoned orphans. Jun Hyun didn't believe that the children would ever be able to adapt after graduation. Their fate was sealed, so they needed to start all over again. He demonstrated jungle juice, which promises orphans complete rebirth into another being. The villain painted a vision of a future where insectoids no longer needed to hide their wings. The guy admitted that he was helping the creator of a new ideal order for everyone. Jun Hyun grabbed her hand sharply, mocking her naive dreams of normality. He persistently invited Do Hua to join him for a common goal. The looming shadow of the monster emphasized his question about his readiness to proceed further. The girl with an icy glint in her eyes dryly confirmed her choice. The lashing blow sent the enemy flying, causing a powerful burst of purple energy. The man in white quickly flew back, losing his balance from the collision. The heel hit the concrete with a loud thud right in front of the frightened enemy's nose. The masked adversary furiously promised to set his comrade's mind straight in a friendly way. The beaten guy in the hood only grinned grimly at such friendly help. The girl bared her teeth predatorily and advised the hero to quickly prepare for the worst. The huge scorpion behind her promised to give the enemy a real thrashing. Sharp needles suddenly pierced my arm, sending pain through my veins. The guy realized with horror that the enemies had begun to suck his blood in cold blood. Giant mutant mosquitoes surrounded the victim, preparing to suck out the last drops of life. The enemies blocked the hero's path, calling the kidnapped girl a valuable commodity. The terrifying enemy with blood-red eyes grinned, declaring complete defeat. The young man remembered how dragonflies destroy hundreds of mosquitoes in one day. The little girl believed that dragonflies were superheroes, and the boy hugged her tightly. Those words seemed naive, but they were the ones that lit the fire inside. The scientists froze in horror, realizing that they were facing their natural enemy. Panic gripped the victims as the true predator went hunting. The hero spread his shining wings, deciding to become a protector for his little friend. His eyes flashed green, promising his enemies quick and inevitable retribution. The guy clenched his fists, deciding to get the girl out of trouble first. A sudden blow struck him, splashing his clothes with hot blood. The freak asked venomously where their dear guest was rushing off to. The enemies laughed bloodthirstily, promising to let him go only feet first. Swiftly dodging, the hero was amazed by the incredible speed of these monsters. He jumped sharply to the side, miraculously avoiding another deadly attack. The razor-sharp stings pierced only air, missing their target. With burning eyes, the young man rushed into the thick of the dangerous fight. The air exploded with crossfire, turning the fight into bloody chaos. The guy understood that he had to move even faster for the sake of everyone's salvation. A direct blow to the jaw caused the monster to choke on its own long tongue. The hero's eyes were watering wildly. He desperately dreamed of his usual glasses. The guy felt that his strength was running out and he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. He frantically tried to come up with some kind of plan to save his skin. The wall of the building was shattered into pieces by a powerful and sudden explosion. The Scorpio girl merely ironically teased her enemy for his foolish hopes. She made it clear that she had no intention of playing along with his madness. The hooded attacker became enraged and unleashed hidden dark power. A powerful flash of purple energy threw the heroine away like a feather. The girl instinctively covered her face with her hands, trying to wait out this crushing blow. The girl grinned cheekily, calling her opponent a complete idiot. She struck him hard, mocking his completely useless feathers. The enemy realized that the poisonous hairs would not penetrate the scorpion's hard exoskeleton. He rushed into the attack, confidently promising to sort it out without special effects. A thunderous blow shook the area, raising clouds of dust into the air. The beauty spun spectacularly in the air, completely confusing her stunned opponent. She gritted her teeth, deciding she had had enough of this fuss. The hooded enemy tensed, intending to subdue her by force at any cost. She slammed the boar into the asphalt, ordering the asshole to quickly return to the ground. The heroine relaxed, calling this brutal knockout just a friendly greeting. The girl with blue strands of hair rushed after the departing yellow van. She realized that the kidnapper was taking the child away and told her to stand. Duhua chased the car with all her might, shouting out brazen threats. Meanwhile, the yellow van quickly disappeared around the turns of the mountain serpentine. The kidnapper gleefully rejoiced, planning to hide the girl in a deserted place. In order to catch up with her target, Du Echua decided to instantly complete her transformation. She suddenly blocked the path, shocking the enemy with her incredible speed. The next second, there was a deafening roar from a powerful collision. The girl used her bare hands to make the van rear up, stopping it. A tired Du Hua ironically noted that this chase had left her quite exhausted. The yellow van crashed through the barrier with a loud noise, almost flying off the road. Du Hua muttered that the kidnapper survived only thanks to the presence of the child. Suddenly, Jun Hyun swooped down from above, not at all surprised by the girl's power. An irritated Do Hua blocked the attack, admitting how much he was annoying her. A furious brawl broke out between them right in the middle of a deserted highway. The girl delivered a sharp kick, demanding that her pursuer finally back off. She attacked with her tail, sarcastically mocking her opponent's shoddy fighting complex. Du Hua deftly dodged the attacks, claiming that it was impossible to catch her. Jun Hyun agreed that his special hairs were useless against her defense. Suddenly, he treacherously threatened to poison the defenseless and weak orphans. Jun Hyun tore off the bandages, teaching her that life is much better for the strong. He told her to watch closely, suddenly revealing his terrifying sharp fangs. The boy grinned madly, believing that only such power would protect the orphans. Poor Do Hua was simply speechless with shock as she watched this madness. A threat hung in the air, awakening the power of the giant tarantula's stance. Suddenly, he pounced on her like a poisonous black mamba. The tormentor sank his fangs into her neck, whispering that now she could not escape. After that vile bite, the outcome of their battle was instantly decided. The shocked Do Hua tried with all her might to comprehend this nightmare. Jun Hyun added mockingly that he had only injected a little poison to cause paralysis. Jun Hyun mockingly wished the paralyzed Du Hua sweet dreams. The girl was left lying on the road next to a wrecked yellow van. The kidnapped girl began to gradually come to after being heavily anesthetized. The villain reached out to the child, promising that soon everything would finally end. The little girl gasped in fear, realizing the mortal threat looming over her. Suddenly, a powerful emerald whirlwind fell from the sky onto the highway. A deafening blow shook the earth, interrupting the treacherous plans of the insidious Jun Hyun. The boy hissed angrily, clearly displeased with the reappearance of his old enemy. The unwavering figure of that very new transfer student appeared before him. Jun Hyun recalled the mountain of corpses, acknowledging the enemy's superiority over ordinary victims. Jung Hyun sarcastically remarked that life had never taught his opponent caution. The newcomer calmly replied that the enemy's previous advantage was a thing of the distant past. The girl stared wide-eyed at the light emanating from her sudden savior. The guy delivered a crushing kick, sending Jun Hyun flying backwards. The shocked villain gritted his teeth, not expecting such a sharp rebuff from his victim. Suddenly, the guy saw something on the ground that made him freeze in shock. He found his old glasses, and the reality around him began to change rapidly. With a blazing gaze, he asked if it was really his brother standing before him. Jun Hyun growled that he had made a mistake by not finishing him off when he was a child. The hero rushed forward, vowing to immediately correct this unfortunate omission of the enemy. The hero deftly dodged the poisonous barrage flying straight at him. He made a mad leap as the car behind him was shattered into pieces. The guy felt an unbearable burning sensation even from the lightest touch of the projectile. The enemy arrogantly declared that his poison would be fatal to the enemy. The villain promised to get the fugitive with at least one sharp needle. The hero snapped back furiously, not wanting to acknowledge the superiority of this monster. A sudden blow to the chest almost crushed the young fighter's ribs. The guy flew head over heels across the asphalt from the enemy's crushing attack. Spitting blood, he did not believe what was happening until the very end. The hunter planned to endure the shelling in order to wait for his opponent to make a fatal mistake. He decided not to miss the chance and promised to kick the enemy's ass. The enemy only spat in disgust, preparing for a new attack. The protective glasses became a lifesaver, allowing me to see through the thick dust. The guy quickly rushed into the attack, eager to take immediate revenge. His powerful kick hit its target, shattering the monster's defense. The moment of collision was reflected in the lenses, recording the hero's precise hit. The hunter grinned furiously, ignoring the warm blood running down his face. The menacing black mamba loomed like a shadow over the boy falling into the abyss. Another heavy blow from the boot landed right on the enemy's body. This crushing attack sent the enemy flying backwards, head over heels. The hunter realized that it was with these very fangs that the enemy had cut them down last time. The enemy coldly retorted that he was obliged to complete his task at any cost. The enemy hissed that such a weakling would never understand the true nature of things. The image of a frightened child hiding behind a door in terror came to mind. The little hero saw his trembling mother surrounded by a crowd of thugs. The sick woman desperately begged her creditors to give her one last chance. The bandit brutally abused her, demanding that she pay for her debts with her body. The baby clung to the offender's leg, trying to protect the person dearest to him. The bully easily threw the puppy aside, ordering him not to interfere with the adult's affairs. The hero watched helplessly as his mother was taken away to work off her endless debts. The boy desperately dreamed that one day he would be able to protect his mother. If he had possessed this power earlier, everything could have turned out differently. He imagined the happy life that he had been deprived of forever. But in this cruel world, only the strongest survived. Remembering the children from the orphanage, the hero finally cast aside all doubts. The hunter furiously promised to save everyone and finally give them happiness. Meanwhile, the enemy adopted a creepy and deadly tarantula stance. Suddenly, a multi-headed ghostly hydra burst out of the enemy's shadow. The hunter shuddered, amazed by the suddenly increased number of dangerous reptiles. Trying to dodge the squall, he frantically searched for any shelter. The look through the lenses became extremely cold and focused. The guy shielded Do Hua from the purple flashes of enemy magic. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from the direct hit of the poisonous needles. The villain announced Du Hua's immunity, laughing at the hero's plans. A menacing hydra loomed over the boy, heralding his imminent and inevitable death. The hunter only growled angrily in response to the monster's arrogant speech. With a sharp jerk, he rushed forward, breaking the distance with the dangerous enemy. The enemy advised the hero to get rid of illusions and rose-colored glasses. The monster stated that it was the boy's actions that put innocent people at risk. The hunter froze in horror, struck by the realization of his own fatal mistake. The girl looked out from her hiding place in fear, watching the brutal battle. The overturned car trapped the little girl, cutting off all escape routes. She clung to life with all her might in an iron trap. The friends hugged, realizing that the little captive had incredible willpower. The hero rushed into the attack, recognizing that the girl was cool in her own right. He growled that true strength did not require any magical complexes. The black mamba suddenly swooped down from above, aiming for a fatal bite. The hunter was faster than the snakeheads, throwing aside the empty chatter. The bloodied boy declared that the monster would never break his will. The green glow in the eyes foreshadowed a quick and painful reprisal for the enemy. The boy became an emerald lightning bolt, tearing through the air with his mad dash. The enemy howled in rage as the target miraculously escaped the trap. He realized that it was absolutely impossible to predict such a daring maneuver. The villain watched in horror as the young hunter's true superspeed was revealed. The hero remembered the incredible speed of dragonflies, which can accelerate instantly. These virtuoso predators never left any escape routes for their prey. The young man assumed his legendary dragonfly stance, concentrating his energy for the final attack. A furious hunt began, turning the battlefield into a chaos of green flashes. The hunter suddenly appeared right behind the enemy, who was speechless with fear. A crushing blow to the jaw made the freak pay for every insult. The enemy collapsed onto the asphalt, finally defeated by the hunter's crushing attack. The boy's heavy boot landed, marking the end of this frantic race. The young man breathed heavily, slowly realizing the silence that had fallen after the battle. The bloodied monster froze motionless, registering the young fighter's complete victory. The hunter hurried to the frightened girl, sympathetically inquiring about her condition. The little girl flinched when the boy asked worriedly if she was hurt. The girl pointed at his back in horror, noticing something frightening. Then he came to his senses, realizing that he had forgotten to hide his huge wings. The child saw a monster in the savior, trembling with a primal and intense fear. Having apologized for the fright, the young man hurried away to contact the university. A small hand suddenly grabbed the hero's transparent wing. She asked him to wait, not wanting to let her savior go so easily. The girl asked in horror if he had gotten hurt because of her. The guy cheerfully assured me that the doctor from the university would heal everything in no time. A sincere and warm smile flashed across the little girl's face through her tears. She thanked him tenderly, calling him her brave dragonfly brother. The hero was surprised, because in their harsh times, gratitude was a great rarity. The hunter smiled warmly in response, feeling an unusual lightness in his soul. He lied that he didn't feel any pain at all, hiding the intense burning sensation. The young man stroked her head affectionately, promising to return soon with help. The hunter planned to first bring his partner Do Hua to consciousness. But when he turned around, he found only an empty road and debris. The guy froze in shock when he realized that the girl had disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had dissolved into thin air right in the middle of this endless highway. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind him, brazenly holding the kidnapped girl. The hero's blood ran cold, assuming that he had encountered yet another dangerous accomplice of the enemy. He made a lightning-fast dash, trying to grasp the speed of this new enemy. The hunter looked around in panic, not understanding the scale of the alien force. Bloodied, Junhyun heard a voice declaring his complete and humiliating failure. The mysterious guest in the cloak contemptuously compared the defeated fighter to a crushed bug. The green entity stated that the breeder had ordered Du Hua to be taken away immediately. The messenger threatened the bloody boy that the girl would soon be used as food. The wounded hero fiercely protested that he could still convince Do Hua. The kidnapper in the green cloak held the captive tightly, ignoring her desperate cries. The wounded fighter rushed into the attack, demanding that the girl be returned to him immediately. The enemy coldly remarked that attachments were a weakness despised by their master. The monster's red eye flashed, emphasizing the uselessness of such servants for the breeder. A bright flash marked the instant disappearance of the mysterious kidnapper and captive. The bloodied boy cursed, realizing that the enemy had escaped and that a chase was needed. But the wounded fighter's strength finally left him, and he collapsed powerlessly. The wounded fighter wheezed heavily, calling out to the bespectacled guy standing next to him. The bespectacled man responded decisively by asking if he knew where his friend had been taken. The hero, through pain, admitted that there was no exact path, but there was a clue. Looking at the forest, they decided to track down their enemies on fresh tracks. Meanwhile, the tied-up Du Hua woke up captive in a mysterious greenhouse. The horned guy introduced himself with a smile as her new benefactor. The kidnapper gently suggested that the girl forget about her old friends and change sides. Du Hua only snapped back furiously, sending the impudent kidnapper far away. The owner was simply delighted by her audacity, and he ordered an exquisite dinner to be served. A juicy dish appeared on the table to lighten the mood before the conversation. The kidnapper assured Do Hua that he had no intention of poisoning her. The villain devoured the meat with gusto, discussing the vitality of food. Stroking the dog, he compared the loyalty of servants to devotion for food. The horned guy asked why the captive refused to try at least a piece. He grinned wickedly, wondering if she had guessed the ingredients. The remains were ground up in a meat grinder and became part of a gruesome dinner for her. Du Hua realized with horror that she was facing a complete psychopath. The girl twitched violently, vowing not to put that abomination in her mouth. The enemy coldly retorted that her opinion didn't matter to anyone here. The touch of the dark hand suddenly made Do Hua feel dizzy. Ga Yeon unceremoniously grabbed the captive, coldly greeting her old acquaintance, the breeder. The woman threatened to wring her enemy's neck if the invitation turned out to be boring. Meanwhile, the guest sarcastically asked if he had become a cook. The breeder explained that he masterfully brainwashes the predatory servants through food. He boasted of a training method that turns any test subjects into loyal dogs. The villain suggested trying the meat, calling the training more reliable than any temporary poison. The opportunity to destroy the hated nest made the woman seriously interested in the tempting offer. Suddenly, Ga Young ominously leaned towards the captive, ordering her to eat. Du Hua looked at the meat in fascination while her cunning enemy spoke. And then he added with anticipation that the taste would change her forever. Du Hua stood frozen in front of a piece of juicy, suspicious meat, tears in her eyes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the greenhouse, cutting short this eerie meal. The green mutant turned around sharply, sensing something was wrong and expecting an attack. Ga Yan looked around in complete shock, trying to find the cause of the rumble. Even the breeder dropped his fork, shocked by such a brazen attack from outside. Meanwhile, the pursuers were wondering how exactly to track down the hidden enemy. The wounded hero pressed himself against the grass, knowing the kidnapper's ground route. It turned out that the tarantula spider had previously spread invisible webs around the entire shelter. The guy said that camouflage was useless against his sensitive web. The breeder only grinned ominously, anticipating the start of the big hunt. Dragonfly burst into the greenhouse, holding the unconscious girl in his arms. The breeder sarcastically greeted his old acquaintance, calling him Dragonfly. The villain mockingly noted that Dragonfly had found himself a new friend. The winged guy was perplexed as to how the enemy knew him personally. The hero remembered how a random informant had led them to this warehouse. The conspirators' description confirmed that they had been deliberately lured into an ambush. Shin Ga-yan's appearance in the monster's lair left him in shock. He was horrified to discover a trace of a poisonous bite on his girlfriend's neck. A powerful neurotoxin allowed the villain to take complete control of the girl. The hero, in rage, realized the enemy's vile plan to enslave Do Hua. The breeder watched with complacency as the guests reacted violently to his words. The bespectacled man was horrified by the truth about devouring insectoids in order to gain eternal control. The hero was outraged by the enemy's attempt to force Do Hua to eat his own kind. The villain sarcastically called this bloody process just the usual taming of his charges. The hooded man accused the breeder of breaking the shelter's safety oath. The dark silhouette behind him gave the enemy one last chance to justify his actions. The breeder cheerfully invited guests to take a look at his secret laboratory online. With an anticipatory smile, he showed those present the horrors hidden from view. The tablet footage showed mutated children greedily tearing at meat, getting used to killing. The hero's eyes widened as he realized the scale of the madness going on in the laboratory. The young mutants greedily devoured the meat, turning into ferocious hunters. The breeder smugly showed on the screen how his charges were enjoying their meal. The bespectacled boy couldn't stand the bullying and was the first to rush into a furious fight. The shadow of a giant snake loomed over the kidnapper, promising swift retribution. The spider screamed in rage, accusing his enemies of vile and disgusting deception. Ga-yan only mockingly noted the excessive irascibility of the young fighters. A powerful burst of energy threw the guy back, stopping his desperate attack. Suddenly, Do Hua hit Spider with her tail, literally knocking the wind out of him. Tarantula's fang cracked as the enemy puppet dealt a crushing blow. The villainess watched with delight as the power of her new toy awakened. Ga-young stated that her complex restructures the insectoid's nervous system. The villain added that the puppet had gained paralyzing power and control. The report stated that the tail is the main weapon of common scorpions. However, the Emperor Scorpion relied on its gigantic size and power. Du Hua's claws could now easily pierce any strong armor. This stance turned her into a perfect and deadly biological weapon. The girl delivered a crushing blow, activating the deadly black claw mode. The spider clenched his teeth in horror, realizing the gravity of the enemy attack. The opponents collided in a lightning-fast attack, striking sparks of pure fury. The tarantula barely withstood the onslaught, horrified by the extreme strength of his former girlfriend. Ga-young boasted that this was Du Hua's true strength. The villain added that her poison would last for another 2 hours. Du Hua pounced on Tarantula in a duel with the most brutal predator. The boy desperately called out to Do Hua, asking her to come to her senses. Suddenly, Dragonfly intervened, ordering everyone to stop immediately. An invisible press pressed the guy to the floor at the enemy's humiliating command. He growled furiously, declaring that he was not going to obey like a dog. And then Dragonfly realized that he was stuck in a strong web. The breeder sarcastically admitted that he had woven this trap especially for him. The enemy ordered the guy not to twitch, finally binding him in a sticky net. The blue-haired horned man flinched from the sharp blow, barely maintaining his balance. The brunette only chuckled in response, flashing a dangerous green light. He performed a powerful somersault, furiously questioning the reasons for this madness. The hero accused the enemy of turning children into monsters and cruelly torturing them. A green flash caught the villain faster than thought, causing him to cough up blood. The stunned enemy realized that the guy had become too fast for him. The fighter, enveloped in an aura, was completely transformed, instilling in the enemy a true primal fear. In panic, he threw magical threads, screaming about the inevitable retribution. But the crushing attack broke through the defense, forcing the scoundrel to only curse helplessly. A powerful blow to the jaw crushed the enemy's pride along with a spray of blood. The furious attack hit its target, painting the space in crimson tones. The wounded horned one only laughed madly, ignoring the terrible pain from the blows. He slyly clicked his earring, anticipating a new round of this bloody fun. Streams of water gushed from above. Because the villain preferred to subdue the dogs harshly, the boy realized in a rage that the wet wings had become an unbearable burden. The enemy praised the flight technique, amazed at the rapid growth of enemy forces. The obsessed collector grinned ominously, wanting to add the hero to his collection. Suddenly, the fighter's body was bound by bonds, depriving him of all maneuverability. While trapped, he tried in vain to use a special spider stance, but the pet's water chain tightened tightly around the neck of the suffocating youth. The young man was desperately floundering in the water ball, gasping for breath and clutching his neck. The enemy explained that the web controlled water, demonstrating the complex's endless possibilities. The villain ominously promised that the boy would soon learn everything about hidden abilities. He looked forward to the prisoner tasting his special dish after a short sleep. The little girl in the big jacket remembered with hope her adopted brother, the dragonfly. The hero carefully hid the girl, promising to rescue Do Hua from the clutches of the monsters. The girl slowly walked away into the distance at sunset, mentally begging the guy to save her friend. She winced when a passerby inquired about the fate of the truck and her well-being. Suddenly, she froze, noticing the familiar jacket on the other person. The furious blow collided the two elements, creating a blinding flash of pure energy. The pink lady enjoyed the crunching of bones, considering these sounds a beautiful melody. She excitedly demanded a repeat as the poor guy flew back from the powerful explosion. The boy felt crushed, realizing that his strength was running out. The warrior caught up with him from above, unleashing a furious stream of azure energy. Hearing the crunch of joints, the hero realized her clear intention to finish him off. A purple haze cut through the air, nearly turning the fighter into dust. The scorpion woman attacked with lightning speed, spinning her deadly blades in a mad dance. The bloodied youth froze, shocked by the opponent's incredible speed and power. A blinding pillar of light pierced the ground, marking the decisive moment of the battle. Their gazes met in a fatal rush among the whirlwind of dark petals. The monstrous mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing its true, terrifying power to the world. The blonde warrior rushed forward, leaving only a blurry trail in the air. The little girl with the bandage screamed joyfully when she saw the beaten but alive Jun Hyun. The guy with a blazing gaze prepared for the last, most desperate dash. Azure flashes collided with fire in a furious, blinding dance of death. The villain languidly admired the crushing power of his new scorpion puppet. He praised the fighter's skills and decided to acquire the best example of the collection. The bloodied Jong Hyun only silently endured the ridicule, choking on his own rage. The enemy offered him to surrender, mockingly advising him not to prolong his senseless suffering. Rogach cynically stated that Do Hua would soon completely lose his human form. Bloodied Jun Hyun listened to the insane speeches about rebuilding the miserable world. Rogach painted pictures of universal equality, where everyone would become the same monster. In the new reality, only the best will survive, and the worthless people will disappear forever. The villain grinned madly, considering the preservation of humanity an absolutely useless waste of time. He looked into the boy's bloodshot eyes, expecting submissive consent. The purple-haired lady noted with satisfaction that the prisoner's spirit was completely broken. She commanded the hero to eat, anticipating the beginning of his terrible transformation. The beaten fighter could barely hold back his tears as he recalled his sincere desire for happiness. Sharp claws brought a piece of mysterious juicy meat to his mouth. Jun Hyun bowed his head low, resigned to his grim and inevitable fate. The villains fed Do Hui flesh, cynically promising her false happiness. Jun Hyun resisted fiercely, not believing a single word the kidnappers said. He accused them of creating monsters, rejecting the idea of false prosperity. He was choked by bitter thoughts about how people hated monsters. The hero recalled his lonely childhood and his eternal search for the meaning of life. The people close to him retreated in horror, unable to hide their disgust. The young man sobbed into the void, crushed by the weight of hatred and total loneliness. A flame of pain burned in his eyes from the realization of complete isolation. Evil whispers spoke of his mother's death, only increasing his grief. His peers branded him contagious, urging others to stay away from him. A friend invited little Jun Hyun to go to the orphanage with her. The boy asked her to leave, afraid of accidentally hurting her with his strength. The girl showed her scratches, offering to become best wounded friends. Looking back, Jun Hyun realized that that meeting changed everything. Thanks to her kindness, he finally stopped feeling lonely. The bloody fist clenched its fist fiercely, preparing for the final attack. The pink lady sarcastically stated that his friend no longer needed him. The fighter couldn't get up, but decided to make one last accurate throw. This was the last chance to save her friend from turning into a monster. Jun Hyun fired a poisonous volley, trying to stop this feeding frenzy. The purple projectile whistled past, narrowly missing the open mouth. The pink lady just laughed at how pathetically he missed. A sharp blow fell upon the captive, causing him to writhe in a watery bubble. However, the fighter's eyes lit up with the green light of a new, dangerous idea. The enemy realized with horror that the true target of the attack was not meat at all. A blinding flash of energy pierced the hall, dividing the battlefield in half. Jong Hyun intercepted the artifact in a lightning-fast leap, breaking the enemy's tactics. Completely exhausted, he mentally passed the baton of salvation to his faithful ally. The huge claw swung forward to strike, capable of finally freeing the exhausted Do Hwa. And then Paravidenka took off, making her most important flight. The hero soared into the air, a reminder of his inaccessibility to the enemy's water traps. The villain only grinned, promising reprisals, despite the young man's temporary safety. The guy retorted boldly, urging his opponent to think again. He sarcastically remarked that the Horned One was completely unable to control the complex. The exhausted fighter could barely stand, listening to ridicule about his blatant weakness. The green-eyed boy warned of imminent death at the hands of the powerful breeder. Hiding under the hood, the hero acknowledged the need for an alliance to save his friend. As he soared higher, he decided to give his enemy some very valuable advice. Horned Man watched in bewilderment as the boy grabbed the roof with a death grip. He only mysteriously confirmed that the secret of strength had long been known. He prepared to attack with his whole body at the highest possible speed. The guy concentrated, putting all his momentum into the upcoming dash. In his mind, the body had finally turned into a flying, deadly bullet. The pop marked the moment of violent impact at the epicenter of a powerful green explosion. The enemy flew head over heels, enveloped in a shining emerald trail of magical energy. The buildings began to collapse under the furious pressure of this overwhelming pure force. The hero promised that the breeder would soon feel like a pathetic victim himself. Suddenly, a ghostly dragonfly stance appeared, granting the fighter incredible power. The sharp sound of a hunting rifle shot cut through the chaos of this fierce battle. The blow passed very close, causing the enemy to howl in unbearable pain. Only the web saved him from truly serious and dangerous injuries. He didn't expect such agility from some arrogant brat of a first-year student. The enemy just spat out blood and laughed terribly, getting a real thrill. The madman was genuinely enjoying himself, finding this deadly skirmish wildly exciting. Suddenly, the fighter used a secret technique, adopting the stance of a silverback spider. The battlefield instantly turned into an aquarium, trapped in a sphere of water. The guy panicked underwater, frantically trying to figure out how to get out of here as quickly as possible. The realization came to him that he was securely imprisoned in a water chamber. The enemy clutched at it triumphantly, rejoicing that his prey had finally been caught. His strength was waning as the enemy mocked his complete lack of luck. The villain coldly stated his complete defeat, flashing his eerie purple eye. He promised that the guy would soon pass out due to a fatal lack of oxygen, and after waking up, his training as food had to stop. The breeder looked forward to a new life for the hero, completely devoid of any humanity. The boy, in horror, prayed not to be turned into a bloodthirsty monster. Finding himself on the brink, he mentally begged someone to save him. Suddenly, someone's powerful, crushing blow flew into the water sphere from outside. The glass prison instantly shattered into pieces, freeing the captive from the deadly trap. The enemy was indescribably furious because his aquarium was smashed in one fell swoop. The hero fell to his knees, convulsively coughing up water and greedily gulping air. The girl teased the poor guy, asking how he managed to drown with wings. Heijin made a dramatic appearance to rescue Su-chan from a terrible predicament. The stunned guy didn't understand where his faithful friend had come from. Agents began searching immediately after his disappearance, searching through his switched-off phone. It turned out that it was Professor Ma who helped quickly find the missing Su-chang. And then he remembered that the security had been watching Shin Ga-yeon for a long time. The beauty behaved quietly and had no plans to go anywhere. However, she suddenly evaporated, causing the spy to freeze from the unexpected devilry. The mysterious guide informed the villainess that the breeder was already waiting for her at the meeting. The spy was confused by the sudden noise and decided to report the loss of the target. The guy found out that he was very lucky thanks to an agent who noticed him in time. Jin reassured her friend with the news that the girl they had rescued was now safe. Suddenly, Su-chan grabbed his friend sharply, sensing a rapidly approaching mortal threat. There was a deafening explosion as the mad Do Hwa launched a frontal attack. The hero screamed in panic. demanding that Jin immediately move aside. The situation became critical, as Do Hua was pumped with neurotoxins for complete control. Shin Ga-yan chuckled venomously, calling Jin a pathetic and helpless teacher's lapdog. She recalled the incident with the praying mantis, mocking Jin's futile attempts to help. Du Hua rushed forward, mockingly wondering what they could do to counter her. Su Chang touched Du Hua's head with bitterness, whispering his apology to her. She delivered a crushing blow, aiming to end the fight in one fell swoop. Blood spurted out after the monstrous and unjustifiably brutal hit. Jin barely dodged, realizing that Do Hua was incredibly strong. Shin Ga-yan just looked coldly at the chaos unfolding before her. The villain told the fool not to interfere in the conversation while the girls were talking. The stranger mockingly asked where the guy was going so suddenly. The enemy harshly stopped the attempt to escape, declaring that the fierce battle would continue. He assumed the stance of a silverback spider, preparing to release his deadly threads. The hero turned into a puppet, whose movements were now controlled by someone else's will. The thin bonds snapped with a loud crack, unable to withstand the extreme tension. Jin sympathetically asked her exhausted friend if he was okay, and then she realized that her opponents were no less powerful than hers. Meanwhile, the villainess casually mentioned the mysterious and dangerous Professor Chi in conversation. She imperiously declared the girl her prey, despising these useless, vile cockroaches. Su-chan, in desperation, ordered his friend to save Do Hua and get out. But Jin resolutely refused to leave, shocking the guy with her firm answer. With a mysterious smile, she recalled to him the old words about the lost student ID. It turned out that the girl had also prepared a surprise and did not show up alone. But in reality, the villain merely confirmed the arrival of her dangerous reinforcements. Suddenly, a powerful blow from the new fighter shattered the well-organized tactics of the cunning enemies. Hai Sung was furious to see the brazen attack on his best buddies. The villainess looked around in confusion, not understanding the reason for the commotion that had arisen around her. It turned out that Pan Hyun-ah was a master at using her special strong silk threads. The enemy was tightly bound in a cocoon, unable to even move his arms. Su Chang praised the translation's impressive work, comparing the cocoon to a straitjacket. The girls boldly declared that they would return the debt, finally seizing the initiative in the battle. The blue-haired guy just grinned slyly, finding the situation quite amusing. He contemptuously called the arriving reinforcements pathetic pests from the nest complex. The woman easily broke the bonds, calling the heroes maggots with banal tricks. She smiled ominously, preparing to unleash her true power on the upstarts. The flash of a powerful explosion engulfed everything around, blinding the participants of this battle. The flame-shrouded silhouette called everyone idiots, depriving them of any hope of escape. The fighter fiercely vowed to do everything possible to protect his home complex nest. And then the skull tattoo on his arm suddenly flared brightly. The mighty old man ominously asked which of them would be the first to turn into coal. Suddenly the villainess froze, clearly not expecting to meet Chijun himself here. The master reminded us of the inevitability of the meeting, admitting that he had come a long way. The man angrily accused his opponent of playing dangerous games with the lives of his students. But in fact, she shuddered, remembering her old scar. A huge fiery skull appeared behind the hero, promising to burn the enemy entirely. The villainess laughed, mockingly calling the great master a decrepit old fart. She bared her teeth furiously, promising to shut this annoying old man up as soon as possible and forever. The woman swiftly attacked from above, delivering a crushing blow with her powerful sting. The mysterious guy found the spectacle amusing, but decided to end the fight immediately. Suddenly, invisible fetters pulled the enraged villainess sharply back into the thick shadows. Her partner ordered her to retreat, promising to deal with all the survivors himself. The ally grabbed her firmly by the shoulder, ordering her to leave the field immediately. The enemies disappeared into thin air without a trace, inviting the heroes into their secret laboratory. The professor admired the enemy's masterful mimicry, acknowledging their high level of training. The breeder offered to part ways peacefully, finally allowing orphans and jungle juice to be taken. A flash of flame separated the opponents, heralding the beginning of a crushing and heated clash. The companion asked in surprise whether this stern old man was really the one in charge here. The bearded man announced that they had finally tracked down the mysterious leader of the dangerous gang. He angrily added that the reason was the brazen hunt for his students. The hero swore revenge as his fist glowed an ominous crimson. Ignoring the side effects, the warrior decided to unleash his maximum and destructive power. The blinding explosion confirmed his ruthless intention to blow up everything in the area. The enemy assumed a beetle bombardier stance, preparing to meet a powerful heat stroke. The old man unleashed a devastating and incredible bunker buster bomb on the enemy. The unbearable heat from this attack could be felt even at a very considerable distance. The audience was amazed by Professor Chi's explosive power, realizing his true level. The guy rushed forward, hoping that his risky plan would finally work. His eyes flashed green with fury in a moment of extreme concentration. Professor Chi froze in amazement, not expecting such a daring turn of events. A giant creature suddenly emerged from the clouds of smoke, shocking everyone. The girl grinned, glad that she almost got fried by such power. A giant centipede attacked, causing the survivors to flee in panic. A crushing blow shook the earth, leaving behind only dust and chaos. Eyewitnesses were fascinated by the size of the monster, which had grown on constant feeding. The old man decided to end the fight for the safety of his frightened students. An unknown person on a giant centipede promised to kill everyone present without exception. The boys were horrified, wondering if this terrifying giant was another insectoid. Even the most experienced fighters were mortally afraid to approach such a monster. The blue-haired enemy decided to postpone the kidnapping, finding other important things to do. The centipede dove into the ground, and the villains said one last brazen goodbye to Nest. The stunned heroes stared into space, amazed at the ease with which the enemy retreated. Su-chang, in a rage, called for them to follow in order to save the captured children. However, Su-chang's strength suddenly left him and he collapsed to the ground. Professor Chi explained that the boy had simply overexerted himself in a tough battle. The old man was impressed by the endurance of the student who applied the complex. Professor Chi thoughtfully noted that the boy had enormous potential. Meanwhile, the night battle ended and everyone returned safely to headquarters. Duhua quickly came to her senses and furiously demanded fried chicken. The children were sent to the new center under the personal supervision of Nest management. But the mysterious disappearance of the breeder and his accomplice was the most unnerving thing. The hero remembered his secret mission to protect the shelter inside Nest. The wounded friends found themselves in the same ward, recovering from the action. The bedmate was surprised to see me, since there were no free rooms left in the hospital. Suddenly they entered the room, ironically praising the hero for his nerves of steel. An angry Hai-sung almost attacked him with more threats. Hai-sung was furious because Su-chan was masterfully ignoring his angry cries. Hai-sung clung to the boy, declaring that the weak would never be happy. Su-chan suddenly realized what exactly made this madman hate everyone around him. The enemy glared at him, repeating his harsh truth about the weak. Su-chan acknowledged the cruelty of this world, but maintained his personal opinion. He thought calmly about happiness, believing that completely different things were most important. The hero's gaze darkened as he involuntarily plunged into difficult childhood memories. In the past, a little boy desperately defended his mother from arrogant debt collectors. The angry thug swung the furniture at him, pouring out all his hatred for the children. The child courageously accepted blows and harsh insults, protecting what was most precious to him. The woman hugged her son tightly as blood and debris flew around her. The boy noticed the blood on his mother's face in horror, realizing her vulnerability. Despite the wound, his mother smiled tenderly and asked him not to worry. She promised her son a happy future and confessed her endless love to him. The grown-up hero gloomily reflected on the bitter price of that long-standing promise. Guards entered the room, and the guy realized it was time for interrogation. The guards led Su-chang away as he cast a farewell glance at his friends. Finally, he apologized to Hai-sung and sincerely wished him luck. Duhua just turned angrily to the wall, quietly calling the man who was leaving an idiot. Life in the dorm continued. Because all the friends were finally safe, Su-chang brushed his teeth, still worried about the children in the lab. He decided to study, but suddenly noticed a stranger in the room. Seeing Hee-jin, the guy asked in confusion what she was doing there. The guest explained that she had to climb through the window for an important conversation. Then she suddenly asked if he really slept with Do-hwa. Su-chang instantly blushed and fell into a stupor at this question. The guy was in complete shock, not believing his own ears at what he heard. And half an hour ago, Hee-jin was horrified by the news about insectoid children. The girl considered the very thought of turning children into monsters a nightmare. She dried her hair and was angry at the madmen who were committing these abominations. Hee-jin started telling a funny story about how she once overindulged. She laughed as she recalled waking up in the same bed with Su-chan. The hairdryer fell to the floor with a crash, interrupting this unexpectedly intimate story. Hee-jin froze in an awkward position, accidentally dropping the device from her hands. Then she suddenly rushed to the window, citing a very urgent matter. Her friend called out to her, asking her to convey some important message to Su Chang. Du Hua plopped down on the pillow, deep in thought about what had happened. She vividly imagined how the guy selflessly carried her on his back. As a result, the girl decided to personally thank the savior at their next meeting. Hei Jin took one last look and finally disappeared into the night window. Hei Jin asked again if he really slept with Du Hua. Su Chang trembled, realizing that he feared this girl more than any enemy. She cracked her fingers ominously, telling him to think carefully about his answer. The guy desperately justified himself on his knees, trying to save his life from anger. Hei Jin blushed deeply, realizing the absurdity of her furious and groundless claims. Su Chang swore that he had never even held a girl's hand before. But the guest immediately accused him of lying, recalling one personal moment. The memory reminded her of the crying boy tightly squeezing her little hand. In addition, it turned out that they also hugged each other tightly that day. Hei Jin was completely at a loss as she remembered those tender hugs from her past. Su Chang made a ridiculous excuse, claiming that he had lost his memory due to terrible excitement. He suddenly thanked Hei Jin, which left the girl completely stunned. The guy reminded her how she heroically covered him with her body in that warehouse. And he honestly admitted that without her intervention, he definitely would not have survived. Su Chang seriously thought about how best to thank his fighting friend. Suddenly, Hei Jin moved closer, causing the hero to shrug his shoulders in embarrassment. She whispered confidently into his face that he would definitely find a way. The next day, the sun shone brightly on the headquarters, heralding great changes. The administration gathered to discuss the dean's harsh verdict after that horrific massacre. As a result, Nest officially announced the start of a total hunt for the Breeder Gang. A serious man in a suit officially announced preparations for war. The bearded man learned that a young man had leaked valuable information to them. Lee Jun-hyun, with a broken arm, waited dejectedly for the interrogation to end. The team studied the video footage of the guy whom the breeder turned away from. On the screen, the young man remained silent, not wanting to reveal the name of his organization. The goal of the mad insectoids was the complete collapse of the old social order. The sinister Holy Angel Asylum served as a factory for creating monsters. The red-haired woman knew about a secret laboratory hidden from everyone. Whole hordes of creatures trained to kill languished in bloody dungeons. The men decided to use the lead to cover the enemy's main base, the enemy's laboratories hidden on the boring black island among the rare tourists. The bearded man prepared to check the island by sending his best graduates there. They decided to send the winners of the upcoming freshman tournament on a dangerous mission. The bearded man was furious and didn't understand why they were sending the newcomers to be eaten by the bugs. The dean decided to give the newcomers a chance to be tempered in a real, tough fight. The red-haired beauty stated that there was no need to keep students in hothouse conditions any longer. The old man reminded the council in an icy tone about Shinga Yeon's tragic passing. The board decided that student safety was not a priority and it was time to grow up. The girl in red screamed at how spicy the dish was. The guy wondered if spicy food was a good idea for a thank you. The girl enjoyed a long-awaited trip to a cafe and a huge portion of creamy tteokbokki. The campus was bustling with life, and the peaceful insectoids were enjoying simple pleasures to the fullest. In passing, she asked where their mutual friend Hai Song had disappeared to yesterday. Su Chang recalled that the boy was sent home for a week to visit his parents. Suddenly, the idyll in the cafe was broken by the appearance of curious spectators outside the window. The couple shuddered when old acquaintances unceremoniously teased them about a secret date. Jung Da-woong and Pan Hyun-ah from the entomology department appeared at the door. The friends continued to joke around until one of them sheepishly asked them to stop. Bang Hyun-ah excitedly suggested that everyone apply to the Nest Lab together. She firmly grabbed Su Chang's hand, beckoning him into the research center. Nest had a special department that created cool gear for students and agents. Students were given the opportunity to order equipment tailored to their unique abilities. Su Chang realized the need for serious preparation for the upcoming battle. The guys entered the technical development department, where they were politely greeted by an employee. Su Chang and his companion stood frozen in amazement at the power of the local equipment. The confused guy admitted that he hadn't even chosen a new suit for himself. The girlfriends defiantly announced their desire to obtain a weapon and surpass everyone. They remembered their weakness in the forest and did not want to fall behind any longer. Pan Hyun-ah is determined to become stronger in order to survive in the academy. Professor Chi warned that without strength, they would not survive to graduation. Su Chang swallowed nervously, feeling as if his secret thoughts were literally being read. He was determined to become stronger so that he could have at least one chance. Approaching the reception desk, the guy announced that he had finally made up his mind. His companion was amazed at his sudden confidence after a recent heavy defeat. Thoughts of losing to the breeder and the dead children still tormented him. The girl remembered her attempts to cheer up her friend and realized that she had worried for nothing. She smiled tenderly, making sure that the guy was indeed okay. Someone skeptically spun the device, calling the upcoming tournament complete nonsense. The academy wondered why the dean had made such a fuss out of ordinary courses. The bearded old man coldly retorted that the talent of the newcomers was irrelevant. The old man philosophized that survival is not determined solely by ability. Su-chang brazenly demanded that the technicians make him cool, protective glasses. The heroes descended into the creepy basement of the nursery with strange green terrariums. A random witness with a tablet decided it was best not to get involved. The blue-haired man deftly wrapped the wild girl in a cocoon of sticky web. He justified his harsh methods as self-defense while the lab technician was in shock. The girl treacherously promised to discuss everything peacefully, waiting for freedom from the shackles. But as soon as the guy untied it, it instantly pierced his forehead. The wounded guy barely contained his rage, not wanting to open her skull right away. This mad predator finally threatened to turn him into a cold corpse. The guy made fun of her attack and faked an apology for the upset. He seated his guest, promising to calm her down with a cup of hot tea. The blue-haired man was amused by the girl's thirst for revenge, who dreamed of finishing off her professor. He was tormented by the question of what disaster had happened at Nest 5 years ago. The past echoed with the image of an enraged old man who was branded a real monster. The beauty's eyes reflected unbearable pain from old emotional wounds. Suddenly, the guest expressed a desire to personally participate in the upcoming bloody massacre. The guy promised to finish off Old Man Chi at her first word. They decided not to deceive students anymore and chose a different path. The plan to reinvade Nest became their main trump card in the game. The cunning girl offered her help, clearly planning something evil behind her ally's back. She hinted at ulterior motives by coquettishly touching her finger to the hot cup of tea. The blue-haired guy grinned contentedly, anticipating the coming chaos and an interesting game. Professor Chi officially introduced the mysterious Black Island to the students on screen. The old man explained that the base of the dangerous nursery was hidden on this island. Su-chang became thoughtful when he first heard the true name of this crazy enemy group. To select the scouts, the dean announced a large-scale special tournament. The friends were seriously scared because last semester there was nothing like this. Chi sternly warned that only the best would survive in enemy territory. The students immediately perked up when they learned about the generous bonus points for the dangerous expedition. Su-chan sat there gloomy as Du Hua tried to figure out the reason. The girl mistakenly thought that he was worried about the children remaining in captivity. Hei Jin supported their spirits, promising to give their all at the tournament. The hero clenched his fists furiously, vowing to win at all costs. His gaze flashed a dangerous green light with a fierce inner determination. But in reality, the poor guy was shaking because of the ruined grade he got for skipping school. Professor Chi clicked the remote control, bringing up the official rules of the competition. 4 teams entered the race for the right to go on a secret reconnaissance mission. Students were forbidden from injuring each other and were only allowed to use combat weapons. The daring girl was bloodthirstily anticipating how she would finally smear all her rivals against the wall. The professor explained that the tournament was merely a rigorous selection process for future intelligence. Each team received a base and a flag that had to be defended. Those who managed to capture and hold the enemy's flag were recognized as the winners. The enemy's location remained a secret until someone captured the first prisoner. The students realized that the tournament completely simulated the conditions of a real battle on the island. Chai emphasized that the strongest and most cohesive team will be selected based on the results. The first round was declared open, calling for groups A and B to compete. The heroes moved into position, and Su-chang carried a heavy black case. Those around him immediately guessed that the guy had gotten himself some powerful Nest equipment. The impudent man in the cap was bloodthirstily anticipating the show from Cheon-do Hwa's team. In Group A, a weak link immediately became apparent due to constant squabbles. The gray-bearded giant officially announced the start of the first round of the special tournament. Da Wung and Hyuna from Group B immediately rushed into the thicket. The boss watched in surprise as the girls boldly rushed straight towards the enemies. Meanwhile, other participants decided to simply passively guard their flag. Suddenly, the running friends heard a suspicious and very loud rustling sound in the bushes. The organizer slyly noted that capturing opponents is the most winning tactic. Suddenly, aggressive opponents began to ambush the girls from above. A black-haired fighter in a university uniform quickly charged forward. The attacker only apologized ironically, taking the heroines by surprise with his sudden appearance. Da-eun grinned slyly, anticipating the start of her crushing counterattack. A powerful purple explosion shook the ground, causing the opponents to recoil in horror. The enemies barely managed to dodge, wondering what the hell had just happened. Da-un swung her steel mace furiously, determined to kick some serious ass. The opponent arrogantly considered the heavy weapon too slow to hit accurately. She maneuvered deftly through the air, confident in her elusive speed. Suddenly, Hyuna used a silk thread, intending to instantly immobilize the target. A pink glow bound the opponent, cutting off her spectacular and fast flight. The trapped girl realized that she was tightly bound and would not be able to escape. And then the heavy mace fell with a deafening roar on the helpless victim. The rival sarcastically asked whether the girls had not expected his appearance at all. He acknowledged their combat experience, but still craved a quick victory. Da-woong and Hyuna boldly replied that they would easily deal with them. The boss noted that their teamwork had been perfectly honed since last year. The red-haired fighter anticipated that this match would definitely be truly interesting. The mysterious first-year combat training students are ready to show what newcomers are really capable of. Da-un immediately attacked from above, determined to immediately determine who would be the best in the fight. She put all her fury into a crushing vertical strike with her heavy mace. The earth shook from a powerful explosion, and the enemies were almost swept away by the wave. The boy was horrified by the power of the iron mace, not believing that such bugs existed. Spider Bolas spun a deadly thread with a sticky ball for hunting. The guy froze in horror, wondering if his opponent was a real monster. Da-un figured that all spiders had a common weak spot. They only need poison and webs to cover their fragile bodies. She rushed into the attack, realizing her complete advantage in close combat. Suddenly, viscous bonds clung to the body, resembling a real straitjacket. Ga Young was saved by thorns before, but this time it's different. The enemy claimed that her domestic silkworm spins super strong threads. Hei Jin was furious and was about to bite the bonds with his teeth to save his friend. A flash of rage and a new powerful blow shook the thicket in the midst of the battle. Hei Jin was amazed at how flawless their teamwork was. The opponents planned to immobilize the girls in order to quietly capture the flag. Hyuna sincerely admired her opponent's strength as she hung tied up. A sudden, sharp sound made the red-haired heroine scream in horror. The captive flared up with rage and decided not to restrain her power any longer. Her gaze expressed utter shock from the realization of the madness that was happening. Da-un was stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. And then the guy realized how seriously they were in trouble. The captive quickly freed herself, causing her opponents to scream in genuine fear. She mentioned the laboratory ominously, her aura dark and frightening. She acquired a formidable weapon based on the spikes of ordinary cockroach legs. Just one furious blow with a crunching sound smashed the enemy equipment into pieces. The heavy mace shattered into pieces after an incredibly powerful collision. The black-studded brass knuckles became her new deadly tool. Da-un was dumbfounded, not understanding how her weapon was destroyed so easily. She demanded thread, but Hyuna couldn't weave that quickly. Suchang moved closer after hearing the order to act immediately. Once in the air, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have the necessary glasses. Then suddenly he realized exactly what maneuver would bring them success. The guy rushed forward at top speed, following a new daring plan. Da-un rushed into the attack, afraid of injuring her opponent but wanting to win. The observer was seriously afraid that the guy might accidentally kill his opponent. A powerful blank shot rang out, imitating the devastating attack of a hunting rifle. A correctly applied complex instantly knocked the green-haired warrior off her feet. Suchang loomed over his victim, wanting to effectively intimidate the remaining enemies. Da-un was officially eliminated from the game, finding herself in steel handcuffs. The hall watched the capture in amazement, discussing the presence of special equipment in the headman's possession. The boss appreciated the dragonfly's maneuver, noting, however, the uncertain control of its crazy speed. The guy was worried that he had gone too far while the captive trembled with horror. The red-haired partner fell into despair, left alone against the dangerous duo. Hyuna ran away in panic, dreaming only of escaping as quickly as possible. Ga Young screamed loudly, trying to warn the fugitive about the deadly precipice. But she had already flown to the very edge, not having time to brake in time. At the critical moment, she stumbled, completely losing her footing. The girl fell into the abyss with a scream, unable to cling to anything. The boss watched the incident tensely, waiting for the inevitable outcome of this fight. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed her wrist at the edge with an iron grip. Ga Young saved her, ironically asking if her victim was now safe. Hyuna thanked Hei Jin while in a state of complete and deep shock. Suddenly, I realized that I had fallen for the enemy's pre-prepared bait. The boy and girl froze, watching the powerful explosion at the very edge of the cliff. It turns out that Hee-jin secretly returned all of the team's lost passes. Suddenly, the caring headman was handcuffed as it was a clever trap. The friends apologized, admitting that they too desperately needed Cinderella. Park Hee-jin has been officially eliminated, and Group A's base has been completely declassified. The heroines fell into a stupor, finding themselves walled up in a soft cocoon. The fighter breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponents were doing well. The boss confirmed the score was tied and prepared for the start of a new stage. Meanwhile, Group B's defenders had vanished, leaving their flag vulnerable. Suchang checked his smartphone and rushed to capture the enemy flag. Suchan flinched when he heard Hae-sung's worried voice in his earpiece. The partner was breathing heavily and reported that they had made a disgraceful mess. Enemy thugs were already in full swing at Group A's captured base. The guy realized that Hee-jin had dropped out just a couple of minutes ago. It became clear that the enemy had abandoned their flag for a swift assault. The red-haired fighter tried with all his might to stop them, but lost. He clenched his teeth angrily, realizing the full bitterness of his sudden defeat. The huge opponent was jubilant, anticipating their final and shameful defeat. Suchang turned around abruptly, determined to change the course of this match immediately. In the dense thickets, he finally discovered that very glowing case. He desperately reached out his hand, feeling that the time had not yet come. Suchang slammed the glowing case shut in anger, praying not now. There was a sharp click, and the mysterious weapon was locked again. The companion sternly reminded him that he should only open it in extreme cases. The guy asked in despair if their loss hadn't already happened. The girl turned around and confidently declared that they had not lost yet. She grumbled discontentedly that she had only wasted her time on this detour. The soldier on the ground was angry because he still hadn't found the enemy base. The blonde beast led the bears, boasting of a powerful addition to their ranks. The huge beetle froze in complete shock from such a brazen turn. The girl pointed her finger defiantly, demanding that the strangers immediately introduce themselves. The huge bear came down with a crushing blow, shaking the entire forest around. A powerful wave of energy literally tore apart everything in its path. The rhinoceros beetle ominously warned that it could accidentally swat any opponent. The boy panicked and shouted at Do Hua to take care of herself quickly. Suddenly, a winged creature swooped down from above, catching the heroine off guard. Du Hua naively thought about snow, looking at the strange flakes in the air. Huang Ri Da introduced herself and explained that her scales were deadly toxic. The villain savored the moment, describing the coming pain from a terrible allergy. But Do Hua only grinned cheekily, asking again about the vaunted toxicity. Huang Ri Da swooped down, ordering her rival to quickly draw up a will. The villainess was amazed at the poison's ineffectiveness as the rhinoceros beetle prepared to engage in battle. Du Hua collided head-on with the armored giant, sparks flying. The powerful enemy roared in rage, not expecting such fierce resistance. The heroine landed hard, and the ground beneath her feet literally began to crack. The fluttering Huang Ri Da urged her partner to immediately crush the impudent girl. The huge rhinoceros beetle unleashed a crushing blow on Do Hua with all its might. The witness of the fight froze because no one could have imagined such a crazy ending. After that battle, Do Hua changed and began to rapidly develop her complex. Step by step, she turned into something truly frightening and great. Du Hua put all her fury into the blow, literally crushing the armored giant. The monstrous inertia threw the enemy away like a pathetic ragdoll. Rida realized in horror that the girl had surpassed the power of the beetle itself. The heroine hovered in the sky, resembling a predatory scorpion before the final deadly attack. The villainess's gaze filled with sticky fear in the face of her complete defeat. Du Hua delivered a sharp blow, leaving a bright azure trail in the air. The fallen giant trembled, unable to withstand the crushing stance of the imperial scorpion. She mockingly reminded him of the different leagues, boasting about the power of her new gauntlets. Meanwhile, the red-haired ally rushed to save the flag, trying to turn the tide of the game. But the first round of the tournament immediately stunned her with a sudden magical attack. Group A triumphantly won, raising their coveted green flag high. The audience voted Cheon Do Hua as the beast and the top favorite. The gray-bearded master was amazed at the girl's independent mastery of such a powerful complex. Combat experience in the kennel helped this couple surprise everyone present. The brunette in the cap noted that their victory literally hung by a thread. The girls from Group D doubted their chances against tough competitors. The confident fighter only chuckled cheekily, urging them not to even doubt them. Su Chang was tensely searching for a way out while his partners continued to argue. The boy clutched the ball in anger, remembering the old accusations of a shameful loss. He was tormented by the realization that he had once personally ruined his chance to win the championship. Bitter memories of being kicked off the football team surfaced. The insults about the useless cretin still echoed in my heart with pain. Suddenly, someone's hand unceremoniously landed on the shoulder of the guy lost in thought. A friend reminded Hae-sung that it would soon be their turn to go out. It turned out that Group D had already finished the fight and was celebrating its victory. The rivals finished off each other so quickly that no one noticed their complexes. The losing girl was carried away on a gurney, proving the frightening power of the favorites. The boys were horrified to wonder what cruelty the victors had shown to cause such injuries. The creepy Yu Chang-hong walked up to them with a swagger and greeted the team. The opponent mockingly suggested that Group A should go easier on them. Yu Chang-hong seriously reminded them of the brutal massacre of the former fighters. He brazenly touched Cheon Do-hwa, urging his opponents to play softly. The enemy's face was distorted by a frightening grimace, foreshadowing ill for the heroes. The villain quipped that one of them would definitely fail the entire mission. Rage boiled in Hae-sung's eyes after these vile hints. Against the clear sky, the red flag rose, ushering in the grand finale. The referee announced the start of the decisive round between Groups A and D. The legendary four stood frozen under their banner, awaiting the battle. Du-hwa ordered to split up and work together for a common victory. She ordered Hye-seong to hold the perimeter of the main base at all costs. Du-hwa focused with utmost concentration before facing the most difficult test of her life. The gray-bearded master officially opened the final round of this crazy tournament. The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with rage at the insolence he saw in the arena. Cheon Do-hwa suddenly grabbed the guy by the chest, completely stunning him. She provocatively demanded a kiss, causing Su-chan to fall into a stupor. Chang-hong smugly boasted to his partner about his cunning and secretive technique. The scoundrel discreetly left a portion of toxic powder directly on the skin of his opponent. The villain anticipated triumph, because the poison had already begun its dark work. Spotted lanternfly Song Ha-na arrogantly predicted the complete defeat of Group A. Information has emerged about cantharidin, which is contained in the bodies of these dangerous creatures. Su-chang was taken aback when he learned about the terrible side effects of cantharidin. Du-hwa abruptly unfastened the zipper, gasping from the sudden rush of heat. She languidly admitted that the aphrodisiac began to mercilessly burn her from the inside. Su-chang begged in horror, asking her to stop this immediately. His pupils narrowed from overwhelming tension and wild shame. The crazy girl continued to undress, completely ignoring her partner's desperate cries. The witnesses in the room were stunned by such a shocking spectacle. The master realized Song Ha-na's dirty trick, but he couldn't catch her. The villain was jubilant, because her insidious plan worked perfectly on the girls. Du-hwa pinned the boy to the ground, ordering him to simply submit to his fate. Su-chang tried to bring Hee-jin back to his senses, realizing his failure. The final round of this grand and extremely fateful tournament has begun. The tension was running high as the battle in the dark forest finally began. The boys tied up their distraught partners, cursing the dirty and vile setup. The team had noticeably thinned out, and Su-chang was frantically changing tactics. Hae-sung ordered his friend to guard the flag, wanting to finally prove himself. Suddenly, he firmly decided to take a completely different path. The fighter rushed forward, promising to change the ending of this story. Su-chang shouted after him in shock, amazed by his brazen recklessness. Hae-sung bared his teeth fiercely, anticipating the upcoming fight with the insidious opponent. A few days ago, Hae-sung finally returned home to his joyful mother. The son hid the truth about the dangers, pretending that he was simply studying diligently. The mother recalled with horror the visit of the men in black who demanded silence. Looking at him anxiously, she only wished her son good grades. Meanwhile, she asked whether his legs would be healed for his excellent achievements. The boy was taken aback, and his mother showed him some old football shorts she had found and washed. She believed that he would wear them when his body became normal. Looking at the photo, Hae-sung realized how much he missed sports. The hero dreamed of going out onto the field again and correcting all his past mistakes. Now he was training hard to finally turn his dream into reality. Hae-sung gritted his teeth, dreaming of quickly getting his hands on the mysterious Cinderella. Suddenly, a swift attack came down on him from the dense thicket. The enemy suspected an ambush when a blinding flash of light hit him in the face. The enemy used the cicada technique, causing Hae-sung to curse furiously in response. The boy ran madly through the forest, determined to become the best. He promised himself to surpass his competitors at all costs. Hae-sung launched a powerful punch, striving to be stronger than absolutely everyone. The opponent was frightened when he recognized the guy's equipment as secret laboratory developments. The battle in the forest became more and more intense with each new movement. A strange signal sounded, and Hai Sung turned around in alarm. Hai Sung snapped the handcuffs shut, reminding his opponent of his serious intentions. He defeated Gu Mo Jin, finally discovering the location of the enemy base. The guy looked at the map and told his enemies to wait for his arrival. Hai Sung stormed into the area, wanting to take this round for himself. The hero frantically searched for the flag, not understanding where the entire base had gone. The surrounding emptiness seemed to him extremely strange and suspicious for a camp. The navigator confirmed the coordinates, but all that grew around were thick weeds. Suddenly, someone's powerful grip grabbed his leg like a death loop. Hai Sung was stunned into silence, unable to process the swift attack from below. A thunderous explosion threw the boy into the sky, interrupting his search for the flag. The enemy brazenly grabbed the hero, mocking his outrageous self-esteem. Hai Sung was harshly driven into the ground, called useless ballast for the team. The enemy grinned predatorily while the hero, in shock, tried to comprehend what was happening. Hai Sung suddenly realized that the enemies had been cleverly hiding underground all this time. A girl in a helmet flew out of the rift, unleashing a furious attack on him. It turned out that her combat complex was a mole cricket, whose paws were ideally designed for digging the ground. Zhang Yunji boldly confirmed that hiding the base was as easy as pie. She explained that the underground lair was the best way to protect the coveted flag. Hai Sung spat out dust, deeply impressed by the simplicity of their plan. Yunji declared that the hero's team was trapped and doomed to defeat. The enemy struck furiously, screaming that it was all Hai Sung's fault. The hero listened to the taunts about his uselessness, clenching his jaws in anger. He rushed into the attack, ordering the impudent fellow to finally shut his mouth. The enemy rejoiced, because the guy thoughtlessly rushed straight into his trap. The enemy swung for the final blow, which was supposed to be decisive. The light suddenly disappeared, leaving the disoriented hero in a frightening darkness. The boy screamed hysterically as blood suddenly spurted from his eyes. The audience in the hall shuddered at the nightmarish spectacle on the big screen. While the professor was indignant, the culprit meanly justified himself by saying that he had miscalculated his strength. The scoundrel grinned mockingly, hiding behind a false concern for Hai Sung's health. The old professor sternly doubted that the terrible injuries inflicted on the hero were accidental. The sadist stomped demonstratively next to him, causing the blinded Hai Sung to shudder in horror. The impudent fellow mockingly remarked that the guy turned out not to be so cool after all. He laughed as he recalled the previous victim, sobbing in the pitch darkness. The torturer cynically declared that absolutely any means were good for the sake of the long-awaited victory. Remembering the cruel law of the jungle, he decided to finish off his defenseless enemy. The clanking of handcuffs was heard as the sadist haughtily praised the hero for trying. Suddenly, a threat emerged from the blinding light, causing the scoundrel to freeze in shock. Hai Sung lunged forward, cutting through the air with a furious burst of green energy. The shocked enemy recoiled, not understanding what the hell had just happened. The scoundrel in the cap was taken aback by the incredibly fast attack of the new opponent. The mysterious hero grabbed the handcuffs from the villain at breakneck speed. The guy in green glasses apologized to Hai Sung for the delay. He used the Dragon Eye technique, preparing for a crushing blow. The plot rolled back, showing a strategic map of the group's movements. An ally received a message that Hai Sung had successfully found the enemy base. Seeing his friends unconscious, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The hero firmly decided not to leave his friend alone in trouble. The guy put on a mask and prepared to storm the enemy positions. A flash of emerald light marked the activation of his true combat power. The guy was stunned by the coolness of his new eyes, enhanced by powerful lenses. In the morning, at the laboratory, he was officially presented with the equipment and permission to use it. The hexagonal grid in the glasses pushed the potential of his faceted vision to its limits. The employee slyly asked him to guess the purpose of the mysterious regulator on the frame. Having learned about the side effect in the form of terrible nausea, the hero was quite shocked. The gray-bearded professor shouted Su Chang's name in a rage, interrupting the lecture. Meanwhile, he was busily fertilizing the tree, suffering from nausea. He frantically fiddled with the settings, trying to quickly return his vision to normal. Finally, the haze cleared and the picture before my eyes became perfectly clear. Su Chang suddenly soared into the sky, rushing to Hai Sung's rescue. Su Chang decided to take off, trying to come to the rescue as quickly as possible. He rushed forward at full speed, literally cutting through the forest thicket. At Group D's base, the enemy sarcastically remarked on the usefulness of the new toy. Meanwhile, the enemy coldly stated that Su Chang was fatally late. Poor Hai Sung lay on the ground, blinded and bleeding. The enemy mockingly ordered the hero to abandon his useless blinded comrade. Su Chang furiously promised the enemy that he would be his next target. Suddenly, Su Chang's lenses were filled with some strange burning liquid, and then he realized with horror that acid had gotten on his skin. In front of him, Yu Chang Hong, the bearer of the fire ant complex, was grinning. The fire ant has proven to be extremely dangerous if it comes into close contact with the face. These insects spray a caustic acid that can instantly blind an unwary enemy. The poisonous stream aimed directly at the eyes, threatening to permanently damage the nerves. Su Chang understood everything immediately, because the strong glasses saved his eyesight. The villain froze in shock, not expecting such a furious reaction from the target. The hero counterattacked with lightning speed, calling the enemy's speed shamefully slow like that of a snail. The battered ant cursed, amazed by the guy's incredible speed and power. But even while bleeding, the scoundrel only grinned, not caring about the wounds he had received. Su Chang commanded imperiously to close the passage, wanting to end this fight as quickly as possible. He loomed over his opponent, sternly ordering him not to even make a move anymore. Outside, the ally was blocking the exit from the cave with rocks, cutting off any escape routes. The hero thought that the daytime dragonfly would have a very hard time in complete darkness. There was impenetrable darkness all around, in which he could see absolutely nothing. The boy naively hoped that his enemies were also blinded in this thick darkness. Suddenly, a ferocious enemy emerged from the shadows, delivering a swift and powerful blow. The villain grinned terribly, because ants underground see everything just perfectly. The enemy rained blows upon him, mocking the dragonfly's inability to navigate in the dark. The hero pushed off sharply from the ground, deciding to immediately take off and break the distance. Suddenly, a girl emerged from under his feet and grabbed his ankles tightly. He froze in shock, realizing that enemies were waiting for him even underground. His cool glasses suddenly became covered in slime, becoming a completely useless accessory. In this viscous darkness, any devices finally lost their former effectiveness. The audience in the hall became restless, wondering if Su Chang had lost because of the darkness. The stern veteran discussed the inevitability of a clash with the most unfavorable combat conditions. He understood that now the fate of the battle would be determined only by the hero's inner fortitude. The most important thing turned out to be the ability to quickly adapt and survive in an absolutely hopeless situation. The grinning enemy shook his handcuffs, thinking that the headman was already finished. Su Chang cursed, realizing his complete helplessness in conditions of zero visibility. But then his gaze flashed decisively. It was time for the last resort. The hero prepared to use his special attack, promising to give his enemies a real nightmare. Su Chang remembered asking for regular glasses but getting a super gadget. A special regulator limited the dangerous potential of this advanced device. Removing the restrictions gave an advantage, but made the hero feel sick. The guy took a risk and instantly sped up in the darkness. The astonished enemy lost him when the hero suddenly disappeared. Enhanced facet vision allowed Su Chang to deliver a precise strike. The girl in the helmet screamed in fear from the unexpected and powerful attack. The hunt began, and now he could see his enemies much more clearly. The villain froze in shock, not understanding the reason for the sudden transformation. The little girl cried, wondering how the blind boy had managed to track them down. Su Chang hit his enemy hard, causing him to howl in pain. It turns out that dragonflies are great hunters even in the deep twilight. Special whites in their eyes allow them to see in pitch darkness. The glasses' enhanced vision gave the boy a huge advantage in the cave. Su Chang received the powers of an insect, although he felt very sick. The poor enemy, in horror, asked him to stop, not believing his eyes. Through hundreds of facets, the hero saw every movement of his opponents. While the audience was bored in the darkness, real horror began inside the cave. The cobblestone at the entrance to the cave shattered into pieces with a wild roar. A blinding column of light pierced the sky, marking the hero's spectacular entrance. The moth girl froze in shock as a bright light cut through the cave. The audience in the hall was literally speechless at the spectacle they saw. The old man noted with satisfaction that the special glasses had worked as they should. Su Chang finally saw the light and put all his strength into a crushing blow. The enemy shot out of the cave like a bullet, soaring high into the blue sky. Yu Chang-hoon has officially dropped out of the race, suffering a complete defeat. The team panicked and shouted at Yoonji to immediately defend their flag. The little girl almost touched the target, but suddenly realized her powerlessness. Su Chang instantly caught up with her, crushing her defense with one precise move. Then the moth took out a poison gun, deciding to use her last chance. Moth fired a special tranquilizer designed specifically to suppress such parasites. The deadly dart whistled through the air, heading straight for Su Chang. The hero reacted with lightning speed and blocked the flying projectile with one precise movement. The girl was stunned with shock, not believing her eyes at that moment. A bright flash lit up the battlefield after the clash of their devastating forces. Another powerful blow finally knocked the opponent out of this tense tournament. The stern master chuckled contentedly, realizing that the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. The purple flag was proudly raised above the stadium, marking the final of this round. Su Chang triumphantly raised the Group A banner, hovering high above the ground. The spectators watched in admiration as the hero single-handedly and effectively dispatched 3 people. Su Chang breathed heavily, feeling his unique vision gradually fading. The fallen fighter lay helplessly on the ground amid the oppressive silence of the cave. Yu Cheng-hoon covered his face in despair, drowning in his own shame. The hero remembered how in the past he had already become a laughingstock for the entire team. The bitterness of defeat paralyzed him, forcing him to relive the moments of old humiliation. The dense darkness around him seemed to him the best shelter from the outside world. Suddenly, Professor Yu leaned towards him and commanded him to open his eyes. Doctors confirmed the success, but warned of side effects and hospitalization. The guy was genuinely surprised to hear the good news about the team's triumphant victory. The woman admired how Su Chang single-handedly defeated 3 enemies. Hae-sung was amazed that Su Chang pulled off this fight single-handedly. Su Chang extended his hand to the newcomer who had just started his studies. He helped his comrade to stand up, while the latter was genuinely surprised by his strength. The defeated fighter gritted his teeth in resentment and his obvious impotence. The professor looked intently at the student, maintaining a heavy silence. The old man dryly ordered Hae-sung to immediately go back to the classroom. He sternly reminded the student who was really giving the grades here. The boy's face burned with shame under the stern gaze of his mentor. The professor realized that the boy had gained a lot of experience in this battle. The teacher acknowledged the student's right to make mistakes and differences in talent. The mentor sternly stated that the boy's main problem was the lack of real attempts. The student was stunned when the old man announced the end of today's lesson. The professor announced Team A's victory and departure to Black Island. He ordered the fighter to get some treatment and carefully consider every word he said. In the dead of night, a sudden cry of extreme astonishment was heard in the academy building. Hei-jin remembered in horror how she undressed and attacked her friend. Su Chang reassured his friend, attributing her strange behavior to a poisonous toxin. The friends at the table cheerfully teased the embarrassed headmistress for her sudden ardor. The whole company raised a toast to the victory and the extra points earned. However, Su Chang understood that in reality, things were not so simple. The professor pumped up the students, promising points only after finding the secret laboratory. He explained that the points are just an order from the dean for motivation. Hyuna wasn't at all surprised by their stern mentor's selfish plans. Su Chang decided to give it his all to make up for his absences. The guys discussed disguising themselves as tourists for a future mission on the island. A friend suddenly showed everyone a homemade costume made from unique fabric. She explained that the material retains all the protective properties of the laboratory's developments. The craftswoman offered to sew cool equipment for the entire team for free. Hei-jin forbade the guy from peeking while the girls were recording their measurements. The friends exchanged sly glances, clearly planning something funny and crazy. A few days later, the group finally docked at the pier of the mysterious Black Island. The boys landed on the shore, officially confirming their arrival at this place. The students set out to find secret laboratories hidden within the local nursery. The curator reminded that the group's safety is more important than any goal, even the most high-priority one. Assistant Chu Hyun-bin decided to personally oversee the progress of this mission. The heroes pledged to conceal their identities so that the island's residents would not recognize the nest students. Hyun-bin tried on a Hawaiian shirt, but he didn't look like a typical vacationing tourist. One of the guys became nervous, afraid that an important mission would turn into a boring excursion. The red-haired boy thought painfully about the professor's offensive words about his inaction. However, he quickly cast aside his doubts, focusing on getting the Cinderella he desired. He was hungry for points and was determined to outshine all other competitors. The guy presumptuously promised to be the first to find the entrance to the secret laboratory. The boys suddenly became wary, sensing that something was wrong on the way to their goal. The team reached the hostel, which became their temporary shelter on the island. They were given packages containing the equipment necessary to successfully complete the mission. The group gathered inside, preparing to try on the new gear they had been given. The student was surprised to learn that the clothes were prepared by Pan Hyun-ah herself. The guy remembered the craftswoman, who was clearly not used to limiting herself to just jackets. The curator ordered to change clothes before a detailed discussion of the strategy of the future operation. The young man was stunned as he looked at the extremely specific shorts for the task. The girls were stunned to find that instead of special equipment, the bags contained only tiny swimsuits. The heroes finally arrived at the sun-drenched beach of the mysterious Black Island. Hyunbin confidently announced to his companions that they had reached the right place. The lively Hee-jin urged her friend on, praising her new beach look. Hyunbin was stunned by Hyuna's appearance in a swimsuit. The poor fellow blushed to the roots of his hair, silently promising himself that he would definitely answer for this. Meanwhile, Hee-jin grumbled about the rubber ring that was hiding her tail. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a lonely, muscular guy at the very edge of the water. The red-haired stranger with a powerful torso stood confidently on the sand, attracting attention. The girl stared at the athlete until he rudely asked the reason for the surveillance. The Hawaiian-clad companion suddenly began to doubt the necessity of swimsuits for their mission. Hyunbin confirmed that swimsuits are not for swimming at all. The companion reminded me about patrols and the huge risk of the plan being revealed. The enemies will immediately close down the laboratory if they smell even the slightest hint of something suspicious. The group had to pretend to be tourists in order to completely blend in with their surroundings. The beach remained the only place where one could successfully get lost. Soon the boys were frolicking in the water, forgetting about their serious mission. Even burying themselves in the sand became part of their perfect camouflage. The friends took a fun selfie, deciding to get down to business a little later. An exhausted Hyunbin pounced on dinner after a stormy water session. While eating, the boys were surprised by the complete absence of young people on this island. The island's deserted location was ideal for camouflaging a secret facility. Suddenly, Soo-chang noticed something flashing brightly in the distance. His companion immediately became alarmed, noticing his sudden change in mood. His peculiar eye confirmed the guess that it was artificial glitter. But in fact, there was a mysterious observer hiding behind the stones. Some gloomy man was staring at them through the lenses of binoculars. Soo-chang almost jumped as he realized the scale of the impending threat. He quickly informed the others that they were being brazenly followed. Red was scared, fearing that the patrolman had already figured them out. The whole gang immediately tensed up, expecting the worst possible outcome. The suspicious old man in the cap kept his eyes on the heroes through binoculars. Finally, he put the device away, maintaining an extremely stern expression on his face. The stranger walked away, and the boys noted his departure with joy. The company under the umbrella breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the meeting had ended successfully. They recognized him as a laboratory patrolman, but were afraid to follow him now. The team decided to return to the hostel and gather strength before the sortie. The red-haired guy looked into the distance with concentration, preparing himself for the serious matter of tomorrow. A quiet hostel on the rocks became their refuge in the rays of the setting sun. Soo-chang dried himself with a towel, remembering the risk of failing on the very first day. Despite everything, the guy smiled happily, enjoying this cool day. Soo-chang scrolled through the selfies, surprised that he had made friends thanks to Nest. The girl called him to Hyunbin to work out a common strategy. The guy dropped by to see Hae-song to invite her to a meeting. The room was empty, and Soo-chang called out to his friend in confusion. He froze in the doorway, not understanding where his partner could have gone, and the spy by the sea wondered where his target had gone. The old man turned around abruptly, feeling someone's heavy presence behind him. Hyunbin attacked from above, fiercely demanding the address of the secret laboratory. He pinned the enemy to the ground, promising to spare his life for the truth. The leader smiled predatorily because he remembered the spy's outfit very well. Hyunbin remembered seeing the old man hanging around outside their hostel. He demanded answers, promising his grandfather a very bad ending for spying. Suddenly, the old man shuddered, looking hopefully into the face of the enraged hero. The boy was taken aback when the stranger suddenly called him by his real name. The poor man burst into tears, mistaking Hyunbin for his long-lost grandson. The hero stood frozen in confusion, listening to pleas to never leave again. Suddenly, the cook, accustomed to the strange behavior of this local resident, intervened. Hyunbin dropped his foot in confusion, not knowing how to react next. The cook advised not to get angry at the grandfather, whose mind had long since become clouded. It turns out that the unfortunate old man with dementia sees his grandson in every tourist he meets. The man confirmed that the old man was expecting a grandson named Kang Hae-sun. The poor guy sat on the shore for years, hoping for the return of the grandson who abandoned him. The boy told everyone to leave, realizing the bitter truth about the fate of the lonely old man. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed the hero's hoodie tightly, causing him to flinch. The happy old man mistook the stranger for his grandson and called him to come and have dinner. In the twilight, a dilapidated hut appeared, hidden among dense trees and rocks. The boy silently watched the exhausted old man sleeping under a thin blanket. Then he suddenly realized that his grandfather did not work in the nursery at all. The hero was angry with himself, realizing that he had seriously screwed up once again. Cursing irritably, the guy hurried to leave the cramped house. The binoculars lay alone on the concrete parapet in the rays of the setting sun. Suddenly, someone's hand decisively grabbed the device, breaking the silence of the embankment. The guy in the white hoodie was surprised to find these binoculars at hand. The lenses doubled horribly, causing the hero to doubt the functionality of the optics he had found. He dropped the thing and ran away, looking for the mysterious Hai-sung. The dark horizon was suddenly cut by a bright light coming straight from the sea. The red boat rushed at full speed towards the blinding radiance. The powerful engine roared, cutting through the water surface and leaving a foamy trail. The man smiled predatorily, anticipating his arrival on the gloomy black island. A creepy dragonfly man with huge scarlet wings watched him from above. The game was in full swing on the field, demonstrating brilliant technique and teamwork. In the final of the match, that decisive goal flew into the net. The stadium literally exploded with delight, because this moment was unique. The boy listened enthusiastically to the speech of his idol, the great master of football. The athlete openly stated that he never considered himself a gifted genius. The child realized that the desire to play is enough to succeed. However, in the first match he failed, letting down his entire team. An unfortunate missed goal deprived the boys of their leading position in the tournament table. The hero trained furiously in the darkness, promising himself that he would become useful to the team. He rushed forward, not noticing the ominous shadow with red eyes. The coach was taken aback when the boy suddenly asked to take a break from training. He explained haltingly that he had injured his legs just before the decisive game. The mentor looked sullenly at the bandaged shins, asking about the recovery and treatment time frame. The player vowed to get back on his feet quickly and return to action immediately. But the coach only dryly advised the boy to take care of himself, saying goodbye forever. The stunned hero heard his teammates calling him a burden behind his back. The bitter truth emerged. He was blamed for the shameful loss at the regionals. Once at Nest, the boy panicked and called for the professor through the closed door. Outside the door, Professor and Ga Young were planning to replace the worthless student. The team was determined. Anyone would do except Hai-sung. Hai-sung shot up from his bed, choking on the sticky nightmare. He breathed heavily in the darkness while his partners were dreaming their 10th sleep. The guy grabbed his hair, hoping to quickly forget these terrible images. The night hostel seemed quiet, but a storm was raging in the hero's head. The following days were spent in an exhausting search throughout the mysterious island. The boys searched every bush but did not find a single clue. Hai-sung's face darkened visibly, feeling time slipping away from them. Meanwhile, he spent hours hypnotizing the sea, sitting on a cold boulder. In the evening, seafood sizzled on the grill, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Ga-yeon grumbled that old man Hae-seong was just an ordinary grandfather and that searching was useless. Ga-young doused Lee Jun-hyun with a drink, suspecting him of blatantly lying. She stated sarcastically that her hand had accidentally slipped at the hottest moment. Meanwhile, the girl asked which way Hae-sung had gone again. Du-hwa began to wipe her friend's face, seriously concerned about Hae-sung's condition. His friends wondered if his odd behavior was a side effect of an eye injury. Ga-young went quiet, even though she was usually the first to tease the poor guy. She knew that all his feelings were always written right on his face. Meanwhile, Hae-sung was slowly walking along the shore at sunset. The hero looked unusually gloomy, completely immersed in heavy thoughts about the future. Soon he returned to his old place without taking his eyes off the sea. Hae-sung tried to persuade his grandfather to leave since there were no boats at that hour. The old man stubbornly insisted that his grandson would definitely return, as he promised. The boy grumbled about the cold, but the grandfather flatly refused to leave the shore. Hae-sung bitterly recalled the time when he desperately wanted to be needed by someone. The memory of how he exhausted himself for the sake of his team's success came to light. He clenched his fist painfully, cursing his former helplessness and weakness. The hero cruelly explained that his abandoned grandson would never sail back again. He shouted in rage that the old man had simply been betrayed and left alone. The cruel world always throws overboard those who have become a heavy burden. Hae-sung grabbed his grandfather, demanding that he stop this pointless and long wait. Hae-sung noticed that his grandfather had finally passed out right there on the rocks. He silently looked at the sleeping man, feeling a pang of conscience for his screams. A passing cook asked if the old man was torturing the boy. The man offered to take his grandfather home before he became completely ill. Hai-sung trudged towards the house, wondering why he had yelled at the poor guy. Grandfather's hut lurked in the silence of the night, hidden from prying eyes. The hero delivered his grandfather and unexpectedly saw a forgotten smartphone on the floor. He sincerely did not understand why his grandfather did not call his grandson himself. Hai-sung put the dead phone on charge, deciding to examine the phone. Suddenly the screen flashed, revealing something completely shocking to the guy. Hai-sung was truly stunned when he realized that the mobile phone belonged to his grandfather's grandson. He rushed to his own people because there was no time to delay with such news. Suddenly, a terrible monster with blazing scarlet eyes emerged from the shadows. Ga Yeon was already seething on the shore, wondering where this weirdo had disappeared to again. She dreamed of finding a partner and teaching him a proper lesson for skipping classes. A sudden gust of wind tousled her hair, causing the girl to instantly become alert and turn around. A mysterious silhouette appeared right behind her, giving Ga Yeon a feeling of dread. The enemy attacked with lightning speed, cutting through the night air with bright flashes of bloody energy. Hai-sung bared his teeth furiously as he entered into this wild and completely unpredictable mess. A thunderclap shook the shore, turning everything around into a continuous mess of shadows. The red-haired guy dodged sharply, leaving behind only a dusty trail. He grinned slyly, finally convinced of his guess about what was happening. The appearance of a huge, muscular insectoid confirmed the existence of a secret laboratory. The long-haired girl turned around in bewilderment, sensing someone's frightening presence. The scarred guy in the leather jacket cheekily asked who was in front of him. The gray-haired leader explained to the squad that the creatures were fed the meat of other insectoids. The man added that these individuals have completely lost their humanity. He warned that there was no chance of survival when faced with such a monster. The only sure way out of the mortal battle was immediate escape. The hero, in flight, was amazed by the insane strength of the enemy, barely holding back the onslaught. The giant stag beetle struck, finally ceasing to be human. The monster with red eyes grinned madly, inspiring primal horror. The enemy unleashed all his fury, trying to crush the impudent guy. The redhead deftly dodged, quickly escaping the deadly attack. He almost died and realized the complete superiority of this carcass. Clutching the smartphone containing the evidence, the hero chose the only option. The boy took off running, hoping to escape his pursuer in the forest. He was sure that the stag beetle would never catch up with him. The thought of triumph made him grin smugly as he ran. The hero rushed forward, disappearing into the darkness at breakneck speed. Hai-sung braked sharply, sending up a blue spark from under his shoe. The guy froze in the middle of the night forest, sensing something was wrong in the silence. A sudden guess made him freeze tensely, breaking out in a cold sweat. The hostel residents became worried when they noticed that Do Hua was still missing. The friends in the kitchen wondered about the reasons for the escape while the phone buzzed. The girl with pink hair recognized Hai-sung's cell phone on the table. The friend in the bright shirt realized that the guy had forgotten his connection at home. It turned out that Do Hua had already gone into the forest to look for her missing friend. The insectoid monster's heavy paws landed with a crash on the dark path. The monster admitted with annoyance that its prey was incredibly fast and agile. The stag beetle unceremoniously broke into someone else's house, destroying everything in its path. The monster's red eyes gleamed ominously, obsessed with bloodlust and commands. The creature reached out to the sleeping old man, planning to replenish the boss's quota. The giant froze over the defenseless victim, sensing Hai-sung's sudden appearance. The guy appeared in the doorway, doubting the worthiness of choosing such a target. The redhead boldly called the monster to him, openly mocking him. The insectoid was delighted, deciding to bring the boss young prey instead of the old man. The monster rushed furiously at the guy, wanting to immediately grab a living target. There was a powerful jolt, and the ground literally exploded under the feet of the fighters. Hai-sung soared upward, deftly avoiding the deadly blow of the giant horns. Hai-sung unleashed a swift, shining blow from above at the enemy. A powerful column of light literally pierced the carcass of a huge stag beetle. The boy deftly jumped away when the monster tried to grab him with its paws. He realized that the creature wanted to drag him into a secret laboratory. The hero planned to escape with the evidence, but suddenly remembered the old man. The helpless old man was trembling and crying in horror at that moment. Hai-sung called him an old fool, but he couldn't leave. He firmly decided that he would never abandon his grandfather. Red turned in the air and rushed back into the thick of the battle. The guy cursed under his breath, realizing that he had gotten himself into a dangerous adventure. Redhead understood that he had to stand firm and put all his rage into the blow. He rained attacks on the brute, trying to break through his tough skin. Suddenly, a bloody flash tore through the space, foreshadowing trouble for the fighter. The guy flew to the side, wincing from sharp and sudden pain. He was angry about the poison and the wounds, surprised by the severity of this university. The fighter was puzzled why his precise hits did not leave even a scratch. Looking around, he missed the moment when the monster jumped from above. A crushing blow shook the earth, blinding everything around with a flash of furious energy. The enemy flashed like a shadow, mockingly taunting the youth and inexperience of the victim. The monster grabbed the hero with a death grip, triumphant that its prey had been caught. The poor guy blamed himself for the failure while the monster squeezed his skull. Even on the brink of death, he could not get the past out of his head. The creature was already looking forward to dinner, and the hero was only angry at his weakness. He remembered past grievances and vowed never to be a loser again. The boy, with the last of his strength, fiercely grabbed the paw of this terrible giant. A glint of determination flashed in his eye. It was better to die than to live as an eternal outsider. Suddenly, he used his enemy's arm as a support for a mad leap. With a swift spin, he tried to change the balance of power in his favor. Pushing off the monster's forearm, the guy literally shot himself into the sky. And then he flew so high that the monster remained far below. The redhead fell down, realizing that his plan might not work. The monster saw the target and prepared to crush the boy in an instant. The giant bared his teeth, wanting to catch the young man and end it immediately. Suddenly, a powerful green slash blinded the enemy, piercing his flesh right through. The severed parts of the terrible horns fell with a whistle onto the damp ground. The fighter landed confidently, causing the ground to shake from the weight of his steps. Wiping away the blood, he felt that he had finally done everything absolutely right. The boy stood in the emerald flame, determined to fight until the scarlet dawn. Blinded by rage, the enemy roared, promising to deal with him and provide evidence. The redhead only flashed his eyes coldly for the sake of his team's overall victory. The giant roared in unbearable pain, having lost his precious claws. Red himself was surprised by his own power, looking at the result of the fatal blow. His legs sparkled with the deadly green glow of an impending attack. Suddenly, the sky was covered in a bloody haze from the furious clash of opponents. The crushing blow shattered everything, painting the battlefield scarlet. The guy rushed forward, determined that he could finish off this bastard. He moved so quickly that he left behind only blurry shadows. And then he delivered a stinging blow, piercing the defense of the maddened enemy. But the giant managed to react and grabbed his leg with a death grip. Meanwhile, the fighter did not lose his composure and landed a counterpunch right to the jaw. The green cut pierced the monster through and through, causing it to howl in pain. The redhead deftly jumped to the side, preparing a place for a new maneuver. He believed in success and again rushed to attack the enemy. The giant froze in horror, realizing the power of his seemingly weak opponent. The guy advanced, firmly declaring that he would definitely deal with this monster. I remembered the nature of the grasshopper, a cruel and ferocious predator from the insect world. Some species have evolved much further than their smaller, more common cousins. Thanks to the phenomenon of gigantism, these creatures have turned into real deadly machines. Isolation forced island insects to become enormous for a chance of survival. Cha Hai-sung's strength also transformed, becoming his perfect trump card. Hai-sung has finally awakened a new ability to enhance his physical parameters. The guy was breathing heavily, realizing how strong the opponent was in front of him. The bleeding monster acknowledged the hero's strength but decided to replenish his supplies. Suddenly, the creature received a powerful blow right in its glowing red eye. The heroes froze when someone's sharp, bold cry pierced the silence of the forest. The grandfather jumped to the rescue, threatening the monster and protecting his grandson. Hae-sung was horrified by the old man's reckless act, but the monster only glared at his grandfather, ignoring the boy's screams. The clawed paw instantly closed on the body of the defenseless and light victim. The huge creature loomed over the grandfather, preparing to immediately replenish its strength. Suddenly, there was a disgusting sound and hot blood spurted in all directions. The wounded grandfather could not stand and fell heavily onto the cold grass. Hae-sung shielded the old man with his body, allowing the monster to pierce his chest. The boy whispered that it was too early for the grandfather to die before the long-awaited meeting with his grandson. The bleeding hero hinted that his real grandson was very close. Both defenders lay helplessly on the ground before the triumphant enemy. The monster let out a creepy laugh as it looked at its bloody prey. A clawed paw grabbed the young man roughly, recognizing him as a great catch. Drops of blood fell from the hero's sneakers as the monster got ready to go home. The creature lifted Hae-sung into the air, planning to quickly fill its belly. Hae-sung, with the last of his strength, handed over the right to act to his friend Su-chan. Now everything depended on how quickly he could come. The friend suspected something was wrong, having been unable to reach Do-Kava by phone. Su-chan had been searching in vain for an hour for his comrade who had disappeared into the forest. Suddenly he froze in fear, sensing something ominous ahead. Familiar tracks were visible on the ground, indicating an incredible running speed. Only Hae-sung left such potholes when his powers were fully activated. The guy finally made sure that he was on the right track. And then Su-chan suddenly braked, having discovered a strange find on the ground. In the middle of the grass, someone else's mobile phone was glowing, not belonging to anyone. Su-chan stared in shock at the screen of the mobile phone he found in the grass. The recording spoke of strange and regular disappearances of people on the island. The police were powerless, but the author of the video found the kidnapper's lair. Suddenly, the guy discovered the exact coordinates of a secret laboratory on his phone. He doubted the authorship of the recording, since Hae-sung was unlikely to have made it in time. Suddenly, a wounded old man fell out of the bushes and cried out for help. That same grandfather begged to save Hae-sung, choking on tears and blood. Su-chan finally realized the scale of the disaster and immediately rushed forward. The guy rushed to the Black Island shipyard, following the data from his smartphone. He was puzzled as to where an entire laboratory could be hidden in the wasteland he had explored. Su-chan ran along the pier, realizing that Hae-sung urgently needed help. He noticed the exposed bottom and remembered that it had been deep here during the day. Suddenly, the guy saw something strange below and immediately rushed to check it out. Su-chan jumped down and waded ankle-deep in the muddy water. A massive hermetic door, the entrance to that very laboratory, appeared before him. He guessed that the secret object was exposed only during low tide. The hero decided not to delay and quickly typed a message to the rest of his friends. At that moment, someone commanded him in an authoritative manner to end the conversation immediately. Meanwhile, the girl stood on the shore, tracking Do-hwa's last signal. She froze, seeing something frightening and completely inexplicable in front of her. The hero studied the giant prints, trying to understand who left them. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange presence, remembering Ga-young's warning. A one-eyed brute appeared before him, offering to meet him in battle. The dangerous enemy spread his wings, wondering which dragonfly would die today. The villain became interested in the young man's wings, suspecting that he came from a nursery. The guy remembered the strict instructions to avoid open conflict at all costs. Having assessed the risks, he decided to get away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. But the monster instantly caught up with the fugitive, stopping his attempt to escape with a powerful blow. The attacker unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing the young man to dodge with all his might. The enemy was genuinely surprised by the furious speed of this small and agile dragonfly. One Eye contemptuously compared the boy to the Scorpio girl, mentioning the pests of Nest. The hero became furious, demanding to know what happened to Do-hwa. He cynically called the beating of his girlfriend an ordinary short, friendly brawl. The villain admitted that he had miscalculated his strength, turning Do-hwa into a mess. And then he mockingly asked if the guy wanted revenge. The enraged hero rushed forward, shouting curses at the bastard. But the enemy instantly intercepted his hand, harshly stopping the attack. The brute delivered a crushing counterblow, knocking the wind out of the young man. The powerful collision produced a bright flash and a deafening roar. The guy fell like a stone, hitting the water with enormous force. The guy spat out water, acknowledging his opponent's colossal physical superiority. Suddenly, the enemy grabbed the hero again, stopping any attempt at resistance. The one-eyed man mercilessly pushed the young man into the water, not giving him a chance to swim out. Another blow turned the calm surface of the water into a fountain of spray. The hero was barely staying afloat, wondering how they had tracked him here. The villain coldly declared that the boy would not leave this place unharmed. The scene suddenly changed to the view of a massive door into some secret bunker. A red-haired prisoner with green eyes came to his senses in the dungeon. The wounded boy suddenly flinched from the sudden noise outside the cell door. He struggled to figure out exactly when he lost consciousness and was caught. Red realized that he had lost to the monster and found himself in heavy shackles. He realized that he was locked in a cramped and gloomy cell. A cellmate reported that they were in a creepy secret laboratory. Ant-Man apologized for curing the hero without asking. In the darkness, only the endless and mournful clanging of chains could be heard. The boy winced as he saw the crowd of mutilated jungle juice victims. The captives told how scientists turned them into terrifying hybrids. Red wanted to come closer, but he was warned of danger in time. Suddenly, a frightening gnashing of hungry jaws was heard from the neighboring cage. The hero was horrified to realize that the crazed insectoids were being fed human flesh. The ant explained that the next cage was where they kept those who had finally become monsters, and he cold-bloodedly called the people in this cell simply future prey. Suddenly, the doors opened and the overseer announced the time for the terrible harvest to begin. The stranger walked inside, casually inquiring about today's menu. Red was horrified to recognize the executioner as the good-natured owner of a local fish shop. It turned out that this merchant was spying on the island for the nursery workers. The guy realized that it was this sneaky swindler who had handed him over to his enemies. The butcher dragged the first victim to the slaughter, not listening to the piercing screams. The hero rushed forward in rage, demanding that this madness be stopped immediately. But the damned chain on his leg harshly stopped his attempt to intervene. The redhead screamed furiously at the cowards, demanding that they immediately save their comrade. The jailer with the chains suddenly turned around, remembering the important matter. The insectoid was stunned when he heard his name, Kang Hai-sun. It suddenly turned out that this guy was the grandson of that very old man. From behind the gloomy bars came only a short and heavy confirmation. The hero persuaded Haye-sung to run away for the sake of his grandfather who was waiting for him. The bitter truth about the impossibility of escape left the guy literally paralyzed. Unbreakable shackles and terrifying monsters made any attempt suicidal. The plan to use the abilities ran into a wall of fear and hopelessness. Only broken weaklings gathered here, having become food for monsters. Red offered to take a chance, mentioning a secret place called Nest. Hae-sung just trembled, repeating that he had lost his will to live. He cried, not understanding when they had become monsters. The boy was stunned, deafened by the sounds of mass sobbing in the dark cell. Around him sat people who had completely lost faith in salvation. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster, bringing back old memories. He remembered how easy it was to give up when the score was overwhelming. Words of helplessness and guilt at the 3-0 score surfaced. Meanwhile, it was time to grit our teeth and rush forward. The hero shattered the chains with a powerful blow, determined to score the first goal. The prisoners shuddered as hope for salvation began to glimmer in their souls. Hae-sung froze, keeping that very spark of life deep within. The teacher reminded that victory always begins with igniting this spark. The redhead boldly asked what miracle they were waiting for and went on the attack. Lightning strikes flashed through the air, cutting through space with bright flashes. Suddenly, a powerful kick sent the opponent flying. The enemy bared his teeth in surprise, noticing the boy's sharp and sudden acceleration. The dragonfly ironically assessed the hero's powers, calling them a funny toy. The guy with glasses didn't understand how he could miss the target. The rival admitted that the DNA of an unusual creature flows through his veins. The hero chuckled, telling the enemy that he wasn't the only one with a cool complex. The opponent, with scarlet eyes, asked what kind of insectoid the guy belonged to. Surrounded by shadows, he promised the bastard to reveal his true identity. The student angrily declared that he was ready to do anything for the sake of grades. Meanwhile, the girl ran along the night highway, not understanding the scale of the madness. Suddenly, a giant shadow of a terrible monster appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Wild fear sent shivers down her spine at the sight of the enemy. A huge pseudoscorpion was eager to catch a tourist in order to fulfill its meat quota. The crazy look and drooling revealed the insectoid to be a predator accustomed to feeding. The creature, screaming for meat, rushed at the defenseless victim from above. The terrifying creature rushed to attack, cutting the air with poisonous green claws. The pseudoscorpion looked around in confusion, completely losing sight of the nimble target. A powerful blow struck the monster, turning its jaw into a bloody mess. The brunette noted ironically that freezing in place was a fatal mistake. Suddenly, a strange green haze enveloped the battlefield, alarming the tired girl. Hyun-bin emerged from the fog, warning about the toxicity of his tobacco smoke. It turned out that his power was like that of a hawk moth, accumulating nicotine for its enemies. The guy lit up a cigarette, complaining that he had been without the bad habit for a whole month. The companion reported a message from Su-chan, who could not be reached by phone. The connection was lost due to the destroyed towers, and Hyun-bin suspected an enemy pet. Hyun-bin realized that there was no help, and the monsters were already breathing down his neck. The creatures surrounded the survivors from all sides, accompanied by a terrible rustling sound. The monsters were hungry for meat, turning the night walk into a bloody trap. The girl resolutely tied her ponytail, preparing for the inevitable fight. The guy decided to disobey the professor's order for the safety of his people. The group rushed to break through the dense ring of monsters to the shipyard. A heated debate about estimates suddenly broke out at the Black Island shipyard. The big guy in leather was furious that bad grades had created so many problems. The fighter suddenly took off, leaving a turquoise trail behind him. The enemy attacked at a crazy speed, grinning mockingly right in my face. He exposed the motives of the parasites, accusing his enemies of blind, dog-like devotion. The enemy just laughed, comparing the heroes to pathetic lab rats. The monsters craved meat while people desperately fought for a ghostly reward. The enemy swung, mockingly asking about the difference between people and monsters. The leather cloak flew into the air, leaving a blood-red trail behind it. The hero shouted furiously that they would never become like monsters. The villain couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks, completely losing sight of the fighter. The guy's eyes flashed with determination because he was not going to give up anymore. Beams of light crossed the sky as the fighters defended their true identities. A powerful blow put an end to it, cementing the hero's faith in humanity. The hero crushed the enemy to the ground with a powerful blow. The guy wheezed heavily, barely able to stay on his feet after the jerk. He breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that he had finally knocked the bastard out. The fighter ordered to run to the laboratory before the tide came in. But suddenly the enemy came to his senses and sarcastically asked about the dragonfly complex. The villain dramatically tore his clothes, preparing for the second round of carnage. He acknowledged the guy's superiority in the air, but did not give up. A mark flashed on the enemy's back, promising a completely different technique. And then the spines of the antlion complex emerged from the flesh. Involution began, turning the enemy into a huge, monstrous larva. The guy was taken aback by the pincers, mistaking the enemy for an ordinary dragonfly. It turned out to be an antlion, which is always confused with dragonflies. The cunning larvae built traps in the sand for unsuspecting ants. The hungry predator had no intention of simply sitting at the bottom of the crater. The larva furiously covered its victim with sand, preventing it from escaping the trap. The enemy assumed a deadly antlion stance, preparing to attack. A powerful sandstorm suddenly engulfed the entire area around the fighters. The guy began to be rapidly pulled into the treacherous quicksand. The villain grinned ominously, ordering his exhausted opponent to fall dead. A crushing blow fell upon the hero, raising clouds of sand. The enemy asked the hero with glee if he liked being buried alive. The villain boasted of his strength, and the guy decided to hold out until help arrived. The hero ignored the order to surrender, hoping for the quick arrival of his friends. He brazenly bluffed about the summoned squad, causing the monster to become nervous for a moment. The larva headed towards the laboratory, boasting of its importance to the common cause. There was a deafening crack as the barrier began to break under the terrible pressure. The enemy promised to solve all problems by opening the blocked door with one blow. The guy was very surprised when he realized the true scale of the disaster approaching them. The villain noted with satisfaction that the ending happened at the perfect time for him. A giant tidal wave crashed down with a roar, instantly flooding everything around. The villain on Earth boasted that he himself held back the tide with sand. The scarred muscle man grinned. His mission was to destroy the lab. It turned out that they decided to clean up the loose ends because of the talkative traitor Jun Hyun. The prisoner in the water was taken aback because his nest colleagues were drowning there. The winged monster indifferently cut off that colleagues were just expendable material. Suddenly, the winged one was thrown up by a powerful splash of water, which amused him. From above, the attacker gloated, delighted at being rid of the laboratory and the nest parasites. But the monster only yawned, planning to deal with the brunette and the bespectacled man. He was sorry to miss the sight of the parasites floating upside down. The guy stuck below had his eye lit up with rage. Everyone must die. Half an hour ago, the prisoners were languishing in a gloomy cell to the clanking of chains. The red-haired boy kicked the heavy-duty prison bars furiously. He sweated, wondering what this damn metal was made of. Even a powerful overgrown beetle couldn't leave a single scratch on the bars. The boy was writhing in pain while the others advised him to give up. The sight of the creepy neighbor convinced everyone that there was no way out of the cells. Suddenly there was an explosion, an earthquake began and the lights went out everywhere. The doomed people finally lost heart, resigned to their death. The hero realized with bitterness that those around him were consumed by complete despair. Then he stood up resolutely and loudly called on his comrades to listen to him. The man demanded an escape plan from the red-haired man, desperately hoping for survival. Ant-Man clung to the bars, wanting to know a way to get out alive. The other prisoners watched their comrade's strange actions in complete shock. The insectoid confirmed that he knew the truth, looking straight into the guy's eyes. He mentioned to Cinderella the cure from Nest that restores human form. Although there was little vaccine left, The monster realized everything and nodded gloomily. The prisoner admitted that he had not escaped earlier only because of a lack of hope. With a terrible grinding sound of steel, the ant began to easily push apart the thick bars. The people were stunned, amazed by the incredible physical power of this humble insectoid. The hero broke the cage in cold blood, reminding them of the tenfold strength of his species. The red-haired guy was stunned that they weren't freed much earlier. The crowd rejoiced, hoping to finally regain their former human form. The bars have fallen, and it's time for everyone to break through to the exit. The path was blocked by a huge beetle, who called all the fugitives ordinary meat. The redhead smiled cheekily, because now he didn't have to cover for the weak. Now everything has changed. The guy confidently went on the attack against the enemy. He had no one else to protect, so he rushed forward first. The giant beetle roared, charging towards the crowd of unarmed captives. A fight ensued, with the captives using heavy chains as formidable weapons. They shackled the monster, tightening the steel links tightly around its body. The prisoners became wary, sensing the smell of something burning in the air. The fanged fighter grabbed the monster, trying to stop its furious onslaught. But the giant simply kicked him away with a powerful and sharp kick. The monster began to crush everyone in its path, throwing insectoids around like trash. Suddenly, Ant put his shoulder forward, grabbing the carcass of this overgrown creature. He barely contained the enemy's power, and his eyes flashed scarlet. The hero, with incredible effort, lifted the colossus above himself, buying time. Sensing the moment, the red-haired guy adopted a crushing grasshopper stance. A blinding strike from the scythe pierced space like lightning, dividing flesh. The monster's body split in two under a fountain of dark blood. A bloody blow finally knocked the enemy down, ending this frantic round. The red-haired guy was breathing heavily, barely believing that the terrible fight was over. The surviving mutants burst into tears of joy, realizing their long-awaited victory. The crowd cheered wildly and called for everyone to quickly get out of this damned place. One of the guys pointed to the door, while the locks were de-energized and useless. The group rushed forward, hoping to slip past the nursery guards to freedom. Suddenly the hero froze, wondering why there was a strange window in this wall. He peered into the murky liquid, suspecting that something was hidden behind the glass. A face distorted with terrible pain looked at him from the red tank. Suddenly the guy screamed in horror, demanding that the door handle be dropped immediately. Suddenly, a suspicious click of the electronic security system was heard behind the door. The next second, a powerful stream of water literally swept the fugitives off their feet. The room quickly filled with icy liquid, causing everyone to panic. Enormous pressure pressed against the door, giving the heroes no chance. The red-haired boy tried with all his might to hold back this crushing tide. He realized that the tide was starting to flood the lab right now. Below sea level, doors were to remain tightly locked at all times. And then all the survivors rushed to help, to close the ill-fated passage together. The friends leaned against the door, straining their muscles to the limit in a mortal fight. Through the grinding of metal, they stubbornly pushed at the barrier, hoping for salvation. The raging current swirled the heroes into a deadly watery chaos. The elements proved stronger, and it was impossible to slam the door. A terrible thought flashed through the darkness that this was the end. The red-haired boy realized in horror the proximity of imminent death. From the depths of memory, a gentle image of a mother suddenly appeared. The hero was completely exhausted and almost gave up, but suddenly his eyes widened, sensing a change. He asked the others if they could see the water receding. The ant confirmed that the liquid level had indeed begun to drop. Seeing the direction of the current, the survivors joyfully rushed forward. The friends wondered what lay ahead, discovering a passage into an ordinary neighboring cell. Suddenly, they noticed a huge hole in the wall, opening a path. The heroes realized that a powerful stream of water had opened a way out for them. It turned out that this huge pipe led the fugitives straight into the sewer. Everyone was rejoicing at the rescue, but the red-haired guy suddenly froze in bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the dark tunnel, there was a simply unbearable stench. But in fact, the formidable Cheon Do-hwa was waiting for them there. Suddenly, in the night, someone's ghostly, glowing wings spread out. The scarred enemy only grinned evilly and called the guy an insolent brat. The enemy wondered in horror what kind of creature this little fellow had turned into. The girl sternly asked what the hell the red-haired guy was doing in the lab. The guy hesitated when she sarcastically asked if he was looking for her. Having received a resounding slap, the hero was outraged by such a sudden and rude behavior. She admitted with a sigh that she felt extremely awkward remembering the past. But in this madness of battle, she met her true equal. The ferocious blow landed right on target, causing the monster to stagger. The enemy froze in complete shock at the brat's impudence. The sky literally split from the collision of two powerful streams of energy. The bloodied enemy was amazed that this little guy tried to eat him. And then the hero completely went wild, starting to fight like a possessed demon. The brute's gaze flashed red, reminding him of someone from the past. Shin Gayan became furious, proving to be that special specimen. A deadly blow from above shook the earth, raising columns of thick dust. The wounded enemy acknowledged the hero's strength, but considered it useless. The battle flared up with renewed vigor, bringing the fighters only insane pleasure. A furious kick reached its target, accompanied by calls to tear the enemy to pieces. In the heat of battle, he ordered them to fight to the death like a wild animal. A powerful thrust threw the hero back amid cries of mutual pleasure. The real monster rushed to attack with a howl, baring its sharp claws. Meanwhile, the captives celebrated their freedom by helping each other get out. Haya Sung and Do Hua froze as they heard their names called in the silence. The friends reunited, wondering where they had been all this time. The guy explained that the survivors were held for a long time in a secret laboratory. The girl was visibly embarrassed when asked about her numerous abrasions. They had to work hard to fight off a crowd of aggressive test subjects. Glasses put the enemies to sleep with smoke, ordering everyone to leave the island immediately. A sudden, powerful flash blinded the heroes, interrupting their hasty escape. The shocked girl turned around at the sound, not believing her own eyes. Amidst the rubble and smoke, the silhouette of a barely alive Su Chang appeared. The wounded hero turned into a monster again, baring his teeth furiously at his enemies. Goosebumps ran down her skin at the creepy appearance of her old comrade. The boys froze in shock, recognizing their friend Su Chan in the monster. The bespectacled man cursed under his breath, amazed by the scale of the devilry happening around him. The hero's mad roar shook the air, causing everyone around him to shudder. The shadow of a huge predator loomed over the girl, foreshadowing imminent reprisal. The wild Su Chang rushed forward, almost knocking his friend off her feet. His bloody hand froze, never completing the fatal blow. A determined and still conscious gaze emerged through the poisonous fumes. A powerful smokescreen surrounded the survivors, cutting them off from danger. The prisoners realized with amazement that a veil of smoke had reliably hidden them. Glasses ordered everyone to stay in the smoke for their own safety. Looking at Su Chang, he remembered that he had seen such madness before. 5 years ago, something terrible happened that left a mark on his memory. The hero in the smoke grinned evilly, surprised by their unexpected rescue. The wounded enemy contemptuously refused to waste time on weaklings. The friends realized that a powerful enemy was in league with their tormentors. A powerful flash shook the battlefield, causing everyone to shout the hero's name. The girl screamed in despair, trying to stop her friend's mad impulse. The bespectacled man held her back, explaining that Su Chang's mind had completely gone cloudy. The feral hero turned into a real beast, consumed by uncontrollable rage. The bespectacled man sternly forbade leaving the smoke, warning of fatal madness. But Do Hua rushed forward, not wanting to abandon her wounded comrade. Su Chang was completely beaten and bleeding, balancing on the brink of death. The heroine shouted in rage that she forbade him to risk himself like that. The girls decided to break through the curtain to finally take revenge. Suddenly, thick smoke stunned them, causing a sudden attack of panic. The bespectacled man apologized to his fallen friends, forcibly stopping their impulse. He firmly stated that no one from the group would leave again. Meanwhile, he suggested hiding under protection and waiting for the enemy. The red-haired guy suddenly shuddered, feeling someone's frightening presence behind him. A heavy boot stepped on a dropped part right on the battlefield. A flash of rage erupted, and the heroes exchanged bloody blows in the air. Anthead responded with confusion to the sudden and strange order. The guy gave the mask to his ally, ordering him to detain anyone who interfered. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, leaving witnesses in shock. The bespectacled man in green screamed, trying to stop this crazy flight. But Ant-Man apologized and grabbed him by the neck by force. The protagonist rushed forward, anticipating the success of his wild plan. An important lesson he had learned long ago came back to him. Even the wildest beast will calm down if its view is blocked. The girl in green realized that there was now a real beast in front of her. It was risky, but he still made that crazy leap upward. The hero believed that there was still one ghostly chance of victory. The two fighters clashed in a celestial dance amidst bright flashes of energy. He grabbed the madman with a death grip, not allowing him to dodge. Haya Sung furiously demanded that the idiot finally come to his senses. A powerful green discharge fell down under the angry cry of the attacking hero. Friends below watched in fascination as this epic and terrifying clash unfolded. The red-winged enemy hovered in the smoke, radiating a primal threat. His bloodshot eyes burned with pure rage and absolute madness. The rescued fighter thanked Hai-sung for bringing him back to his senses under the lighthouse. The hero again clearly saw the world through his green glasses. The girl was amazed at the guy's sudden restoration of control over the complex. Hai-sung confirmed to his friend that he felt quite well. He felt a surge of strength, believing in a quick victory over the monster. Suddenly, the dangerous enemy disappeared without a trace into the darkness of the night. And then the monster appeared right in front of Hai-sung in a stance. The guy just bared his teeth furiously, preparing for a new round of crazy fight. Meanwhile, the hero's vision was obscured by the black shadow of a rapidly approaching enemy. The antlion roughly threw his opponent, reminding him of his calling. The enemy grabbed Su Chang, deciding to change the location of their duel. The monster soared into the sky, carrying the boy away in front of his friends. The kidnapper was flying too fast, not giving his pursuers a chance. The redhead rushed after him, screaming furiously that he had been forgotten in vain. The beast advised him to relax, mocking his weak complex. A short lunge and the pursuer was roughly thrown away from the fight. The boy tripped and fell, unable to keep up with the monster. The enemy said that the red-haired man shouldn't get involved in other people's squabbles. He called the guy a mediocre mediocrity, completely trampling him into the ground. The teacher's words about the normality of different abilities came to mind. The redhead bared his teeth, remembering the bitter truth about someone else's superiority. He cursed, looking after the enemy and completely confused. The silence of the forest was broken by the whistle of the insane speed of flight. The kidnapper threw the victim into the thicket, promising a fight without witnesses. Having squeezed the guy's throat, the opponent suggested starting their meeting over again. The villain was thirsty for blood, citing the merciless laws of the wild jungle. He called for slaughter for the sake of survival, boiling with monstrous power. Thick dust enveloped the forest, cutting the heroes off from the rest of the world. Su Chang's eyes flashed furiously, foreshadowing a crushing response. A thunderous explosion shook the earth, marking the beginning of the final battle. Hei Jin came to on the floor, hiccuping heavily and intermittently. The guy in the Hawaiian shirt apologized to her for his overly radical methods. He added sternly that they would deal with Su Chang a little later. Suddenly, the heroes realized that they were surrounded by a whole crowd of monsters. The hungry insectoids salivated, anticipating fresh human meat. It turned out that the sleeping cigarettes had run out and the monsters had awakened from the effects of the smoke. The combat blonde prepared for the massacre because there was no other way out, and then the whole team rallied, deciding to take on this crazy fight. Suddenly, a winged fighter burst into the thick of things, attacking swiftly, and some crazy muscle guy was screaming that he was absolutely magnificent. The guy in glasses angrily asked if the enemy really dared to disagree. A powerful blast of light instantly pierced the space with a deafening roar. The wounded enemy roared furiously, flatly refusing to admit defeat. The hero in green glasses suddenly assumed a deadly dragonfly stance. A mad hunt for the hare began, filling the air with the whistle of blows. In the air, the fighter realized that he was now in a winning position. Only the sand attack allowed him to finally seize the initiative in the battle. The stunned enemy fell down, uttering only a short, pain-filled cry. The guy rushed after him, deciding not to let his enemy touch the ground. The brutal blow crushed the enemy's flesh, drenching everything around with scarlet blood. The hero held the enemy in the air, denying him access to the saving sand. He delivered a powerful kick, sending his muscular opponent flying even further. The sudden movement caused a bright splash, emphasizing the extreme speed of this attack. Like a hunting rifle, the guy used the height to his full advantage. The wounded enemy was choking with rage, not expecting such a harsh response. Suddenly, the monster assumed the terrifying stance of an antlion. An instant evolution occurred, and the monster grew powerful wings. The guy was amazed at how quickly the enemy hit his jaws and picked up speed. Suddenly, the monster's clawed hand grabbed the hero's ankle in a death grip. The monster grinned, having figured out the hero's plan to force a fight in the open sky. The monster pulled the guy down, promising to end this fight right now. The mutant triumphed, threatening to unleash a powerful sandstorm on the enemy. The villain laughed loudly, absolutely confident of his victory. Suddenly, another fighter flew out of the forest thicket to help. The stunned monster froze, not understanding where this impudent guy had jumped out from. The savior appeared out of nowhere, making a giant dash straight towards the target. The enemies were taken aback. The guy came running straight from the other end of the island. Judging by the tracks, he moved at supersonic speed through the thicket. Incredibly, he actually ran the entire distance in an instant. The red-haired brazen man thanked the blockhead for the warm-up, preparing to strike. A sharp kick cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. During the flight, the bespectacled man remembered the professor's strange question about high sun. Meanwhile, the professor was convincing the guy in blue not to worry. The gray-bearded old man spoke about eternal complexes due to human shortcomings. Suddenly, he noticed that rage from weakness can be useful. In his view, it is anger that fuels incredible growth. The old man called this feeling the true key to powerful self-development. The red-haired man told the enemy not to be surprised by the strength born from past complexes. The fighter rushed across the ground, cutting off the fact that he had no equal here. A heavy blow knocked a fountain of blood and the last of his life out of the enemy. With one swift stroke, he literally cut the enemy in half right in the air. The boy grinned fiercely, and his eyes flashed a poisonous green light. The enemy screamed hysterically, choking on his own blood from the crushing blow. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady with purple hair smiled contentedly. A powerful explosion scattered everything around, leaving behind only smoke. The hero breathed heavily, beginning to realize that they had succeeded after all. The lifeless body of the enemy in a pool of blood finally confirmed their victory. Suddenly, a vile monster jumped out, greedily screaming for fresh meat. The boys froze in horror when a huge shadow suddenly covered them. And then the space around was filled with a thick crimson fountain after the impact. The silver-haired warrior brought down a powerful blow on the monster from above. But she was taken aback when she realized that the attack had been in vain. The creature only mockingly cracked its neck without receiving a drop of damage. The masked soldiers trembled, realizing the monstrous power of the new enemy. A whole horde of nightmarish insectoids rushed into the attack with a wild cry. Having looked at the enemy hordes, the survivors finally lost all hope. A huge monster jumped on the red-haired girl, anticipating easy prey. Suddenly, someone's hand intercepted the creature, forbidding the others from giving up too early. The hero furiously opened the enemy's shell, promising that they would definitely cope. He explained that feeding made the exoskeletons of these monsters incredibly strong. He suggested an alternative, simply ripping out these creatures' powerful limbs, or even incinerate monsters on the spot, turning them into a pile of ash. He confidently stated that everyone must find their own unique method of struggle. Professor Chi usually taught newcomers to avoid any confrontations if possible. However, special training was intended precisely for such critical situations. Later, the teacher brought her into the hall, worried about the consequences of the brawl. He took responsibility for her injury and promised to teach her how to survive. To overcome physically strong cockroaches, one special cunning technique was required. It turned out that before the academy, the mentor served as an elite military instructor. He then taught soldiers jujitsu techniques that were ideal for fighting. And now the stern mentor was ready to pass on his experience to her. He promised to train her, and the girl immediately assumed a fighting stance. The soldiers froze, because they recognized that same legendary combat technique. The insecticide style is created specifically for the total cleansing of these creatures. The girl demonstrated complete superiority, brutally driving the monsters into the ground. One sharp lunge and another insectoid flew into pieces. A deadly display of flowers turned the battlefield into a bloody show. The witnesses were stunned, as she broke everyone's bones instantly. Now no one doubted that they were facing an incredible warrior. The silver-haired girl entered the battle, amazed by the headman's unexpected skill. She dealt with small insectoids in cold blood, showing no mercy. The walls were instantly covered in blood after her next swift attack. And then a gigantic monster appeared, who dreamed only of fresh meat. Those around were stunned, unable to understand where this colossus had come from. The boy, in horror, told Dohua to run away from this giant. The creature bared its teeth fiercely, demanding meat and raising its heavy fist. The girl only frowned sternly, preparing to take the crushing blow. She declared that she would not stand on ceremony and that the jokes had long since ended. The heroine delivered a counterblow with such force that the air literally shook. Since the armor turned out to be too strong, she decided to simply break it. She decided to simply hit harder, digging her dark claws into the flesh. The enemy shuddered as the warrior assumed a dangerous stance of the Emperor Scorpion. A lightning-fast series of 5 powerful backhand strikes instantly found its target. The incredible collision sent the monster flying off with a roar. The bespectacled man was amazed that she used the enhancing complex for this victory. Duhua clenched her fists with excitement, not wanting to stop at the success she had achieved. The surrounding mutants were amazed at how the fragile girls destroyed the giant monsters. The blonde seriously wondered if this was what Cha Hai-sung had warned him about. The girls stood triumphantly over the defeated enemy in the middle of this eerie nest. The observers plucked up their courage and also decided to join the mad fight. The mutant acknowledged Hee-sung's correctness as he peered into the dark blue sky. Suddenly, he led the crowd to the exit right under the monster's noses. Meanwhile, the sea raged outside, washing against the cold concrete of the dam. The heroine greedily gasped for air, barely holding back the scream that was bursting out. The survivors were finally able to rest, finding themselves in relative safety. Duhua exhaled, believing that they had managed to escape. The bespectacled man panicked because the sun was about to rise. He ordered everyone to hide in the sewers so as not to be seen by people. The good man with the insect's head asked if anyone else needed help. Suddenly, some poor guy tearfully asked him to help Hye-sung himself. The hero in the insect mask froze, stunned by the sudden request for salvation. The beaten old man cried bitterly, desperately begging for help for his dear friend. On the night beach, someone's heavy steps were heard under the sound of the surf. Someone resolutely approached the victims and firmly promised their support. The red-haired guy carried the wounded man on his back, telling him to just shut up. The guy just frowned in concentration, trying not to notice the weight of his burden. The group gathered by the water, listening attentively to the quiet confession of the strange mutant. Looking at the sky, the insect man indulged in memories of his childhood. Then he got hopelessly lost in the forest, accidentally falling behind his beloved grandfather. The frightened child cried bitterly, begging his grandfather to stop hiding and come out. He remembered a childhood horror story about naughty children abandoned in the forest. Luckily, his grandfather soon found him among the dense forest thickets. The old man with binoculars smiled kindly, calming his frightened grandson with his appearance. In reality, the mutant with a trembling voice could barely recognize his grandfather. His mangled, clawed hand trembled traitorously as the bitter truth washed over him. The moment of oblivion passed, and the binoculars abruptly brought him back to reality. Looking into the lenses, he realized that the old boy was no longer there. Now, in the reflection, only a terrible and dangerous monster was staring at the grandfather. And then he clenched his fist furiously, suppressing the remnants of his former humanity. The hero coldly snapped that this man's grandson was no longer here. The mutant drove his grandfather home, swearing that his grandson would never return. The old man decided to play along, pretending that he had simply made a mistake in the dark. Suddenly, he raised his binoculars again, causing the mutant to freeze in shock. The young man next to him suddenly recognized the binoculars, feeling a twinge of strange déjà vu. Grandfather grumbled about the old junk, in which he supposedly couldn't see anything. But in reality, my hand simply couldn't bring itself to throw away the fragment of memory. The elderly man complained about his memory, admitting that sometimes he forgets himself. But through the lenses, he always saw his little, crying grandson. The old man asked if he really hoped that his own grandfather would not recognize him. He remembered all too well the voice and the nervous clicking of his boy's teeth. The grandfather greeted the hero warmly and praised him for a job well done. The masked man burst into tears, finally finding himself next to his loved one. They both fell to their knees by the water, celebrating their long-awaited return. The blond man confirmed that his grandson would never have abandoned the old man. The author compared them to ants, which usually abandon sick people in order to survive. The stranger watched through binoculars and reflected on the great burden of someone else's care. The old man hugged his grandson, rejoicing in the victory of humanity over instincts. Meanwhile, the group moved to the creepy laboratory to conduct a search. The man in glasses was surprised by the success and thanked the talented students for their help. The organization's agents received clear orders to thoroughly inspect every corner of the premises. Agent B1 asked her partner about the condition of the test subjects behind bars. It turned out that the water had escaped through the breach, leaving few survivors. The order was given not to open the door, but to tranquilize the survivors using special equipment. Suddenly, one of the operatives called the group to a suspicious discovery ahead. The group came across a massive steel door leading to a secret storage area. The electronic lock was intact, but the entrance was strangely open. Cautious steps through the dark room were accompanied only by the ominous creaking of the floor. A terrible stench hit my nose as the light from the lanterns revealed the corpses. The girls shuddered with horror, trying to comprehend the scale of this bloodbath. Before them appeared a pile of mutilated bodies of those who had been secretly held here. The group reached the shipyard, where a powerful rescue vessel was already waiting for them. As soon as the connection was restored, the guy first reported to the nest base. Having learned of the horrors of the laboratory, the university sent a ship to transport all the insectoids. The hero blushed deeply when his exhausted companion suddenly fell asleep on his shoulder. On board, it was discovered that many insectoids retained their intelligence and human appearance. Thanks to Hae Seong's efforts, Nest officially took most of them under its wing. The boy looked sadly after the sailing boat, realizing that his path was now different. He chose to stay with his grandfather since the people were close to the headquarters. The grandfather encouraged his grandson, promising that together they would overcome any difficulties. Assessing his strength, the hero doubted that he could reach the level of other elite students. A friendly handshake sealed the alliance, and the insectoid promised to sincerely root for Hee-sung. As he was leaving, the ant guy insistently asked his comrade to never stop fighting. Hae-sung silently accepted the challenge, his gaze filled with iron determination. The ship cut through the waves to the cries of seagulls, carrying hope into the open sea. Meanwhile, in the deep basement of the nursery, a frightened cry from a faithful servant was heard. A subordinate reported in a panic about the loss of the laboratory and the capture of a dangerous insectoid. The mysterious young man lazily proposed a game of chess, completely ignoring the failure. The leader just laughed it off, since even capturing Antlion was part of the plan. He confidently stated that the destruction of the laboratory was just a cover for the goal. Only rare specimens were able to retain their sanity after going through the hellish feeding. The villains declared their main task to be the rescue of valuable allies from the depths of the laboratory. The blue-haired leader smiled predatorily as all of his figures finally took position. The stern, bearded man coldly confirmed that the time had come to finally get rid of the unwanted ones. The meeting heard the final report on the bloody events that shook the gloomy Black Island. The staff of the terrifying nursery and the experimental specimens, crippled by training, were captured. The profiles of 21 insectoids who had managed to survive that nightmare lit up the screen. The committee was furious with the mercenary who had exposed them and nearly ruined the mission. The gray-haired master noted that it was Cha Hae-sung who played a decisive role. He was surprised how the boy's eternal feeling of inferiority suddenly became a powerful motivator. The head of Nest acknowledged the success, although the breeder and his companion managed to escape. The boss praised their contribution and mysteriously reached for his tablet. The old man admitted that he had concealed classified information from the official headquarters report. He then sternly warned everyone that Jang Soo-chan was damn dangerous. Meanwhile, in the noisy Nesta bar, ordinary civilian life was in full swing. The green-eyed guy suddenly realized that he was in complete trouble. His life was put in danger by a sudden blind date. A couple of hours ago, everything was much calmer in the dining room. Group A was solemnly congratulated on their successful return after a dangerous mission. Group D's Yu Chang-hoon gave a toothy welcome to the returning heroes. The silver-haired warrior instantly lost all appetite in such company. De Hua, in a rage, grabbed the impudent man, threatening to turn him into a cutlet. Yu Chang-hoon smiled guiltily and admitted that they had gone too far back then. In response, Do Hua only clenched her fist tighter, not accepting the excuses. She ordered him to immediately apologize to his injured comrade. It turned out that because of him, the guy almost went blind and lost heart. Then the warrior imperiously ordered to apologize to all the girls of Group B. The cunning Yu Chang-hong immediately agreed with everything, grinning slyly. Meanwhile, he decided to correct the situation in one very strange way. He grabbed the boys unceremoniously, believing that apologies alone would not be enough, and then he dragged the whole company on that very group date. The cuties were delighted to meet, having heard about the resounding triumph of this group. The girls themselves asked for a date, which greatly embarrassed Su-chan. Chang-hong told his friend to relax, promising to thank him soon for the help. He whispered that the girl on the right was the best in Professor Yu's group. The beauty with butterfly wings coquettishly admitted that she was really looking forward to the new one. Su-chan couldn't believe his luck, because the elite of the academy sat in front of him. After meeting, Chang-hoon began mixing up a potent cocktail to get closer. Suddenly, he enthusiastically announced the start of tough drinking games. While the instigator was having fun, his red-haired comrade sipped his beer skeptically. The charming straight-A student also took a sip from her mug, keeping a close eye on the target. The red-haired friend decided that since they were here, it was time to take a sip. The delicious pizza on the table also clearly hinted at complete relaxation. But soon, Su-chan shamefully lost the drinking game and was left in a daze. Having come to, the guy apologized to everyone and tried to quickly go home. Suddenly, someone's gentle fingers grabbed his hand with a death grip. The green-haired straight-A student suddenly clung to him, complaining of being wildly intoxicated. The beauty moaned pitifully that she would never make it to her room alone. The friends immediately started to pretend to worry because it was too late outside. In the end, they brazenly dumped the drunk girl into the care of the stunned guy. Su Chang wandered away, cursing this date to the cheerful laughter of his girlfriends. The friends celebrated the success of the plan because Pai Dan would definitely not miss it. Suddenly, Do Hua appeared in a rage and demanded an explanation for this madness. The stunned company instantly sobered up when the warrior caught them by surprise. She asked with a frightening grin what kind of plan they were talking about. Meanwhile, Su Chang and Pai Dan were leisurely strolling through the night city. The guide dryly offered to walk her only to the entrance of the dorm. However, Pai Dan advised him to stop pretending to be an innocent fool. The girl twirled playfully, suggesting that they continue the evening together somewhere else. Su Chang resolutely refused, but the beauty only narrowed her eyes mysteriously. She came close, promising to reveal the secret of his most important complex. The guy was stunned when the stranger promised to reveal absolutely all her secrets to him. Green-haired Li Pai Dan admitted that she helped create his glasses. Soon they found themselves at a futuristic skyscraper shining brightly in the night. Li led the guest into the laboratory, assuring him that no one would disturb them. The guy's legs became weak, and the alcohol completely clouded his mind. The girl only smiled mysteriously, clearly anticipating the rapid development of these events. A sudden crash broke the silence as the couple suddenly fell to the floor. Once on top, Li pressed the stunned boy tightly against the cold tiles. Suddenly, she unceremoniously began to pull off his excess clothes. The hero felt a wild excitement and goosebumps from such sudden closeness. The girl took out the bag, thinking that the guy had officially given his consent. Li mounted Su Chang, intending to take the promised DNA sample from him. The guy was completely taken aback by such a sudden turn of events, and at this moment, an unexpected witness in a cap froze behind the door. She blushed deeply, misinterpreting the phrase she had heard about some kind of sample. Su Chang panicked and asked if she was really going to stick that in. Li coquettishly promised to be as gentle and experienced as possible in this matter. The guest's eyes filled with rage as Li urged the guy to just relax. A girl in a cap burst into the room screaming, trying to stop the process. And then the sharp needle of the syringe with the red composition suddenly entered the skin. Li Pi Dan chuckled as she used a regular syringe to collect blood. Ajin accused Li of faking a date to secretly meet Su Chang. The girl demanded to know why the lab technician needed the guy's DNA sample in the first place. Li simply waved it off, citing a secret assignment from the academy teachers. Suddenly, she gently touched Su Chang's chin, confessing her personal curiosity. She was dying to see what this famous transfer student was capable of. Having received what she wanted, Li Pi Dan hurried away, leaving the couple alone. However, right at the exit, she suddenly froze, remembering one important detail. Lai warned that a certain Professor Chi had begun to use his complex dangerously frequently. Finally, she advised to be careful because the professor was literally torturing himself. Li Pi Dan said goodbye to the guys, cheerfully promising them to see each other soon. On the street, Su Chang was outraged that the blood was taken and the truth was hidden. The boy was puzzled why the teachers didn't ask him personally for help. Ajin abruptly cut off the conversation, forbidding the would-be hero to even open his mouth. Su Chang tried to find out the reason for her anger, but Ajin denied everything. She sarcastically reminded me of that very innocent group blind date. And then he realized that his friend was simply jealous of his relationship with the lab assistant. Su Chang offered him a drink, but the base's strict rules closed all establishments. An awkward silence hung in the air as they slowly walked through the grounds. The guy felt his companion's heavy gaze and didn't know how to make amends. Ajin suggested that he come over for a drink if he didn't mind. She added that the neighbor was busy, so no one would disturb them. The guy suddenly felt sick, possibly because of the recent blood donation. My heart started beating wildly, and a strange, frightening feeling spread through my body. At the threshold, they were joyfully greeted by someone's ringing and very familiar voice. Inside, a noisy party was in full swing, with almost their entire group gathered there. Ajin froze in shock, realizing the scale of this sudden natural disaster. The boys explained that they had accidentally met the others on their way to them. We all saw each other at school all the time, but we never hung out together before. One of the girls was making fun of a guy who passed out on a date. The girlfriends surrounded Su Chang, urging him to come drink and have fun. The girl in the cap secretly dreamed of being alone with the guy as soon as possible. Su Chang sat down next to her, acknowledging the inevitability of a noisy party. He finally felt like a normal and happy student. The guy suggested hanging out with everyone today and having a drink together later. His companion only looked at him silently while he made plans. Meanwhile, night fell at headquarters and dry agreement was heard. The gray-bearded giant at the window received alarming results from recent tests. The man warned darkly that Su Chang had become a dangerous walking bomb. The woman suggested immediately isolating the guy for everyone's safety. The gray-bearded giant abruptly stopped his companion, refusing to isolate the guy. He considered it vile to lock an innocent person in a cold prison cell. The man understood that Su Chang was looking for salvation from loneliness. Isolation seemed more frightening to him than any threat from the outside world. The giant promised that this little fellow did not look like a monster at all. The red-haired lady asked what to do if the guy lost control. The hero's face grew stern at the thought of a possible disaster. He vowed to stop the madness at the cost of his life, clutching the marked hand. Meanwhile, on the underground floor B7, the elevator doors opened ominously. Two stylish fighters emerged, ready to enter the game. The purple-haired beauty noted with intrigue that they had finally arrived at the place. She looked at the giant hidden monster, amazed at the scale of the secret refuge. The guy carefully moisturized the centipede, knowing that the monster was intolerant of dry skin. The girl was looking forward to how they would set the creature on Professor Chi. The companion abruptly refused her, deciding to give the monster a well-deserved rest. He remembered the moment when the creature took the crushing enemy blow. But in reality, the consequences of that battle turned out to be much more serious. No one could withstand such an attack without damage to their body. Due to burns, the centipede was out of action and needed urgent rehabilitation. Then she looked closely at her partner, sensing something was wrong. The purple companion asked about his anger, but the guy just laughed it off. He coldly assured that he was simply worried about his injured pet. The young man decided to eliminate Professor Chi at any cost. The leader told his friend to be patient and wait for his secret plan. The woman admitted with a smile that she understood his animal's pain perfectly well. Sweet revenge for 5 years of nightmares became her main obsession. The villainess believed that the death of her enemy would calm her eternal throbbing pain. Meanwhile, the professor stood in the forest, hoping for an end to his torment. Su Chang came up behind him, wondering if another training session was waiting for him. The mentor slowly turned around and quietly called the boy by his full name. The professor stunned the boy with the news that the university administration considered him dangerous. Meanwhile, the mentor suddenly surrounded his palm with crushing firepower. The giant grimly declared that he would take it upon himself to personally kill the student. Su Chang stood frozen in complete bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reason for such cruelty. The boy peered into the teacher's eyes, trying in vain to understand this absurd sentence. Suddenly, the old man's fist burst into a furious flame for the first fatal blow. The monstrous explosion of energy sent Su Chang flying backwards like a feather. The stunned hero barely had time to compose himself when instinct flashed in his eyes. And then the enraged old man rushed into the attack again, wanting to finish off the guy. A fierce battle ensued in the forest, and a powerful blow finally reached its target. The fire demon furiously fell upon the guy from above, leaving no chance. The boy flew through the forest and asked the professor about the reasons for the attack. The professor grabbed the young man and reproached him for his weak-willed desire to simply die. Then he gave the poor guy a powerful kick and sent him flying. There was a terrible crunch, and scarlet blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. Another crushing bang threw the battered hero far to the side. The wounded boy became despondent, realizing that he no longer had a choice. The professor apologized to the boy, raising his flaming fist to strike. The young man's eyes widened in shock at the blinding flash right in front of his face. A powerful bunker buster bomb completely turned everything around into a living hell. The professor dryly stated that it was completely useless to take off now. He promised to get the boy anyway, clutching a homemade projectile. The guy just looked at the object flying at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, he realized that the old man had placed dangerous explosives on the stone. There was a powerful explosion that sounded like a real combat grenade. The shockwave threw the young man straight into the forest thicket. The poor fellow lay on the ground, shuddering from terrible pain. A brutal blow to the jaw caused the hero to choke on his own blood. The old man continued the beating, outraged by the lack of any protection. The professor sternly reminded him that the boy could have actually died right now. The professor literally smashed the poor fellow into the ground with a powerful kick. The guy howled hysterically from unbearable pain, losing consciousness, gasping for breath. He wondered if the old man was seriously planning to kill him. The teacher recalled his recent loss of control on Black Island. He started talking about a former student who had become a real monster. That girl mercilessly slaughtered her entire group to the last man. At that moment, its destructive power increased to incredible limits. The old man made the fatal decision to kill his student with his own hands. He was responsible and could not allow more victims. The professor recalled how the boy had attacked He Jin in a frenzy. The guy was horrified to realize that he had almost killed He Jin. The old man grabbed it, calling it a dangerous bomb for nest security. The professor decided to rip off the detonator himself, raising his fiery fist. He vowed to finish off the student before he became a monster. The hero froze as everything around him erupted in hellish flames. Suddenly, a furious green energy and a scream burst from his eyes. A powerful explosion thundered, wiping out all living things within the radius of the impact. Dust and sparks filled the air after the crushing collision. The teacher gloomily hoped that his colleagues were pleased with the show. Meanwhile, invisible spectators watched the massacre through cameras. The colleagues in the hall began to argue in horror, wondering if the old man had really killed the student. The professor explained to the observers that he had calculated everything for the sake of Chang Su-chang. The young man remained alive, although he was on the verge of death. The wounded student bit his arm furiously, fighting with all his might. He realized that the complex was taking over, turning him into a terrible monster. The hero did not want to harm his loved ones, and desperately resisted his inner madness. The young man desperately recalled the frightened faces and swore that he was not a monster. Suddenly, a mysterious man in glasses appeared above the lying hero. The mysterious guest studied the surroundings seriously, enveloped in a strange green aura. The professor triumphantly declared that there should be no more objections from his colleagues. The old man realized with a stern expression that it was no longer Shinga Yeon in front of him. The empty hospital corridor was frightening with its sterile silence in blue tones. The boy suddenly opened his bright green eyes, coming to consciousness. The red-haired girl reassured him with news of the treatment, receiving gratitude in return. She looked meaningfully at the hero, counting on his complete sanity. The interlocutor warned about the harsh methods of the giant, who was sitting with his back to them. Meanwhile, the old man silently bandaged the wounds, acting only for his own protection. The beauty emphasized that only this warrior believed in his will. The memory came to him of how he almost killed him for the sake of testing. Suddenly, the big guy turned around and promised to finish off the guy the next time he went berserk. The mentor firmly promised to personally teach him everything that was most important. He reminded the boy of his dream of stopping being a terrible monster. Moments came to mind when he completely lost control. The giant placed his hand on his shoulder, urging him to prove his humanity. The old man demanded to show that the man in him was much stronger. Chang Su-chang stood frozen, filled with determination and new hope. The red-haired companion watched the changes in the hero with obvious pleasure. A couple of days later, the story moved to the organization's training facility. A noisy girl burst into the hall, loudly looking for her friend. A hyuna calmly stretched before starting her workout. A friend burst into the hall with shocking news about Su-chang's duel. Hee-jin was stunned when she heard about a maniac as her rival. Meanwhile, the professor launched into a powerful speech about working on weaknesses. The students didn't immediately understand how exactly the old man was going to drive them. The master announced a week of tough individual quests, which put everyone under a lot of stress. He reminded them that any failure in battle would quickly send them to the graveyard. The professor quickly clicked his notepad, where he had already written down the fate of each student. The girls immediately started whining, trying to get away from the dubious pleasure. Su-chang even considered giving up on the whole thing due to the lack of fines. But the instructor's smirk made it clear that the truants would definitely not pass the exam. The students realized they were hopeless and decided to pass the tests at any cost. The written exams at the academy scared the boys even more than the training. Jang Su-chan was terrified of the difficulty of the tests for the chance to graduate. The stern professor began to announce individual assignments, increasing the tension. The academy's training field was scorching hot under the bright sun. Cha Hye-sung, with a grasshopper complex, prepared to show off his speed. The guy clearly lacked technique, despite his powerful blows and spikes. His first task was to meticulously destroy all flying tennis balls. The heroes finally realized that the tests were aimed at pumping up their complexes. But Hae-sung quickly howled and demanded that the mad machine be turned off immediately. Song Ha-na, with a poisonous lantern complex, boldly called out to the stern professor. The girl was accustomed to relying on poison, having no knowledge of physical combat techniques. Suddenly, she was ordered to hit Hee-jin in a normal hand-to-hand fight. Yunji, with a mole cricket complex, furiously bit into the hard layer of soil. The little girl howled in pain, trying to break through the unyielding concrete slab with her fists. Ji-hwan pushed himself to the limit as he ran the 100-meter dash with a heavy load. Meanwhile, Da-eun was using her last bit of strength to spin the 100-kilogram iron ball. Hyuna tried to develop a strong thread while her bonds were easily torn. Su-chang was amazed at how accurately the teacher had identified all of their pain points. Hee-jin confirmed that the cunning Professor Chi had indeed not forgotten anyone. Professor Chi closely monitored the progress of each of his students. The brunette asked why her partner was just standing there doing nothing. The girl in the cap was embarrassed, because she still didn't know the task. Chi assigned the boy a secret test immediately after the end of all current lessons. This news made the heroine seriously wary and take a closer look. Deep underground, in the secret prison of Nest, someone broke the grave silence. Subordinate Chi doubted whether it was safe to release the dangerous prisoner now. Meanwhile, a rather grueling and hot workout was in full swing in the gym. The green-haired student struggled to contain her scream as her muscles crackled treacherously. The friends cursed this elective, feeling a terrible ache after a difficult day of school. Da-eun could barely hold on, amazed at the extreme difficulty of the current test. The friend realized that some people were given truly deadly missions. The student was horrified by the news of her partner's battle with the insane prison maniac. Da-eun cheered up and sincerely thanked her friend for her support. The brunette understood that Professor Chi definitely had a cunning plan. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor as the hero carried the briefcase. Soon, the guy and Chi arrived at the secret sector of the base. The newcomer was taken aback by the emptiness of the gigantic hall, not understanding his loneliness. Chi sternly reminded him of how his protégé had lost control in a battle with the insectoids. Now the hero's task became to keep the entire complex under complete control. Before the guy could finish speaking, a red light flashed ominously from behind. A sharp sound made him turn around instantly, sensing mortal danger. An unknown enemy attacked from the darkness with an incredibly powerful lunge. The grinning maniac in the collar joyfully wheezed about the long-awaited freedom. His curved blade flashed predatorily, preparing to draw blood from his victim. The hero froze, feverishly trying to figure out how to survive in this madness. Suddenly, a giant praying mantis appeared, and the enemy mockingly greeted the guy. In a panic, the student tried to report to the professor about the escape of the creepy creature. He glanced at the screen, seeing Chi's completely unperturbed face. The professor admitted in an icy tone that he had personally released the beast. The disciple was horrified because Chi had deliberately released this dangerous and insane butcher. The professor dryly ordered the stunned boy to immediately put on special protective glasses. Su Chang trembled, realizing the necessity of a mortal duel against this terrible monster. Professor Chi coldly confirmed his suspicions, observing his protégé's violent reaction. The encounter with the true enemy awakened in the hero a primal, body-numbing fear. Chi recalled how a fateful encounter with the mantis once turned the boy into an outcast. However, during all this time, the hero still has not managed to defeat him. The mentor called this battle the most important test and turning point in the student's fate. The professor urged the use of the mantis as a stepping stone to reach a new level of power. Through the pain, Jiang Su Chang put on his glasses, activating his dragonfly combat complex. The maniac grinned madly, promising to make up for the missed treat with a bloody massacre. The ordeal required Su Chang to defeat his natural enemy. Professor Chi and his companion watched the progress of the battle with intent. The protagonist is ready to show his mentor what he is really worth. Su Chang stood frozen in a daze, amazed by what he saw on the battlefield. The mantis attacked with frantic speed, delivering a series of powerful red strikes. The guy clearly remembered how he had cut off his enemy's arm in the previous fight. But the enemy somehow miraculously regained both limbs for the fight. Chi noted that a cripple would not be able to fight at full strength. The mentor was eager to see his student triumph over the monster in perfect form. The laboratory supplied the madman with a prosthesis that turned out to be many times more deadly than his hand. The crushing blow shattered the floor into pieces, shaking the entire underground building. Chan was genuinely furious that such a psychopath was given such advanced equipment. The bloody maniac burst into laughter, anticipating the quick reprisal against the delicacy. The villain thirsted for revenge and furiously searched for the daredevil who had deprived him of a limb. He boldly provoked the hero, showering the hall with a barrage of deadly and swift attacks. Su Chang miraculously dodged another red stroke, barely keeping his head. The sudden blow threw the guy back, causing him to slide across the cold floor. The hero realized that his attacks were powerless against the monster's incredibly strong armor. It was difficult to maneuver in the cramped room, and falling into their clutches was fatal. The professor's companion became worried, but Chi strictly forbade her to interfere in the fight. The mentor believed that Chan Su-chan was obliged to win this fight on his own. This was precisely the essence of the dangerous assignment from the professor. The maniac was delirious with the appetizing smell of the enemy, whom he dreamed of devouring every second. The mantis admitted that he would have finished off the brat much earlier without any unnecessary interference. The monster mockingly asked if the guy still didn't agree with his fate. The heavy images of the past came back to him, poisoning Su Chang's mind. He recalled how this enemy forced the hero to reveal his true identity. A primal terror gripped Su Chang's body, just like last time. The only way out was to crush my fear and go on a frontal attack. The mantis mockingly asked if the flyer had a secret weapon against his armor. Su Chang, with a cheeky grin, confirmed that he had a powerful ace up his sleeve. The assistant asked the professor with great curiosity about the cunning student's probable plan. Suddenly, the boy turned away from the stunned monster and loudly called out to his mentor. Raising his hand confidently, he prepared to voice his truly brilliant strategy. And then Su Chan asked in all seriousness to go to the toilet, shocking the enemy. The girl was simply stunned by such absurdity in the middle of a deadly battle. While the maniac was dumbfounded, the guy flew out the door of the armored training room like a bullet. The professor smiled mysteriously, out loud assessing this prank as a good plan. It turned out that the student did not need the restroom at all. He quickly ran away. The green-haired Da-un was genuinely taken aback by the sudden request to borrow a weapon. Having thanked his puzzled friend, the guy took the heavy mace and returned back. Su Chang understood that points alone were not enough to win. In the previous skirmish, an exceptionally powerful chainsaw helped cut off the enemy's arm. The hero needed a lethal weapon because the laboratory would not provide anything else. So the sly one decided to brazenly borrow the heavy piece of iron from his partner. The assistant was delighted, believing that the heavy metal would definitely pierce the monster's armor. However, Mantis only arrogantly doubted the effectiveness of this ridiculous idea. In response, Su Chang grinned predatorily, rapidly spinning the heavy chain. And then with furious force, he threw the spiked ball at the enemy. Professor Chi calmly stated the ineffectiveness of such a crude attack. He understood that the heavy mace was only ideal for Da-un. Su Chang retreated hastily, frantically considering his next battle strategy. Suddenly, he pulled out a red pistol and opened fire. The guy then quickly attacked the enemy with someone else's shining leg shields. Putting all his rage into it, he powerfully hit the maniac with his spiked brass knuckles. But the giant monster easily blocked this crushing combination with his hands. Su Chang exhaled heavily, hoping in vain that his attack would be successful. The mantis got tired of these tricks and furiously swung his sharp blade. The hero flew back, realizing the complete invulnerability of the monster's armored limbs. He flicked his visor, hoping to sharpen his vision for a devastating attack. Suddenly, the lens flashed green, emitting a sharp electronic buzz. Due to extreme nausea, the guy lost control and flew back. Meanwhile, the stern, gray-bearded mentor continued his merciless countdown. The hero, gritting his teeth, had only 5 grueling days left. In the evening, he walked wearily along the busy neon street of mutants. The wounded shoulder ached like hell, foreshadowing the inevitable failure of the test. And then he realized that the damned motion sickness was preventing him from fighting. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a brightly lit cafe window. There, green-haired second-year student Li Pai Dan was busily typing out a report. It came to mind that it was she who helped develop his glasses. The guy slammed the glass sharply, calling out to the student, who flinched in surprise. Opening the door, he desperately begged Pai Dan for one favor. And now the long-awaited final day of brutal training trials has arrived. On the sun-drenched field, carefree students boasted about the standards they had already passed. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys were seriously worried about the troubled Su Chan. Suddenly, the stern mentor raised his eyebrows in surprise, sensing something strange. A suspicious bright flash came from the roof of a distant high-rise building. An unknown force rushed downwards with lightning speed, cutting through the dense forest in zigzags. And with a deafening roar, the unknown person crashed right into the center of the stadium. Su Chang emerged from the dust cloud with a flourish, apologizing for being late. Having spread his iridescent wings, the boy confidently declared his readiness to the professor. Clutching the treasured suitcase, the hero was determined to pass the test today. And the day before, in the cafe, he desperately asked Pai Dan to readjust his glasses. But the green-haired hacker with a sweet smile said that this was impossible. The lenses provided faceted vision, and nausea only occurred when one was unaccustomed to them. The hero clenched his visor in resignation, seeing no way out of the deadlock. Suddenly, a student sensibly advised me to overcome not the technique, but the motion sickness itself. These simple words suddenly struck the boy with a brilliant idea. That same night, he resolutely came to train in the dark park. He put on the visor hesitantly, trusting his friend's crazy plan. The hacker explained the nausea as a severe conflict between vision and bodily sensations. And then the guy snapped a strong mount onto the tree trunk. And then he tightened the thick belt tightly around his waist. Suchang, on a leash, rushed into a mad circle. Green trails from the wings cut through the night park like a wild whirlwind. This hellish carousel instantly twisted his stomach into knots. But such brutal shock therapy was his only way out. Soon, the boy fell to his knees, painfully struggling to fight off vomiting. However, drenched in sweat, the stubborn man forced himself to start a new circle. Once again ordering himself to continue, the hero rammed the bench at full speed. Another unsuccessful turn ended with a hard fall upside down. The force of inertia mercilessly dragged the tortured flyer across the park ground. The boy fell heavily into the grass but was determined to try again. Gritting his teeth, the stubborn man once again spun around in a furious neon whirlpool. Suddenly, his eyes beneath the compound lenses widened with inspiration. He changed his trajectory abruptly, struck by the sudden lightness in his body. It turned out that the correct tilt angle during flight completely eliminates nausea. Breathing heavily, Suchang realized that he had finally found the salvation he had long been waiting for. And then, with renewed vigor, he confidently rushed toward success. A few days later, the final stage of the rigorous individual tests began. Behind the glass, a crowd of excited students were tensely cheering for Suchang. And in the brightly lit arena, the hero faced off against a terrible opponent. The gray-bearded mentor sternly stated that defeat meant complete failure. The boy's friends anxiously wondered whether he was capable of winning. The rest were looking forward to a spectacular battle with the frightening Mantis Man. And then Suchang confidently threw his suitcase in front of the enemy. The mad mutant licked the blade greedily, mocking this pathetic toy. And then he rushed forward with lightning speed, confident of his easy victory. But the guy deftly soared into the air, avoiding the deadly blades. The hero stared in amazement at the unexpected lab case from his friend. As an apology, the hacker asked an engineer she knew to get her a special weapon. The girl smiled slyly, remembering the guy's love for brass knuckles. And this exclusive gift has now rapidly fallen upon the enemy. A powerful, shining fist crunched and crashed right into the mutant's jaw. The crushing blow sent the stunned praying mantis flying down with a crash. The spectators behind the glass gasped, looking in shock at the fighter's hands. Even the stern professor chuckled in bewilderment, appreciating his student's clever move. It turned out that heavy blades would only hinder the hero's maneuverable flight. But high-tech tactical gloves have become simply the ideal choice. Rubbing his head, the arrogant mantis mockingly asked if the pathetic blows were over. Suddenly, everything started swimming before his eyes and the world started spinning madly. And then the terrible monster was suddenly overcome by a powerful attack of vomiting. Taking advantage of the moment, Suchang moved lightning fast to close in on the blinded enemy. A crushing, shining uppercut mercilessly crashed straight into the jaw of the nauseating mutant. The monstrous force of the blow caused scarlet blood to splatter in all directions. But in the cinema, this guy seemed like just a pathetic weakling. Now the hero unleashed a hail of swift blows on the stunned enemy. Clutching the sparkling glove, the confident Suchang fully proved his superiority. The friends watching from behind the glass were amazed with delight at such an epic defeat. The mad mantis swung its blades furiously, causing a powerful explosion. The gray-bearded professor noted tensely that the situation in the arena had changed. The monster delivered a crushing blow, cutting a deep furrow into the floor. And Suchang was already flying rapidly from above, anticipating victory. However, the bloody mutant only grinned creepily and self-confidently. A powerful shining fist flew straight at the target. The hero suddenly realized with horror that the psychopath had set himself up on purpose. At that very moment, the friend behind the glass screamed hysterically. Suddenly, the monster bit the guy's hand with its sharp teeth. The bloodthirsty mutant, his scarlet eyes flashing, wheezed triumphantly about his captured victim. From terrible pain, the paralyzed hero suddenly lost the ability to move. That same paralyzing animalistic horror surfaced in the boy's memory again. Meanwhile, the ruthless mutant swung his blade. A series of deadly blows began to literally tear the guy's body into pieces. Drenched in blood, Suchang let out a piercing cry of unbearable pain. The observers behind the glass realized in horror the full criticality of the situation. The boy's friends were stunned, shocked by the horrific amount of blood spilled. The pink-haired student screamed desperately in panic, calling out to her mentor. And then the tailed teacher resolutely rushed to open the locked door. But the stern, gray-bearded professor suddenly blocked his way with his hand. The girl screamed in despair at the bearded man that Suchang would be killed. However, the old man calmly decided that it was too early to interfere. Meanwhile, the madman announced to Suchang the beginning of the real test. The maniac sank his teeth into the guy's hand with pleasure until it bled. Su Chang winced in pain while the enemy savored the long-awaited moment. The monster then easily lifted the kicking youth high above the floor. And then the monster's mouth opened, intending to bite off the victim's head. Behind the barrier, friends were banging on the glass in panic, expecting the worst. The man in glasses cried out to the professor in absolute horror. But the gray-haired observer only glared darkly with his bloody eyes. Suddenly, Su Chang's eyes flashed green, heralding his imminent transformation. Writhing in pain, he heard the order to devour the enemy or die. And then the guy realized with horror that it was his voice. A giant, ghostly dragonfly with frightening jaws loomed over the young man. Su Chang stood there dumbfounded, trying to comprehend the nature of this terrifying monster. And then it dawned on him that the monster was himself. Suddenly, a dark paw quickly reached out to his helpless body. The shadow mercilessly closed its terrible claws right on the young man's throat. At that moment, the stern warning from the gray-haired mentor came to mind. He said that if he lost control, the complex would completely absorb him. Suddenly, the guy seized the initiative, clutching the stunned maniac tightly. Suddenly, wings flared up behind the young man, powerfully throwing the enemy away. A crushing blow at enormous speed slammed the enemy straight into the floor. The friends watching the fight froze behind the glass in complete shock. And the gray-haired mentor only gloomily noted the beginning of a frightening transformation. Meanwhile, Su Chang roared furiously, releasing a dazzling green aura. A terrifying silhouette of a giant insect-like mutant appeared before the stunned spectators. The frightened girls huddled together in panic, expecting the worst. But the tenacious psychopath came to his senses and rushed forward. However, he was met only by a mad grin from the guy's glowing green eyes. And then the guy gave the maniac a resounding slap in the face, as if he were an annoying fly. The powerful blow sent the enemy flying back with a crash. The enemy shouted for Su Chang to die while swinging his blade. Mad with rage, he prepared to strike the killing blow. But Su Chang easily intercepted the blade, flashing a blinding light. And then the maniac realized with horror that the forces were unequal. Now the roles have reversed, and the hunter himself has become the victim of a merciless beating. The girl in the cap watched what was happening silently, speechless. The other guys also felt something was wrong, frightened by Su Chang's eerie aura. The man in glasses tensely suggested to the professor that he stop the fight immediately. The complex completely suppressed Su Chang's mind, forcing him to devour the enemy. The man in glasses realized with horror that the guy had to taste the flesh. According to the old man's grim prediction, he will forever lose his humanity. The mentor suddenly began to doubt whether the young man had really been holding back all this time. And inside his mind, the guy desperately and unsuccessfully proved that he was not a monster. But reality was cruel. The maddened mutant victoriously trampled his bloody victim. In the dark depths of his subconscious, Su Chang became doomed to the realization of his complete absorption. And now this terrible parasite was raging in his body in front of his friends. A painful fear from the past surfaced. He would again be considered a terrible monster. Finally surrendering to fate, the young man closed his eyes, resigned to his end. Su Chang grabbed the bleeding enemy tightly with trembling hands. The psychopath, with a mad grin, offered the guy to eat him, and he added bloodthirstily that they would eat each other in turns. The man in glasses commanded that the doors be opened, stating that the test had failed. The girl in the cap desperately pounded on the glass, begging Su Chang to stop. She screamed at him to remember his dream of a normal student life, and she reminded that her words that night were not spoken while drunk. Then she said how great it was to feel like ordinary students. She suggested hanging out with everyone and then having a drink together next time. After all, they are still first-year students, and they still have a lot of time ahead of them. In his memories, he listened in surprise to his friend's proposal to make a promise to each other. The girl gently took his hand, beginning her sincere vow. She smiled and vowed to stay together if they returned to their human form. Then even after graduation, they will no longer be alone. And then the huge monster in reality opened its glowing eyes in shock. Suddenly, Su Chang's consciousness began to violently break out of the dark shell. With a cry of denial of his monstrous nature, the boy tore apart the ghostly shell. Grinning fiercely, the young man resolutely clenched his fist, regaining control of his body. A powerful burst of green energy shook the training arena with a blinding explosion. The friends, frozen by the glass, watched this in complete shock. The gray-haired master watched the dust settle in the arena with a frown. My friend froze with tears in her eyes, not believing what was happening. Su Chang stood in front of the broken wall, retaining his human appearance. His opponent lay in the rubble, whining pitifully from helplessness. The boy's fist still glowed with the remnants of power after the crushing blow. Chansu Chang breathed heavily, amazed at the source of such strength. The professor in glasses asked, puzzled, what the hell was going on here? Meanwhile, the mentor realized that they had raised a panic ahead of time in vain. The old man admitted with a grin of excitement that he had underestimated the guy's willpower. He officially announced to Su Chang that he had successfully passed the test. The mysterious stranger lounged leisurely on a chair in the semi-darkness of the kitchen. He grinned wickedly, anticipating the beginning of something grand and dangerous. Meanwhile, the main forces of the students were concentrated in a picturesque mountain camp. Suddenly, the grueling tests resumed in a sunny, open area. Su Chang realized with annoyance that he was lying in a hospital bed again. At this time, a powerful automatic cannon began to fire on the field. The red-haired guy gave it his all, dodging the hail of flying shells. However, not everyone was lucky, and some students shamefully ended up in the grass. But most of the boys coped successfully, demonstrating miracles of strength and dexterity. The little girl proudly showed her mentor the hole made in the stone from the blow. In fact, the strongman beetle finished easily, dragging huge wheels on his shoulders. Meanwhile, the little girl with golden hair was preparing to show her hidden power. And then the daring blonde in shorts confidently showed everyone her perfect stretch. And then Hee-jin, with a victorious smile, confirmed that they had passed the exam. Meanwhile, a bright light over the base marked the end of this crazy day. Suddenly, Hee-jin breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying the long-awaited free time. She entered the room, dreaming of eating delicious tteokbokki with Su-chan tomorrow. But all she saw was a guy, comically wrapped in a thick golden cocoon. Suddenly, everyone came running to see why the poor guy was tied up so tightly. It turned out that the guys were overcautious, afraid that he would go crazy at any moment. The gray-bearded giant reassured the students, saying that they had absolutely nothing to worry about. The professor confirmed the boy's safety, although he acknowledged the validity of the general concern. He explained that they saw a side effect of jungle juice called wild instinct. This happens when there is high compatibility with an insect, like Su-chan. The lecturer recalled the similarity of human genes with mice and even bananas. Individual compatibility determines how deeply the insect's DNA will integrate into a human. Because of this, some turn into monsters, while others only change their features. Su Chang's changes affected the limbic system of the brain, which is responsible for emotions. The professor blamed a special spray, but was unable to obtain a sample for analysis. However, training will correct any side effects, guaranteeing students complete safety. The students became wary, remembering the crazy woman who dared to attack Nest. The red-haired guy asked the professor if the attacker had once been their student. The giant sighed heavily, his gaze becoming stern and full of hidden bitterness. It's time to reveal the truth that the professor has kept secret for so long. Chi confessed to the entire audience that Shin Ga-yeon was his student. One clear morning, the professor met her on the university campus. He called out to the girl, who was confidently walking towards the academic buildings. Shin Ga-yeon smiled back warmly, wishing her mentor a good morning. Back then, she was incredibly diligent and hurried to class by 8 in the morning. Thanks to her talent, the best student took only first place every semester. But behind the dazzling smile lurked the poisonous whispers of envious classmates. Her peers disliked the excellent student, accusing her of dirty flirting for the sake of grades. Evil tongues wondered what secret of success this suspicious upstart was hiding. They laughed that Ga-young had brainwashed the professor with her sting. And then a dangerous light of a real monster flashed in her eyes. Those around her felt uneasy, because her complex allowed her to control her mind. When you're different from everyone else, the world quickly finds an excuse. You instantly become an outcast, doomed to total loneliness and bullying. The professor sadly admitted that they lived in a damn cruel world. Ga-young ignored the gossip, believing that Cinderella was capable of fixing everything herself. And then something irreparable happened, changing Professor Chi's fate forever. She couldn't cope with her complex and cold-bloodedly took many lives. One of the students hit the table in anger, shouting about danger. Suddenly, he demanded that Su Chang be locked up immediately for the common good. The girls looked at each other in fear, realizing that the guy could lose it at any moment. The aggressive upstart continued to yell that he didn't feel safe at all. Su Chang was stunned to hear himself openly called a monster. Su Chang's companion watched with alarm as his hands began to tremble slightly. The red-haired guy and his girlfriend could barely contain their anger as they looked at the provocateur. And then Professor Chi asked gloomily which of them was ready to repeat. Professor Chi asked which of them would risk fighting a natural enemy for weeks. He recalled how Su-chan beat himself until he bled in a horrific fight. The lecturer emphasized that the boy bit his own skin to control his instincts. Su-chan did this only to protect his frightened classmates. She cheated the students for wanting to turn away from the hero because of personal discomfort. The professor stated that Su-chan is capable of surpassing even the talented Shin-ga Young. He urged the audience to think carefully before throwing stones at a comrade. The mentor invited them to become friends with someone who aspires to become a leader. Su-chan was shocked to hear about his chance for first place. The girls began to whisper, realizing that Su-chan was now Hee-jin's main competitor. The students were shocked that the newcomer immediately became a candidate after the midterm tests. The redhead acknowledged the guy's success in the test, advising his friend not to burst with envy. Professor Chi cooled Su-chan's ardor, stating that there was no guarantee of victory. Chi only confirmed that the guy was finally moving in the right direction. Walking down the corridor, Su-chan reflected on his new status as a candidate for leadership. He wondered if the professor had said too much, but he was glad that the bullying had stopped. The guy's gaze became serious as he began to analyze the latest events. Su-chan realized how much the professor had done for him by defending him in front of his superiors. For his sake, Chi organized a separate test, showing genuine concern for the student. Su-chan came to the conclusion that this stern giant was much better than he seemed. And suddenly Su-chan's serene evening was interrupted by a frightening premonition of disaster. Something terrible happened. A powerful explosion lit up the night sky with a blinding flash. The students screamed in panic as they realized what had exploded in the research building. On that fateful day, Su-chan thought about the people with horror. The guy found himself in the very epicenter of a battle for which he was not prepared. The real predators lurked in the shadows, watching the chaos unfold around them. A bloody battle for survival began, where every moment cost lives. The people who survived the smoke were at a loss to understand the cause of the sudden explosion. A woman in glasses rushed toward the wreckage, desperately clutching a fire extinguisher. Through the smoke, she saw Professor Chi holding a bloodied student in his arms. The frightened woman ran up to the frozen professor, desperately asking how he was feeling. Chi assured her that he was fine, but nodded towards the dying boy. In his arms lay an insectoid from the Black Island, dreaming of studying. The professor shuddered as he recalled how the boy's body had suddenly detonated from the inside. The companion in glasses froze, unable to comprehend the full horror of what was happening. A new flash thundered in the distance, forcing the heroes to turn to the broken window. Another powerful bang shook the building, blinding everyone present with a bright light. A woman screamed in shock as a wave of repeated explosions hit the university. The professor's face was distorted with rage. Things were taking a really bad turn. A terrible roar filled the campus, turning the science center into blazing ruins. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, announcing that the situation at the university was critical. Nest students and staff were urged to immediately drop everything and evacuate. There was a commotion everywhere, and the frightened children were panicking and looking for a safe shelter. Su-chan stood frozen in the chaos, deafened by the wail of sirens and the screams of the crowd. Suddenly, he caught someone's desperate, barely audible plea for help. A girl nearby clutched her head, complaining of unbearable splitting pain. The unfortunate woman sobbed as a terrible bone horn slowly grew from her forehead. Su-chan rushed to her, promising to immediately take the poor thing to the doctor. She only had time to whisper words of gratitude when the horn began to pulsate brightly. A monstrous explosion thundered, swallowing the girl right before the shocked guy's eyes. The blood of the murdered girl splattered the boots of Su-chan, who stood frozen in mute horror. The enraged guy angrily shouted out whether the bastards from Nest now realized the consequences. Blinded by revenge, the stranger in glasses promised to punish every thief of another's property. The breeder's super-powerful hand filled with scarlet energy, preparing for a massive blow. The villain wondered wryly whether it was worth all this trouble for the sake of simply blowing up the campus. The enigmatic Manhwa stared silently at the chaos, ignoring advice not to look for answers. While the explosions distracted the guards, the saboteurs began their stealthy advance. They stepped over mountains of corpses, brazenly entering the university's front entrance. The pink-haired warrior confirmed the start of the assault, decisively entering enemy territory. The observer from the cliff ordered everyone to remember this day of great triumph. The formidable enemy promised that this fatal mistake would cost everyone their lives. The heavy building suddenly shook with a powerful roar, foreshadowing something bad. With a terrible metallic screeching sound, the mechanisms inside the case began to move. The girl froze in fear, realizing that the main gates began to rapidly close. A loud alarm announced that the exits were blocked and that they needed to seek shelter immediately. The guy, in a panic, confirmed that absolutely all entrances were now completely blocked. The assistant asked Professor Ma what their next orders would be. The professor ordered the immediate summoning of guards to protect their nest base. The crowd was urged to remain calm and prepare for a full document check. Security warned that an enemy could infiltrate the campus, causing chaos. The Nest Defense Special Forces announced that they would now have to use brute force. The students realized in horror that the very emergency situation had arrived. The girl saw smoke coming from the center's windows and became worried about the professor's fate. The bad feeling grew as the guards rigorously searched everyone in the corridor. Someone's hand suddenly reached for the heroine's cap, catching her off guard. The mysterious stranger tore off the headdress, declaring that she felt much better without it. The heroine froze, completely unaware of how this strange person approached from behind. In front of her stood a pink-haired girl in a cloak with a very frightening look. The stranger flashed her green eye and gave a short, authoritative order to begin. At that very moment, the air shook with a deafening and powerful sonic boom. The pink-haired beast dealt a crushing blow, literally smashing the guard into the floor. The astonished guard only had time to remark on the extreme boldness of her frontal attack. While the offender was raging, the frightened girls begged for urgent reinforcements. The pink-haired girl's body began to transform horribly, frightening everyone around with the crunch of bones. She revealed her true mantis complex, becoming a deadly weapon. Meanwhile, 2 survivors barely escaped from the smoke-filled building. The bearded man ordered Professor Chi to save the others while he himself was barely holding on. Professor Chi realized that the explosion had increased the complex's side effects. Their path was blocked by a stranger who immediately recognized the woman as a professor. With a predatory grin, the enemy grabbed his victim's shoulder with a death grip. The dandy enemy nonchalantly offered to have a heart-to-heart talk with his peer, the professor. The gray-bearded fighter immediately recognized the insolent man as a dangerous member of the nursery. Ignoring the pain, the old man told Hyun-bin to leave and promised to handle it himself. Hyun-bin sarcastically advised the professor to take care of himself at such a venerable age. Professor Chi lowered herself down to the wounded man, urging him to rest and trust her. The girl resolutely declared that she would take on all the dirty work herself. The enemy only smirked contemptuously, calling his opponents pathetic punks. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious puppeteer was anticipating the start of a bloody spree in the nest. He was confident that his predators were head and shoulders above their previous opponents. The witnesses froze in silent horror because something indescribable appeared before them. The floor was instantly covered in scarlet blood after another swift attack from the killer. The pink-haired girl froze among the fallen bodies, looking like a real monster from a nightmare. Suddenly, she made a sharp jump, leaving only a trail of blood in the air. The enemy attack swirled in a deadly whirlwind.